Maybe we could dance all night while the streets are empty. It's been some time, now you know what's on my mind. I just wanna hold you tight while the streets are empty, while the streets are empty. You light up my life, I wish that you could read my mind. Maybe we could dance all night while the streets are empty. Since I bought a stranger a pill that'll take us through the night. I don't believe in magic beans, so do me a favor. I baggage that I need a satellite. So here we go, here we go. Armed with a little of the knowledge that we're gonna need right now. You light up my life, I wish that you could read my mind. Maybe we could dance all night while the streets are empty. Nobody's been around at all, this world's ours now. Stop, listen, can't you hear my heart? Feels like I'm never going back. I know what I need and what I don't. Your dreams are all I want. So don't let go, don't let go. Now we're connected with a fever that can surely guide us home. You light up my life, I wish that you could read my mind. Maybe we could dance all night while the streets are empty. It's been some time, now you know what's on my mind. I just wanna hold you tight while the streets are empty, while the streets are empty. You could read my mind. Maybe we could dance all night while the streets are empty. It's been some time, now you know what's on my mind. I just wanna hold you tight while the streets are empty, while the streets are empty. You light up my life, I wish that you could read my mind. Maybe we could dance all night while the streets are empty. wish that you could read my mind. Maybe we could dance all night while the streets are empty. It's been some time, now you know what's on my mind. I just wanna hold you tight while the streets are empty, while the streets are empty. You light up my life, I wish that you could read my mind. Maybe we could dance all night while the streets are empty.
Hello and welcome everyone to round 7 of the Intercontinental Sim Racing Endurance Championship. As always, live and exclusive here on Total Sim Sport. Watkins Glen is the spiritual home of road racing in the USA, with crowds flocking to see top-level racing since the 1940s. I'm Tim Cox in the Total Sim Sport Broadcast Centre, and in 9 hours' time, we'll be finding out who has been victorious. Well, what can we say about Watkins Glen? Well, it's the driving force behind racing in Upper New York State, where Cameron Argisinger, he was a young law student from Ohio who was a frequent visitor to the Fingers Lake region, where his father had a holiday home. He dreamed of bringing European-style competition to Watkins Glen, and as an early member of the SCCA, he set about making his dreams a reality. He proposed the Watkins Glen Grand Prix to the local Chamber of Commerce, who gave their enthusiastic backing. The dream became a reality in October 1948, and the rest, as they say, is history. Later in the show, I'll be joined by James Parfitt, who will be taking us through race hour 1, and Chris Rowlands will also be bringing in his insightful knowledge and updates on the hour. But also, we'll be joined by a returning Ian Watkins with his soothing tones to help guide us through the race a bit later on. Now, as always, we've got an action-packed show for you. We're not too far away now from LMP1 and LMP2 taking to the track for their 25 minutes of open qualification. So, like as normally is the commonplace within iRacing, where you'll have the track to yourself, we'll have all the cars out on track at the same time. And then it'll be the turn of the GTEs as they head out for their qualifying session, both Pro and Am categories. Then we're on to what I'm sure is going to be 8 hours of thrills, drama, and excitement as we get hyped and get ready for the Battle of the Glen. Now, later in the show, James will be having a chat with league organiser Martin Pearson. They'll be bringing up to date with everything that's happening here within ISRC. And as always, we'll be talking about the latest happenings in top-level sports cars. Great to have you on board, as always. We'll be picking up your comments throughout the race on YouTube, so feel free to post in there in the chat. Good to see having a few of you already in there. We've got Sean Gardner, Mr. Hedge already dropping in, as well as ISRC TV. That's ISRC TV saying, can't wait for this, it's gonna be 100 with a couple of fire emojis. You are not wrong at all. Watkins Glen, it's one of the great circuits. It's full of plenty of drama and so well suited to so many different cars. Well, today we're racing the Grand Prix circuit. Now this won't include the notorious bus stop chicane that is at the long end of the straight. So we're going to see, we're currently watching Stage 1 Racing Senior. Just illustrating there. Longer run down the straight and then through out onto the outer loop, that long swooping carousel of a corner. So there is undoubtedly going to be plenty of slipstreaming and overtakes around there. It's going to be interesting to see how the LMP2s and LMP1 negotiate the traffic, where there is undoubtedly going to be battling GTEs, making their own moves, coming down into the outer loop, but it's around about an hour to go until that's all going to kick off. We'll enjoy qualification that's due to start shortly. We've just got the guys out on their practice session right now, which is not got too much longer left to go, and we'll be riding on board with one of the drivers shortly so we can take you through the track here at Watkins Glen. Now let's ride on board with Aquila Racing's Mike Dam. Strong performances we've seen from him so far. So we're coming down into the 90. Obviously because it's a 90-degree corner. Now the exit is so crucial as they head up through the S's, where they're going to be flat to the floor all the way now, down the back straight. And this is where we're going to see the overtaking moves in the slipstream along this long back straight. I mentioned about the outer loop, the carousel. Here it is, just tucking the car up on the inside. Definitely positioned by Mike down there, and then coming down into the chute off Cam corner. Now he's just coming round into tow. Bit of a tricky corner that wants to push the front end away. Now, Mike won, we've seen him here on Total Sim Sports. He won our broadcasted event of the top split of ESS every Thursday night. This time out, and we're heading round heel now. Bit of a tricky corner, just using that sort of resurfaced section, almost like as a bit of a track guide there. And the corner I always struggle with, where it's a bump on exit, and you can see Mike Dam wrestling with the steering wheel there. 2 corners left, left-hander, and then this tight right-hander, which is going to be tricky because there's your pit entry. Now I know during the briefing the drivers have been warned to close their buttons to notify other drivers of when they are pitting in. So that is going to potentially prove a bit of a spot for where prototypes are going to trip up over the GTEs when they reach that part. Now, I expect the LMP1 to reach them around about 3 to 4, about in the window of around about lap 6. We will expect the LMP2s, but don't forget the LMP1s will be back onto them as well. That is when things get a little bit tasty and a little bit interesting. As we see, it's boosted there. So let's see. You good guys there, sorry. Now, to bring up to date with the championships, Sapphire are leading LMP1, 139 points, with Fugats in second place. A massive gap to them. They are down on 68 points. So that is 71 points difference. We've got boosted LMP1. Unfortunately, they're not with us today. They are on 56 now. Heading across to LMP2. Well, it's vectored by RSL. What can we say about those guys? Well, we have seen some amazing performances by them this season. Probably my favourite would be the fight back at Red Bull Ring, where they would look down and out and they clawed the car back all the way up the field. Be interested to see how those guys get on today. Also, we've got Antagonistic Racing Orange. They are in second place with WS Racing E points in third. Got a bit of a gap between themselves and Vector. But for that battle for second place is incredibly tight with Antagonistic Racing Team Orange on 75. WS Racing Esports on 65, so only 10 points difference. Then 7 points down to Mighty Fuga LMP2 team. And then we've got 524 International and FTR Esports Red. Too far behind on 51. And then 7th is World of Sim Racing. The championship standings up on the screen right now. Now let's head across to GTE. And what is happening there? Well, you can see Orion Race Team are leading with the two Aventus cars nipping at their heels, really. The 117 in second place and the 116 machine in third. Then we've got a tie for fourth place with Hashtag and Aquilia, with Fuga not far behind them as well in sixth place, as we just see the World of Sim Racing BMW just having a little bit of a contact in the background there and winning out. So everything still to play for in GTE. It has been so competitive within a part of the championship. I, for one, cannot wait to see how that unfolds here today. Now, as you see, the 524 International team. Currently, as mentioned, 5th in the championship right now. Too far off Fuga in front of them. So that's the World of Sim Racing team. Estefania currently on board for them. He's going to take on qualification. We've seen so many strong drivers within this championship. We've seen some great performances from him so far this season. Just parking the car on exit there. As we are 5 minutes away from qualification now. Now, what can we say about Chicane Online Racing Red? Well, the BMWs have been strong within the championship. Maybe not quite as strong as the Porsche. That's been more of the car to have, and we've seen them do incredibly well within qualification, but then sort of drop off a bit during the race, where the BMWs have fought back. Not discrediting, of course, the Corvettes. Well, unfortunately, we haven't got Verve Racing Team Mint with us, and wow, my golly, have we seen some performances from those guys. But we do have a Corvette in the field. The form of Boosted, they have decided to field a GTE today. This is going to be interesting to see how those guys get on. See the Maniti land the prototypes through there. Corners left to go. Going to be joined. Actually, I think he's just wandered into the commentary box. I have Ian Winchester on board for qualification. Ian.
Hello, Tim. Hello, everybody. Sorry for being so late. Children business, as I'm sure most of you, some of you, any of you. at least 10% of the audience are probably aware. Anyway, let's call it that.
Exactly, yeah. Bringing non-racing statistics to the broadcast there, and wow.
So, Tim, how's it been going so far? I'm still getting plugged in and set up. So
I see. It's all right. Don't you worry. And well, with qualification not too far away, it's going to be as interesting as always. Now, I'd love to hear your prediction. To see, we'd love to hear from yourselves in chat. What your predictions are for qualification? Who do you think can take it to the front in the respective categories? Unfortunately, we've only got the one LMP1 with us today. That's Sicania.
Yeah, I believe a few of the teams have not completed. A few of the top teams have not completed their requisite 10 practice laps, so they are not taking part in this race, are they, Tim?
That is right. Yes, and I think that might breathe a little sigh of relief to the GTEs somewhere. That means they've got less of them to try, less of the LMP1s to try and manage as they carve their way through the field like a hot knife through butter, or at least attempt to. But they've still got the LMP2s to worry about, Ian. And I mean, you haven't said that there is still, quite a speed difference between the GTEs and the LMP2s. There's, more yourself as an LMP2 racer.
Yeah, I mean, when I was actually looking up some detailed stats in preparation for this, it surprised me that the power of the GTEs is fairly similar broadly to the LMP2. It's just they're 500 kilos heavier, or 300 to 400 kilos heavier. So that accounts for the difference in acceleration and top speed.
So we see the FTR machine there having a bit of a unique way of getting into the pits. They're just locking up and drifting sideways. Gets really squirrely. It's gonna. I mean, just talking about the pit stops, and we mentioned it earlier in the pit entry here, being right on the racing line and at the apex of the corner, pretty much as well. Those pit entries are going to be. We could see drivers lose, a lot of time, or could actually, potentially gain some time on their rivals around them when it comes to pit stops, especially with them being so many across an 8-hour endurance race. Yeah,
I mean, ideally, what you could do is like a little flag that you just kind of put down so it sticks out. It tells everyone that you're going into the pits, like the old 1910 indicators, going back to the old school. But no, more seriously, it is that turn 11 is a problem with regards to the pits. It's really hard to tell when the car in front of you is going to pit. I think you have to basically be on top of the button and be really aware for extra heavy braking, because you only really need to touch the brake for that corner. I don't know if you've driven this in P2, Tim, but you only really need to kind of like brush it as you come around, because it's got quite a nice radius. But like when you see a car braking heavily, I think you could probably assume safely that it's going to enter the pit and take appropriate action.
Yeah, I mean, you're saying about I have been out in the LMP2 around Watkins Glen, and I mean, I'm myself incredibly good at finding all the barriers around the track. And,
you and me both.
how to run off of them, and hence why we talk about it rather than race. I know if I think between myself and you, if we were to enter a team, we would be battling around with probably the GTEs, even if we were in an LMP2.
Yeah, particularly particularly these fast guys. Absolutely, I feel over this race distance. Yeah, I don't feel that that's an unreasonable or unrealistic assessment.
Definitely not. And see the hashtag LMP2 there, just coming around. A few drivers on their out laps, and we're going to get ready to go qualifying here at Watkins Glen.
Of course, the difference as well with P2 and GTEs, P2 and P1 are broadly similar in that respect, because they're high downforce cars, aren't they? Whereas the GTEs are not quite so much. They don't rely on downforce as much. I mean, clearly they have because of those huge wings, but the whole of the P2's body chassis is designed for aero and sucking it onto the ground and pushing it down and all of that. So the way you brake is different, isn't it? Because you want to use as much brake as possible when you're going fast to take advantage of the downforce. So you brake really hard and then slacken off. Whereas the GTEs, you can't brake as hard because there's not as much downforce. So there is that confusion which creeps in, which experienced racers are no doubt used to. But I don't know if there are non-experienced racers listening that might be interested in things like that.
Yes, there will be. Just watching the world of sim racing team, and with Stefania coming around the chute onto the more technical part of the second half of the circuit, where it's a bit more trickier. You've got to make sure your lines are right, and love that camera angle as they run over the curb.
I have to say though, Watkins Glen, I think is, before I started iRacing, I'd never even heard of the track, and it is one of my more favourite tracks. There's something about it. I don't know what it is. It's just a delightful track to drive. I don't know how you feel about that, Tim.
I completely and utterly agree with you. It's normally I'm not a massive fan of the American road circuits, but this one completely and utterly stole my heart. The more and more I've driven it, it just flows so well, and see where world of sim racing, what they can do.
Are you a bus stop or a no bus stop man?
Well,
prefer it there or not?
Let's just see at World Sim Racing, they've just taken pole with that lap of 1:30.75, and now it is a question. It's like Marmite, isn't it? Some people love the bus stop, and some people absolutely hate it. Now, for me, not having the bus stop is 2 less corners I have to get wrong. Having said that, it does. Yeah, I personally am a non-bus stop person.
Are you?
We'll probably pick this up obviously later in the race of bus stop or no bus stop. I think that could be an interesting one of our debates.
Just for the sake of balance, I am the other side of the table from you, Tim. There, I prefer the bus stop.
Okay.
I think it does depend in the class that I'm racing. Actually, that's a healthy proviso.
Yes, I would agree with you on that one. We should pick that debate up later on, because I think that'll be an interesting one to have with yourselves in chat as well. Bus stop or no bus stop, but let's just see how these guys get on for their second lap. They're coming round to complete it. Only a few more corners left to go. We'll see how they do. Currently sitting... Well, Elite taking pole right now in LMP2 as Di Felipeus sets the benchmark in LMP1. And that is not well enough to improve their time, but Vector by RSR are 0.02 of a second ahead of them in third place in LMP2 right now. 5.24 International. There. Are only a tenth ahead of them, incredibly close at the sharp end of LMP2. Got Elite currently on pole with a 1:30.4, and then 100 of a second separating them and second place Fuga. So at the moment, as things stand, they will be sharing the front row of the grid here. And a few of the drivers just on outlaps coming in to refuel and take on some new tyres and trying to keep that car as light as possible, Ian.
Yeah, exactly. But I think there was the drivers in these the ISRC series seem to be actually really good at nursing their tyres around, and often will take one less tyre stop than we expect as lay drivers almost. And I think that might be part of the problem as to why, if I may refer to my own driving again, is sometimes I overdrive the car, which obviously wears, you lay more rubber down, so you're just skimming rubber off faster and faster. So if you're actually driving the corners properly and arcing it properly and really careful with it, then you can nurse the tyres around quite well. I believe our very own Busby's quite good at that.
Yes, another one of our fellow commentators here at Total Simsport, Paul Busby, is incredibly good with his tyre management, and he also then has the pace as well to go with it. We've seen him on other broadcasts here where he actually races within one of the another championship we cover here at Total Sim Sports, and Yeah, he's definitely the driver amongst us. As
That's very true. Yeah. You'd think he was paying for the tyres himself sometimes, the way he just refuses to come in for the stop.
Oh, yeah, definitely. So, World of Sim Racing, all the work to do here. They have got a bit of a gap now emerging between themselves and first place, but only 3 attempts covering themselves in 8th place all the way up to pole sitter, as Hashtag have just gone quicker again. 5 margins here in LMP2 at Watkins Glen. Hashtag setting a 130.29, 100th of a second quicker. Second place, and then it's a 10th to Elite Racing on the 130.4, 130.41. So 100th of a second separating first and second. The first row of the grid. The second row of the grid, again, 100th of a second. The 524 International Company holding 5th place. They are vectored by RSR for company as it stands at the moment on the 3rd row. World of Sim Racing, they've got set a 130.65. FTR Esports Red, currently 8th in class. They have a 130.8. So it is crazy how close things are. And I think also it just shows the competitive nature of this championship, where we do have positions being separated by 100th of a second.
Yeah, it's brilliant though, isn't it? Because it just means that we're going to get some good close racing. And by and large, if we look back at the entire season, everyone has been very respectful of each other. So there's been some good tight racing, but there's not really been any overt action. So I'm looking forward to this, absolutely.
Likewise, it's never short on action here in this championship, and I doubt, especially with the track layout of Watkins, where it invokes overtakes and that slipstreaming and close battling and so many sweeping corners where you can take multiple lines.
I think it was a really good decision to cut out the bus stop, because you get that extra couple of 100 meters of straight at the top of the hill, and then of course you've got that hard braking zone before you come around that huge corner. So, but it will give people a bit of extra time to slipstream, and I was going to say with the P1s a bit of extra time to use the battery, but I think we've only got one team in. Is that right?
That is right. Yes, we've got
that's a shame.
This week. Yeah, it is. We've seen so many great battles this season in LMP1. I mean, we've seen it so many times between Sapphire and Fuga. The battles that they have had all season long is been mesmerising. You know, the close wheel-to-wheel action, but at breakneck speeds. It's definitely not been one to miss at all. So just see him coming out onto there. Probably be just looking at the clock. They're probably going to have a couple more runs left in the teams for the 1:30 lap time here for the LMP2s, and everything's still all to play for. Currently, we've got Hashtag out in front, as you can see now, with a 30.29.
Just quick point of data. I was a little bit wrong with the weight difference. So I'm just looking at the stats I compiled earlier. They're actually around about 300 kilos heavier, the GTEs, rather than 400. So just if any GTE fans there that have noticed the discrepancy, I'd just like to correct.
That's all right. So it's just as you mentioned that, Ian, Fuga have nicked and jumped up the car up into pole position. They've set a 1:30.28. So first, second, and third is currently separated by 200ths of a second. I'm speechless with just how close that is. You can't even comprehend that, Ian.
No.
How? I mean, what is? It's not even like a.
It's probably a couple of inches.
Yeah.
Like if they were side by side, probably the front splitters would be more or less level. They'd be maybe like a couple of inches off, if that.
It is, you know, when you put it down to distance like that, it just makes you realise just how close it is and just how little that time difference is.
Yeah.
It's crazy, really.
You know, we were talking about the pitting in business. It looks like there's been an announcement from the stewards and the race control. It's a strong recommendation that you stay to the right before the last turn and use the pitting in button. So it's clear the stewards have recognised there might be an issue there, and have issued instructions to the teams. So hopefully that will filter down, and everyone will take heed of that advice.
Well, I mean, I think they definitely need to, purely because of it can be race ending for yourself. You know, if you end up getting caught up in someone, you know, either you're the car continuing on and the car in front of you is coming into the pits and you end up having a coming together into that final corner, or even vice versa. Really, it could actually, destroy someone's race and run right off. You know, especially with the competitive nature, as we mentioned, with top three currently only being separated by 200ths of a second.
I mean, again, that's part of the skill set you need for enduro racing, don't you? Because you're racing for hours upon hours, and you need to maintain peak concentration at every corner. I think it must be exhausting. I can't even imagine what it's like to do in real life.
Yeah, it must be absolutely crazy in real life. So just to keep you up to date with what is happening, World Sim Racing, they've moved up to 6th place, 30.47. That's well worth mentioning that half a second it covers first currently Fuga, all the way down to 8th place. So let's just separates that.
Yeah, so let's just analyse that a little bit. So that's 0.5 of a second, covers 8 positions on the grid. It's just sit there and think and let that percolate. Don't just accept it. Just think about it. It's just like, that is astounding. The level of competition is excellent. It's going to be great.
You were saying earlier about in terms of what distance that is. I mean, that is crazy. Just how, I'm not even sure you'd be able to fit all 8 cars quite in, on track at the same time within that half a second, worth of space, physicality, especially.
Just trying to do some sig packet maths there. So half a second. I mean, they're going to be travelling at, I don't know, what's their max speed? It's about 200, isn't it, with the P2s?
A little bit, kilometers. Current highest top speed is Krosny. He's in 3rd right now. It's 303 kilometers an hour. That's with a slipstream.
So
on average, you're looking around about, I'd say probably
about
290.
180. Yeah, 180 miles an hour, that is. Yeah, so I suppose if we work in kilometers, so say 300, just for the sake of argument, and then half a second. It's going to require some. I might come back to it on that one, and then we'll find out. It's going to require.
I'll let you break out the coffee and the abacus on that one. As we've just got not long left to go in qualifying. Not around about 9 minutes left here of prototype qualification. And then we'll see the mighty GTEs head out, and well, GTE could go absolutely any way, as we have seen and we'll continue to see, undoubtedly. We're just, especially, we're seeing 1 or 2 technical difficulties right now, so we're just, they're being worked on in the background by producer Sean furiously, and they'll be with you very, very shortly. That's why we're having to bring you a bit more radio-style commentary of what's happening in qualification now. Just what worth a bit of a mention to, not the best of qualifying so far, is the car in 13th and at the rear in LMP2. Stage 1 Racing Junior, they have set a 131.8, and they're around about 7/10 off the pace of 12th place in class. Is just getting bits updated for right now. You can see that's Hedgecock for boosted LMP2, who not having the best of times right now from a team that we normally expect to see fighting right at the sharp end of LMP2, 131.1 from them currently. So they are 9/10 of a second off the pace right now, Ian.
And that's, I mean, it doesn't sound like much, does it? It's like 9/10. But if you then go back to what we were saying earlier, the first 8 places are covered by 5/10. So 9/10 is actually quite a large gap, isn't it? So I wonder what's going on there. I wonder whether it's set up or just driver confidence, or I wouldn't like to guess.
No, I mean, Hedgecock is one of the stronger drivers as well, and as we see, Fuga setting a new fast lap. But look at how close that is right now between the guys at this hashtag. What can they do? All they've got to make up is 6,000ths of a second. They are currently halfway around the lap, just heading out onto the boot section. Interesting to see what they can do. Race Fox, they are currently 3rd place. New team to the championship. And as I said, just under 200ths of a second off the pole right now. World of Sim Racing and FTR Own Sports, they are on out laps. Expect those guys to be going faster again. Currently 20-1 local time. The track clearly starting to get a little bit hotter, and maybe that's aiding to what isn't helping the drivers go quicker here. I'm just having a quick look on the thermometer. 24 degrees Celsius air temperature. Track temperature is 28 degrees Celsius. So definitely not the coolest of tracks, especially if you think back to last time out. Also see 524 International. They've moved up a place into 6th place. So yeah, not the cool track temperatures we were experiencing during the night racing last time out at Daytona. No,
absolutely. But I mean, 28 is still not very hot for Watkins. I think Watkins can go up to like 32, 33, I think. Because the temperature is obviously going to change over this race as well, isn't it? Are we going into the night? I don't think we are. I think it's probably going to finish as dusk is starting to fall.
Yes, I think we will be just finishing under dusk, and that will bring us up to 9 o'clock local time here in New York State. So it's going to be, we might have a bit more darkness than duskness, as it were. But we've got Fuga. They're currently still in the pits, and there's not long left of qualifying. So I think this is, with not many teams left at hashtag really, they're the only one, a few teams on flying laps. Also got Vector, they are in 5th place in class right now. What can they do? As no, hashtag abandoning the lap. So that's their time set of 130.2. Can Vector do? Also 524 International, they're not far off, no, they've come into the pit, so they are not going to complete their lap. So they're going to stay in 6th place for now. FTR are sticking with their lap. Stage 1. Sure, just looking at their sector times, not setting up, like the timing sheets. And I think this could be pretty much everyone done here. I don't see anyone on massive improvements. Stage 1 Racing Junior seems to be the only team improving right now. Van Slambrook on board for them. They are currently in 13th, and you see Stage 1 Racing Senior heading to the pits there. So this is looking like qualification is done, Ian.
It looks like everyone's starting to come in, although is that a GTE starting to make its way back out onto the track?
Yeah, their qualification is not far off starting.
Right, there we go. Just as a quick, just done some SIG packet maths. So 200 mile an hour works out to 3,520 inches per second. So if we divide that by 1,000, that's 3.5 inches. So 1,000th per second is 3.5 inches. So that's around about those 6,000ths. That's around about so if you 18 inches distance in real terms.
Wow. That's crazy.
Foot and a half.
Yeah, a foot and a half, all that is separated first and second place here, and it's
So
not
that's,
even...
I guess that's the difference. Thinking about a P2, that's probably the difference between the front axle and the front splitter, roughly. Let's just go with that. There we go.
It is. It's just see the usual expensive car park happen at the pit exit. We've got the Maniti. They are at the front, just backing up a little bit. Clearly not feeling confident with where they were in terms of the pit exit. It's all tactics and maybe even a bit of mind games. There's the Avensis Porsche alongside them. And they said, JD Sim Racing Ferrari. So you're going to have 3 different manufacturers coming out. As you see, the GTE started to stream out. So first 3 across the lines, 3 cars across the line. They're going to be 3 different manufacturers, all setting the benchmarks. And
what's your favourite GTE shape then, Tim? What's your favourite chassis?
Good question. Now, do I want to be controversial? Do I want to play it safe and keep our producer Sean happy, who is a complete and utter Ford fanboy? Now,
is he now?
He loves the Ford GT. Unfortunately, we don't have any of them in the series, and I know he's just said in our ear that they are too OP, and that's why. But for me, it's in terms of drivability, because I'm not the best of drivers. It's that BMW M8 GTE. It is so easy to drive in comparison to the Ferrari, the Corvette, and the Porsche. Looks wise.
I was just going to go for the aesthetics. Actually,
going for aesthetics as he's coming around the last couple of corners now. Oh, I don't know. It's like choosing between my children, Ian. You can't do this sort of thing to me, and to see him start coming around the last corner.
I'm gonna have to press you for an answer, Tim.
Okay. I'll tell you what, because they probably need a bit of love being the only, not having many of them in this championship. Let's go with the Corvette.
Fair enough. I'm going to have to, in answer to my own question, I think I'm going to have to go from the front. I think the M8, and from a profile view, I think the Porsche. I think there's something about the design of that Porsche sweep that's just, I don't know, it's just really
timeless.
Yes,
because we've had pretty much the same design as. Interesting tactics playing out in qualification there. Just trying to play slipstreams already. We haven't even started racing, and already the mind games are beginning here in qualification. You see times being posted, of course they are their outlaps, so they're not going to, they're not representative. They're going to tumble like a stone.
I suppose there's the, do you get it out first in the track so you've got clear air, or do you come out second so you can slipstream?
So I would say probably you want to be second or third. So currently where we've got just behind Maniti, we've got Avensis in the Porsche and JD Sim Racing in the Ferrari, because you haven't got to worry. Oh, the Avensis, the talk of the Devils, they've just disappeared off there. They've come off track, outbrake themselves. So that's Maniti a bit of sigh of relief, because they were getting the slipstream effect from them. Now here we go. We're going to have the times set now.
First two lap coming up.
Let's find out what's going to happen. So Maniti, what time are they going to set as the new benchmark? There you go, a 1:39.0. JD in 9 tenths quicker as Orion now had the lead. Wow, 4 tenths quicker than Maniti. So we're going to have lots of cars coming across the line, setting their laps. Orion go third. That's the JRT team, as Aquila setting the new benchmark, 1:38.5. And clearly being in that mid-pack was the place to be, because Boosted GTE, they are set at 1:41.1. Hashtag go fourth. Aquila Cyan a third now with a 1:39 dead. Oh, as you see, Aquila just locked up a little bit and holding on to it just to taking out anyone else and just backing up to where there's that marshal point there. Bit of a gap in the trap, getting well off the racing line. Good job by them. And let's take a little look at the Orion race team, Porsche. Currently, Porsche holding the first 3 places here in GTE, followed by 2 BMWs in 4th and 5th place right now. As we see JD Sim Racing, they have gone up into 8th place for Porsche, 39.5, and not, well, initially, other than little pockets here, not quite as close across the board right now compared to what we saw in LMP2.
No, I think you're right. I mean, we've already lost. We're already 10 minutes into qualifying, aren't we? I think it was. I think everyone went off around about 26 minutes on the clock, so 10 minutes already. There's not going to be many laps to do for these guys, so you need to get your stuff done quickly.
Yeah, I mean, track temperature, as you can imagine, hasn't gone up, so they've got pretty much similar conditions to what the prototypes had. 27 Motorsport White just setting a time, but that's quickly displaced there by WS Racing Esports. The chicane getting in amongst them, but time's all coming in. You can tell as they're running around almost as a pack. Avensis getting up into 7th place, and a few drivers on outlaps. And yeah, obviously similar track conditions to the prototypes, Ian. However, the GTEs at least have the advantage of a slightly more rubbered-in track in comparison. I think we've lost Ian there.
No, sorry, I was just can't work my own equipment. The yeah, you're right. The P2s will have been laying down a bit of rubber, so absolutely there'll be a bit more of an advantage there.
JD Sim Racing, interestingly, just backing out of their lap there.
Maybe
look, we've got plenty of green sectors being set as we see Avensis 117 head up into 3rd place. A fair few drivers on their outlap, so we're around about 50-60% of the field right now. Few drivers, a few teams are yet to set time. So Backmarker Racing Yellow, Verve Racing Team Black, and the .exe esports team yet to set times. Backmarker and .exe haven't been out on track yet, whereas Verve Racing Team, Racing Team Black even, sorry, they have had off tracks which have prevented them from setting time. Now, just to bring you up to date, so it is a Porsche lockout for the first 2 top rows of the grid. Aquila, Orion, Avensis, and Aquila Cyan holding those positions. Then it's your first BMW of Maniti. And then the first Ferrari currently is Chicane Online Racing Red. They are 11th right now. Ferrari and the BMWs, not the best in qualifying, but always seems to come more, as the race comes on, they come more and more alive as the proceed, proceed through the race here. No, we just
yeah, absolutely.
Just not long left to go. So you see 27 Motorsports, they've headed up into 8th place. It's Verve Racing Team Black. There you go, big jump for them. They are up into 9th, but still a second off the pace of Aquila Racing Aqua. Now, Orion, they haven't got long left to go in this lap. What can they do? It's heavily Porsche at the front. Can Orion nick the pole position off Aquila? And there you go, the answer is yes. The Canadian Mike Dam setting the new benchmark here, going 0.06 of a second quicker. Aquila Racing Aqua. And now they are on their outlap. They will have time to go again, probably around about a couple of laps left with 13 minutes are left, just under that left in qualifying right now. They've got one of the Ferraris ahead of them. They're going to be holding them up, essentially. This is not the part that you want to be closely following someone. What can they do? Oh, as the Ferrari there just getting into the wall. Has this affected Aquila Racing Cyan? And it is an improvement from them, but not enough to elevate them up the standings here. And, you know, I understand you managed to sort out some of your technical difficulties you're just experiencing.
It seems though they're starting to settle in a little bit. There you go. Aquila Racing Aqua is only 600ths now behind position 1. So the drivers are starting to settle in a little bit. And whilst I think we're probably not going to get everything as close as we are with the P2s because of the difference in cars and setups and things, it's still actually starting to get within shouting distance.
It is. I mean, you know, it's as an overall, it's not so close. You know, you've got 3 tenths of a second separating first and third right now, but there are micro battles happening within the field. So, for instance, just drawing you to 7th place #racing. Just literally just a fraction over, well, just under 2 tenths is all that separates them and Avensis Racing 119, who are currently in 12th place. It's we've got these, although it's not, you know, across the whole field or at the sharp end of the grid, we have got these incredibly close and competitive battles happening within the field, and it's. But then equally, it's not all about that. It's also about, you know, looking forward to the race ahead. It's the perennial traffic management. I know it's something we talk about quite a lot here during these races, but it is so key, and especially for the GTEs where, you know, they're only battling with themselves, but then they have the prototypes coming in amongst them and spacing themselves out, and it's just how they manage them and when they allow them past. As we see, 27 Motorsport White just gained a couple of places. They're up to 12th place, only 100th of a second separating them and Avensis 119. Again, it's that traffic management element that's going to play such a large part here yet again, especially I would imagine down into the chute, Ian. So after that long back straight, where they're currently
I mean, I don't know if I think you have raced IMSA, haven't you, Tim? And like, but I think you only really raced GTE. Is that correct? In
no,
IMSA?
it is LMP2.
You do race.
Race is a loose term for what I do, but also I mostly do the prototypes because at least then I can overtake some cars, even if they are GTs,
a different class.
GTs that are slower than me.
So you're well aware of the traffic management is probably one of the hardest parts, and on like a 20-25 minute race as you do on IMSA. But again, it's purely down to concentration, isn't it? After 8 hours, like I know I'd be making mistakes. I mean, I know you're not driving that whole time, but you have breaks. But still, to maintain concentration for a 2-hour stretch it's pretty impressive, really. If no matter which way you cut it.
Sorry, I was just laughing. Sorry about my some outbursts of laughter there. I was just laughing at a Nick Allen comment in the YouTube chat there. As we see the Verve Racing Team Black, just a little bit of an issue there, and they've got a lovely new livery on the car. It's Centurion there in the Ferrari. Nick Allen, I love your comment. All those cars stood in the pits. You would have thought there was an Insulate Britain protester in the way. Now, for non-British people, to explain why that is so funny, there is a activist group called Insulate Britain, funnily enough, protesting to have homes insulated in Britain, and they have been blocking lots of roads and around the London and Essex area, but also the notorious M25, which is the motorway which circles around the edge of London, the capital of the UK, and they've literally been walking out into the motorway and bringing it to a standstill. Hence Nick Allen's comments there. And good to see you on board.
I think the most delicious picture, though, Tim, was a bunch of protesters who glued themselves to the road, forcing a lorry that was delivering insulation to turn round and go another way.
I think that is irony at its finest there, as we see Chicane Online Racing Purple ahead to the pit. And while we've been chatting and explaining that one, Orion Race Team, they have set a new faster lap, 138.4, just extended the gap a little bit to Aquila, but on another flyer. What can World of Sim Racing do? Josh, currently on board for the BMW. No improvement from them. As we see Barbosa for 27 Motorsport, another BMW. Going to remain where they are as well. They were on an outlap, sorry, so that's why. However, Aquila, they are on a flyer and really pushing it to the edge there, using all the track and some more. This is where it's going to play a large part. Just nobody to slipstream off. And this is where it's tricky, because obviously it's at towards the start of the lap, isn't it, Ian? And that then leaves, if you then slipstream with someone, you can be a lot closer coming into the boot section, where you ideally probably don't want to be following someone due to the dirty air.
Yeah, you don't want to be. I mean, clearly going up the S's, you want to be slipstreaming because you're going uphill, so you want as little resistance as possible. But as you get to the top, you're then starting to brake downhill, and if you're in the slipstream, you've got less downforce on your front tyres, so you do have to balance it quite a lot. And when you're travelling at 160 mile an hour, you don't have much time to think about it. Yeah. I was just thinking what you were saying about that first corner, turn 1. It's ever so important to get a good exit out of that, because that straight is huge. And many a time I've lost. That was a great avoidance. That was a brilliant toe as well. You see the back of that Porsche skipping about. That was excellent.
Wow, what a save there from Justin Corral. Wow. You
see him just pull over. I need a bit of a breather. I need a second.
Wow. Wow.
That was good reaction.
That was reactions of a cat there. How they did not connect there, and was it the JD Sim Racing Porsche? I think maybe sideways in the middle of the track there, and that would have been near disaster, I think, if you were riding the car. But Justin Corral just.
It looked like it was. I mean, like, these cars are on the edge of grip anyway. It looked like it just lost grip, and he just managed to regain control, because you see the back squirming around. He was just like braking, he was turning, and yeah, that was good skills there.
Now, that has not helped them, because that effectively destroyed their flying lap, and it's that run was destroyed. So it now means that they're probably going to have one shot here, aren't they, Ian? If they want to try and snap pole from Ryan, as we see Centurion just move up a place into.
Yeah. So if you're on our outlap now, I mean, what are we looking at? We're looking at 140 roughly, 138, 140 for a lap, and we've got 4 minutes left. So an outlap will take around about 140. So
a bit more than that. So I think we've seen as high as 150, 155.
Yeah, so I mean that's starting to get close to the end of qualifying, so there's not a great deal. Yeah, I think it's pretty much one lap. I think you're right. Good assessment.
Thank you. So one attempt, one flying lap is all that Aquila Racing Aqua have. They're getting very up close and personal with the barrier there, as we saw Ryan just improving. Hashtag. They're up a place into 9th. This is what it is all coming down to at Watkins Glen. One attempt. Oh no, and that could be qualifying over and for them, as the Aquila just running heavily wide. They're out of turn 1. And could this mean that Mike Dam is going to take pole? He is on an outlap. Aquila, I'm not sure. This is going to be incredibly close. They can get round and across the line, but where the session ends, I'm not sure if they're going to fit in that flying lap, and I think they know it, and they've abandoned it, Ian, by the looks of things. I think they're still stationary in the pit lane.
Yeah, it does look like it. And Mike Dam is coming around the boot now, so he will just about have time to complete a lap, I think.
Yeah,
he's just going to squeak it.
Yeah, he'll be fine for completing a lap. Likewise, so will Avensis.
Oh, no, he won't.
117. Oh, no, he's abandoning his lap as well. Knowing that, obviously, Aquila are in the pits, so clearly not feeling the threat to Avensis 117. Currently in third and 3 tenths behind them. Just watching Orion close out their lap. The JRT team, they are currently in 6th place. It looks like a quick one. Just a bit of collision with the barrier on exit. And
Yeah,
that's
he knew.
the lap off.
Yeah.
So they're not going to improve. What can Hashtag do? They're currently in 9th. And they're slower by 100th of a second, Ian.
Mm-hmm.
Let's now watch the Avensis. They are on an outlap. The last couple of corners, so they are just going to, I think, squeeze over. They're going to be able to finish off this lap. Now, are we going to see a final twist in the tail? Can somebody snatch pole? As we also see the Avensis 119 Porsche now.
There you go, 4 tenths slower. What are we going to see?
Now, that was their outlap, so...
Oh, they're not going to have there's not enough time to finish.
They might be able to. I think they will do, because they'll have. Drivers do have a little bit of grace past the end of the time as well.
Oh, you can see that BMW squirming under the forces it's being asked to give.
Wenzel giving it all and so more. Now, what can they do to improve? And I'm just
watching the tower.
39.0. Oh, that was a 1:39.0. So unable to improve for them.
It's nearly a whole second faster. That's excellent.
Now, who else we've got? So we've got World of Sim Racing. Not looking too spectacular on this lap, and I'm not sure we're going to see any improvements here, Ian.
No, this BM that looks is
now these guys behind. So these are Backmarker Racing, Razzle, they are going quicker against their personal best. So, but they're abandoning it as well. So just leads us to the 119, who don't look like they're improving much themselves, Ian, and getting onto the grass there. See them abandon their lap. No, they're going for it. Oh, wow. The connection with the barrier and exit, giving it all and some more, not leaving it all on the line here. And that is slower. So no improvement from them, and they'll be able to, get an improvement really during that last stint there, Ian.
No, I wonder if have we got any data on the track? I wonder if the track temperature is creeping up. There's that. You see that dude on the start-finish line there? He's got the arm muscles of a superhero. He just does not stop waving that flag.
He doesn't.
I wonder whether the temperature had crept up a little bit.
Now, your prediction is correct. I've just got the thermometer out here, and track temperature has gone up by 1 degree. So not a massive amount, but clearly enough just to unsettle them. And now, qualifying is just coming to a close. So we'll be able to bring you the official results of that. Now, if you want to have a little look at the live timing sheets as the race goes on, there is a link in chat right now where you can check in with how things are progressing throughout the race here. So we've got, just to bring you some highlights, there is obviously Sicania on pole in LMP1, the lone LMP1 we have here, so it'll be a relatively quiet race for them. Fuga on pole in LMP2, and Orion on pole in GTE. And I'd love to hear your predictions in chat as to who you think will come out on top in the next 8 hours. It sounds crazy to say 8 hours, Ian, but it seems to fly by with a blink of an eye.
It does sometimes, you're right. It really does. And you think, you look at your watch and you got, that's a work day, basically. It's a full work day. It's when you get to work and you have your coffee, you have your lunch, you go home, and then that's done. And
now, Ian, we have got you just see it on the bottom of your screen right now, viewers.
Yeah.
We have got Stuart's announcement. So an incident in qualification between Avensis 119 and Hashtag. Well, they had a bit of a coming together. It was dangerous driving, but no contact. And the team penalised were Hashtag Racing. Let's take you through your grid. Of course, that lone LMP1, Kenya Endurance Motorsport. Into LMP2, we've got Fuga on pole with Hashtag alongside on that front row of the grid. Race Fox are in third place with Elite Racing Team joining for company. Then it is Vector by RSR. They're starting fifth with 524 International on the third row grid. On the fourth row, it's World of Sim Racing Team with FTR Esports Red. Fifth, then we've got Stage 1 Racing Senior and Stage 1 Racing Orange. Fifth row, rounding out your top 10. Then it is Antagonistic Racing Team Orange with boosted LMP2. Disappointing performance by them in the LMP2 in 12th. And rounding out your grid in LMP2, it is Stage 1 Racing Junior. Then we have got Orion. We're just updating the grid. Here we go. So in GTE, number 15 on the grid and pole position, it is Orion Race Team. They've got Aquilia Racing Aqua on the front row with them. Then it's Avensis 117. They've got the Aquilia Racing Cyan car for company on the second row of the grid. Let's follow in with similar powers of the same team starting just behind them directly on the grid with Avensis 119 forming up with Orion Race Team JRT on the third row in GTE. Then it's Maniti with 27 Motorsports BMW of Barbosa for company alongside. Then it's Hashtag Racing with JD Sim Racing, 23rd and 24th, with their racing team Black and 27 Motorsport White just behind them. WS Racing Esports, they've got Chicane Online Racing Red. A disappointing qualifying from them. Be interesting to see how they come through the field. Not the best of qualifiers, but strong on race pace. We've seen some great battles from them all season. World of Sim Racing Team, they've got Centurion Ferrari alongside for company. Then it's JD Sim Racing, another team qualifying a little bit further down. They've got Chicane Online Racing Purple for company. Then it's Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle with the boosted GTE, followed by Chicane Online Racing Orange and .exe, rounding out your grid on the final row. Now, to take you through a race hour one, just heading into the commentary booth, we're handing over to him. It's James Parfitt. Welcome along, and I think I'm going to go off for a little bit of a break now, and I shall be joining yourself a little bit later on.
All right, Tim, thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. Welcome in. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you, James. Yeah, I'm really good. Just chilling, just waiting for the excitement about the start of the race, and it looking like they are doing their procession lap now. So I think, are you ready? Are you suitably G'd up?
I'm always ready, Ian. We're literally going to be heading down the back straight short at the moment, and then we're going to be into the outer loop shoot section of the circuit. So you had a very eventful qualifying, Ian. I was keeping an eye on it while I was getting myself ready. It seemed an exciting one.
Yeah, in as far as qualifying goes, because there's no real racing, but still, everyone's still trying to do hot laps. There was a few near misses. I don't know if you saw that Porsche.
Yes.
The blue Porsche just sweeping round a car that had clearly done a bit of a pirouette in the middle of the track with excellent reactions.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an exciting one. Unfortunately, with the only one LMP1 car in the field at the moment, Thomas Berlin from Chicane Online Racing Orange has jumped into the pits. So it'd be interesting to see if we can find out what unfortunately has happened there to him. When we normally see this stage, Ian, it's normally some form of hardware failure that we see quite early on, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I think drivers, if there's the slightest chance of a failure, then it's probably worth dealing with now, because you've got 8 hours to try and make up any time, rather than trying to muddle through until there's only an hour left. So you can fully understand that strategy, if that is indeed the case.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best way to do it. You deal with the issue straight away, rather than having it hit you within the first lap or the first corner, and it unfortunately,
that too.
into a big pile up into everybody else, unfortunately, because not everybody else is aware.
James, if I may, I've just been doing some sig maths on the power of the cars that we've got here. So we've got 20,292 horsepower on the grid for you fact fans.
For all your fat fans at home, Ian will be bringing you all the up-to-date facts throughout the race, as you can see.
If you're really struggling to get to sleep, I'm your man.
Yeah, there you go. Ian bringing us all. As you can see, the lone LMP1 is heading round the last corner and on the straight. He's going to be a very quiet 8 hours for them, but they are underway. There you go. Sacania Racing is leading. There you go. Props to them for leading. I couldn't really say anything else. So Mads Gravesen in Fuga LMP2 is leading us away as we head down the start-finish straight, heading down into the first corner. You can see we're too wide going back there with second and third from #Racing and Kevin Croncy there. And we see a spinner car number 96 as Elite Racing Team have gone off in the first corner. He's trying to get back and running before the GTEs. And here they come, Mike Dam in Orion Racing. Out in front at the moment, down into the first corner. Justin Corral from Aquila Racing Aqua tucked up behind him. Aventus Racing 117. You can see the cars running wide. A big slide from Chicane Online Racing Red at the back in the Ferrari. He got really out of shape coming up through the first corner, accelerating out as we come up the hill. And along the back straight at the moment, well, Ian, fairly clean so far.
Yeah, that's all good to see, and it's kind of what we expect from this series. It's been clean most of the way, so I'm looking forward to. It was looking like there was a little bit late braking going on there, but yeah, I'm looking forward to a good clean race here, as they say, if I may not coin a phrase.
Yeah, as you can see, we've got Kevin Cronsley there from Race Fox, new team to the series for this race. They are currently in third place. Matt Gravesen from Fuga are in first. Philip Silvera from #in second, and Race Fox in third. And there's Timothy van der Broek from Stage 1 Racing Orange down 8 positions at the moment in 9th place. Car number 94 there. Bit of a rough first lap for them as we see go jump on board with 27 Motorsport João Santos in the BMW. There you go with too wide as you're coming round the hill section. Now we aptly named this corner the ankle on Thursday night's ESS, so we're going to round off the whole leg as we're coming round the last second from last corner down. We're going to be tucked right up behind the back of Aquila Racing Porsche there from Danny Thompson, the leader of the GTE, and currently at the moment as well. So Ian, we're settling in now. We've got round the first lap. We've not had any major chaos, which is always good when we see it. As you can see,
producer Sean's just letting us know that Van der Broek has crashed, I believe. I don't know if we'll get a replay of that shortly. Sorry to cut you short there, James. You spoke too soon, it seems. Yeah. Unless the commentators curse this again.
Yeah, unfortunately that is on that one. But as I say, I'm sure Timothy van der Broek will be underway, and we do have 8 hours for them to catch up and deal with that situation, as we've well known previously from previous events. Sometimes, as we've seen with Vector by RSR, you can spin out, be at the back of the field, and come back through and win. So, you know, we've see that as well. As you see Niels Kort from Chicane Online Racing Red going around outer loop. He's going to be heading down into Chute at the moment. We've got the Porsche Danny Thompson on our inside at the moment. We're going to be going round the Chute and off round the toe. He's tucked up right behind, coming down into the hill section. We're going to be hard on the brakes. There we go. He's trying. Is he going to get it done? They're still side by side, guys, going down the short aptly named Boot straight, coming down into the hill, hard on the brakes. We're going to be side by side again. Too wide, going round the second to last. Oh, as we see the Ferrari of, I believe that was Centurion Racing running slightly in deep there. But Chicane Online Racing Red and Cedric Fawcett from Orion Race Team are having an absolute epic battle as they come around the last second to last corner, heading down onto the start finishing straight. And we're going to be going around another lap. Ian, looks like these are going to be following, I'm probably predicting, along the back straight. Yep.
I always like a good charge up the S's, it's so to speak, if I may. It's just such a lovely lovely sweeping right and then left, and you have to judge it right, because if you bounce off the curbs badly, particularly in the P2s, I think the curbs on, from memory, the curbs on the first curb can really put you out of line, and then there's lots of walls, because the reason there's high barriers there is because it goes over a bridge, so there's the entry road into the kind of racetrack over there, so so you need a lot of protection, so it's actually quite dangerous there if things go wrong.
Yeah, as we see Thomas Mocek from JD Sim Racing making his way through the field in the GTE AM section. He's just cleared the Verve Racing Team Black of Nicholas Reeves there as well, as we saw as they were coming round through outer loop. He's currently 4th in class overall. It's going to be interesting to see what they can do. I'm guessing they're in a bit of an unrelative position for Thomas Mocek. He's normally further up the field, so he's going to be battling his way through, Ian. It's going to be interesting. Keep an eye on him and see where he ends up at the end of the 8 hours, really.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's a stalwart warrior, isn't he? So, it's going to be good to see. Yeah,
it was to see Roy Mass there trying to get up the inside of the World of Sim Racing team car, coming along the back slope, going round into the chute section. Unfortunately, didn't make it stick this time around. Predicting it's going to be a next lap option unless the car in front runs wide, and that will allow the Stage 1 Racing Senior LMP2 car to go through. Now, if my memory serves me correctly, Ian, I'm on there, understand, isn't Roy Mass normally, don't we normally see him in a Porsche GTE? I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I can get confirmation. I believe he.
I'm going to have to rely on your memory for that, actually, James.
I think if I remember last time out at Silverstone, he was in a Porsche GTE.
I've been away from the commentary booth for 2 or 3 weeks now, probably 2-3 months actually. So I'm not really sure what he.
Yeah, so I definitely believe he was in a Porsche GTE. We see Maximilian Bandian from Centurion Racing Team taking the outside line, a backmarker racing razzle dazzle down into the chute, coming down into toe now. The right-hander, they're side by side round toe as they're going to be heading down the boot straight. Yeah, it looks like Maximilian has got the job done there on backmarker racing dazzle as well. As you can see in the background, Thomas Mocek from JD Sim Racing is too wide. There's literally 5 cars within a hair's breadth of each other, all trying to fight for the same bit of track. And at the moment, with 8 minutes to go, these guys, there are some 8 minutes gone. Sorry, not 8 minutes to go, because I was going to say we're not, done the 7 hours already. As we got 8 minutes gone, these guys are keeping it nice and clean for us, but they are providing the best racing that we've seen this early on as they're heading down along the start-finish straight. They're going to be coming down into the first corner. We're going to be looking for the 100 board. There's a move. Donnie Thompson has just lost a place, unfortunately. I believe that was... He looks like he's going to be losing another one as well from Centurion Racing as they're side-by-side up through the S's. They're going through the left. It looks like the job is going to be done. Is he going to be tucked in? Thompson might get him on the draft as he has. There is a straw of cars. Danny Thompson is being absolutely swamped. They're going 3 wide. Oh, is this going to be clean? Is this going to be an accident with Chicane, Online Racing, Purple, Backmarker Racing, JD Slim Racing? .exe are there as well, and it's absolutely excellent driving from all of the teams involved to make that 3 wide. Danny Thompson, we're predicting, must have had a slowdown because he was losing places hand over foot there, and unfortunately,
I wondered.
Yeah,
I wondered whether, because he was coming into that second bend on the S's, he backed out to avoid an accident, and because you're going uphill, if everyone else is flat on the throttle and you backed out and you get back on it, that might well have provoked the same kind of situation, because he would just not got up to speed. And as you get into the end of that straight, at the top before you head to the outer loop, his speed would have been probably 10 or 20k lower than everyone else, which might explain the severe loss of place there. I'm kind of spitballing here.
Yeah, you see Thomas Mocek is back up into 3rd in class overall in the GTE AM. He's coming up behind the backmarker racing car there as well. Car number 224. We're side by side. We've got Sakanya Racing going past us. Is Thomas Mocek going to commit to the inside on turn one? He has. He's got a lot better exit. But that has jeopardized chicane, the backmarker razzle dazzle to the .exe Porsche. Side by side up through the S's section. This is going to be very close if they can keep this clean. All the way through, going down the back straight. They're clean at the moment. They're side by side, too wide. They're going to be predicting they're going to have the .exe Porsche in the middle. There you go. We are currently 3 wide going into outer loop. How is this going to end up? We will find out very shortly. Thomas Mocek does the right thing, backs out and tucks in behind the Porsche there. Nicholas Reeves of Verve Racing Team Black is pushing. He's not pushing on. He's under pressure from 27 Motorsports. I believe that's Luis Barbosa currently on board for them as they're heading round Chute and coming down into tow. It's going to be Porsche from BMW into tow, second gear. And on we go, and for the next lap there, we go on board with Race Fox. They've currently got 524 International, welcoming them closely to this series. They're not far away from the back, as well as 2.67 off to hashtag Racing Philip Silvera up front there. And Max Gravison is out in the lead in Fuga Simsport LMP2. So while the Sim Racing tucked up behind FTR at the moment, the gaps are very close, as you can see currently on your timing tower on the left-hand side. Ian, to be fair, when you know, from the attitude of the from us as drivers and from endurance races, you know, we are only 11 minutes in. Are we now looking at that stage where we're settling into our race, trying to take our lines, or do we still have almost that sprint mentality where we're trying to push forward there? As we see Justin Correll currently here, I'll be with you in 2 seconds, battling it out with Mike Dam coming round into outer loop. These guys are currently 0.29 seconds for P1 in GTE overall. And they're coming down into Chute, and it's still, as they were currently, Mike Dam out in the lead from Justin Correll. We've got the Canadian out in the lead from the American in second place currently. So, Ian, going back to my question, while we keep an eye on this battle, do we think we're settling into a long race now, or are we still in that sprint mentality, trying to get our car as far forward as possible?
Yeah, I think, right, so all the tyres have warmed up, so those first lap nerves have kind of vanished. I don't know if you have those, I definitely do. But also, I think we can see from the strategic back out, as we were coming into that, you know, we were coming up 3 wide across past the bus stop that was, into the outer loop, and the Ferrari backed off. That was clearly a long-term strategic move rather than just like hanging on for dear life and going 3 wide into that outer loop and potentially causing an accident. I mean, that was like, it's fair racing, it's good racecraft, it's good strategy, and I think to answer your question long-windedly, yes.
Right. Okay.
I think everyone's settled in. Sorry.
So there we go. We've got a Chris Rowlands-esque answer there from Ian. When you ask Chris for 2 words, he gives you 2.5 paragraphs. So off we go. Down the back straight. So we're down the back straight with Mike Dam from Orion Race Team and Justin Correll from Aquilia Racing. We are line astern, going round outer loop, looking down and coming into Chute. We've got different lines. They mentioned it earlier in commentary that there are different lines that the cars can take around this track, which allows them to do the 2 and 3 side-by-side racing that we've seen this early on. As we go round toe and off down the short, the boot straight. There you go. We've got an information message on the bottom of the screen. Car number 96, that's Elite Racing Team. Race car infringement. There they are on screen currently. They have been given a warning for a race start infringement. So it'd be interesting if we can find out, if we can get a roving reporter on it and find out what the situation was there. But they've been given, unfortunately, a warning this early on. Now, really, you don't want to be, I suppose, in a long-term game here, and you know, penalties.
Sim, James.
Don't want them.
It's not a game, James. Sim.
I meant in a long-term game, as in, you know.
Oh, I see what you mean. Sorry, I was too quick to jump on you there.
Yeah, tactics here, tactics. Come on. You know, if you are going to get a penalty, I suppose you kind of want to get it out of the way now, don't you? It gives you 8 hours, you know what I mean?
Again, Ideally, no, but yes. Ideally, not at all, but yes, absolutely.
Yeah, we've got 77,524 Racing and Hashtag Racing very close together on the first corner. They're up through the S's currently as they are. Hashtag Racing car number 92 is in front from 524, but we're going to see this move. They're going side by side. He's coming out very earlier on as well. They're very early. He's committed to that. He's going to be boxed in by that Porsche. We've got free wide. I believe that's Race Fox as well. Taking this free wide, coming down into the outer loop. GTE on the outside. Oh, they've all managed to get through. Race Fox has jumped up a position though. He jumped up in a Hashtag in that melee. Hashtag got boxed in by the Porsche GTE on the outside. And now Race Fox has got into the mix and got that job done. And we're going to be seeing the same situation. That was what we were talking about earlier on with traffic management. Using their cars as we go back on board with Toby Ward from the boosted GTE car in the Corvette, the only Corvette in the field. So it's going to be the quickest 4 cars and an LMP2 in there as well. Here he goes, we're coming down into tow. Oh, he's lost out there, unfortunately. That LMP2 car, number 44. We've got Marco Razzle Dazzle, JD Sim Racing, Thomas Mochet there side by side. Currently coming down into the start finish, up into the aptly named ankle that we named it on Thursday, over the top. Why have we called it that? Because you can roll it in that corner quite easily and off into the second from last corner. These guys are very close together. This is the battle for 14th and 15th. JD Sim Racing from Thomas Mocek and this is currently for second and third in class within their class, but 14th and 15th overall. There you go. I'll get my words out. Wow, a barnstorm in a few minutes of this race, Ian, and you know it's not looking like it's easing up. It looks like these guys have still got their foot to the pedal, and away we go.
So also, there's a direct example of what you were asking earlier. Have people settled in and how they're getting on as a sprint race? That green Ferrari was the one that backed out on the outer loop 2 laps before, and now it's made up the position and safely. And yeah, so there you go. That's a really good example of to give some truth to the idea.
As we see Antagonistic Racing and Boosted Motorsport there battling it out for 10th and 11th in class. I see Boosted haven't got Alex Neller this week as well. I believe that I saw a message earlier on from the guys at Boosted saying they are still pedaling along as fast as they can possibly go. Jump ball hashtag Racing's got car number 71 from EJ O'Donnell Lines from Vector by RSR. Still rocking their pink livery. As we said, we'd normally see them in the green lines on the car. They've still got their pink livery. It's a special edition livery. I believe that's their charity livery. Now as we're coming up behind hashtag Racing, Philip Silvera, EJ O'Donnell Lines up 1 on his qualifying position, coming up through the S's section. Early start. We're going to be... There you go. We've got Alexander Kramer from WS Racing Esports 1 behind the 27 Motorsport car, Aquilia Racing, of Danny Thompson, who unfortunately we think backed out, got a slowdown, and he is dropping places at an exponential rate. You know, Ian, earlier on we touched on with Danny Thompson, it's possible he backed out, so therefore he's not as fast, but he's dropping places really quite quick. He's lost it to Luis Barbosa as well. He's put himself down 4th in class, and he's looking like the WS Racing Sport team is going to make, the esports team is going to make the move as well. Any ideas?
Yeah, I mean,
what's happening there? Can we give the viewers an idea of why Danny Thompson has dropped down so much?
He seems to be losing places on the long straights, up hills, and so I wonder whether he's got an extra click of downforce on there, just so he can try and make up times in these tight corners. You know, the outer loop is quite a fast corner. The toe's really tight, the heel's really tight. So I wonder whether that was his thinking. But if that is true, it's not really working out, because that extra bit of downforce is really hobbling him for top speed. Yeah,
so Toby Ward is coming up behind him as well. He looks like he's reeling them in from Boosted Motorsport. There as well, Verve Racing Team Black, in the Corvette. So we're going Maximilian Van Dien from Centurion Racing. They're still on 10th currently as well. They are in 10th in the field. They've got the Orion Racing JRT tucked up right behind them, as you can see on screen currently. Coming down into the first corner, we're going to be looking for the exit. There's the curb. We want to get back on before that little corner of grass, so we don't get our 1X. But we look back. This will give you an ideal perception of the closing speeds from the Porsche behind, hitting onto the long back straight. As you see, we're not using bus stop chicane. So here we go now. We've got him right behind us. Out it pulls. Is this going to be job done for the Orion team going into outer loop? It looks like, oh, he's taken a lot of the brakes, took the grass, and that's never working out in the iRacing. That was lucky from him. Lucky Centurion gave him the room there, because otherwise that could have been, unfortunately, Orion going, well, so,
again, though, it's... sorry, carry on, James.
No, go for it.
Again, though, it's down to the race strategy, because, like, why wouldn't you give him the room? Because if you don't, then you're both going to come off badly, and then that's just, like, not race over, but you're all going to be messing around in the pits, getting your spanners out and with the hammers and banging everything straight again. So, like, give him space. You may lose a space, and there's 7.5 hours left. So, yeah. Why not?
That was to see Luis Barbosa from Bleeds 27 Motorsports just got past Nicholas Reeves on. So Reeves is dropping back, quite a quick rate. Is this the same thing we've got with Danny Thompson? As you see, Tom Voss and Rico Wenzel side by side going up the long back straight. They're going to be side by side right about now. We've got the grunt of the BMW. And this Porsche of Tom Voss from Avensis heading down into outer loop, and that is it. Maniti Racing of Rico Wenzel, ISRC GTE, has got the job done. It's currently moved up into third overall in the class, and I think we're going to see a lot of that today, Ian, aren't we? We're going to see a lot of outer loop passing. I'm not expecting many dives, should we say, in really any other places, because you have kind of got that long straight coming up, for you to be able to aid the pass.
Yeah, and outer loop is one of those corners that has many different lines because it's so big. You could probably, I don't know, there's probably maybe 3 or 4 different lines you could take, all within 500, a couple of hundredths of each other. So yeah, I fully believe that you're correct there.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. As the race goes on, I'm sure we'll probably see it here as we see the closing speed of EJ O'Donnell Lines, Philip Silvera, #racing, 0.464243, and that's the advantages of that straight. If you can keep it close to the car in front, you can generally get the job done. And I think that's what's surprising me, Ian, about Danny Thompson down in the GTE field. Even though he's being overtaken, he's still not managing to hold the draft behind the cars. And I think, as you say, if he is carrying that extra bit of wing, that's not really aiding him. And I'm not quite sure what they can get that done throughout the race. But if that's where he's going to keep losing places, it's going to keep going down. He's going to be dropping down the field rather rapidly and could find himself at the back because everybody else is running at that wing, are they?
I mean, it's purely conjecture at this point. There might be something else going on. Who knows? But to me, that seems the most likely explanation because it's only on the straights he's losing it. So I wonder whether he should just come in and when the driver swap, jig the settings around a little bit and try again.
Yeah, as we still got EJ O'Donnell Lines being chased down.
It could just be maybe he's not getting good exits out of turn 1. And if you don't get a good exit out of turn 1, you're a couple of kilometers slower. Then by the time you get up the top of the hill, you're probably about 20 slower. So it may just be that too.
Well, let's hope them guys on the board with Danny Thompson from Aquilia Racing Cyan can deal with that issue because they are losing places at an exponential rate currently at this moment in time. We've still got Vector by RSR. EJ O'Donnell Lines, Philippe Silvera, #racing, dropped off a little bit. We're back out to 0.65. I know that may not seem a lot to viewers but 0.65 of a second in racing allows now that we're probably going to see this overtake from Vector by RSR, but we're going to see Hashtag Racing stuck behind him, and unfortunately he's not going to have to wait until the exit, which jeopardizes his line out, and that's the difference as well. And that's where we're looking down with 25 minutes gone. We're going to start seeing gaps appearing, cars mixing it up with the GTEs. So we still got, and we got the LMP2s will be looking at coming into the pits, but we've got back marker Razzle Dazzle, Verve Racing Team Black. Fires are going round turn one. They both got the same long wide exit, getting it back on before that little corner of the grass. It gives you the 1X up through the Essex, Verve Racing Team Black. Back marker Razzle Dazzle. Here we go. This is going to be a freeway as well. WS Racing Esports is involved. Here we go. He's on our left at the screen. We've got Verve Racing Team Black on the right. He gets the job done, but unfortunately, the Verve Racing Team Black loses out and loses space to back marker Razzle Dazzle, and they managed to get on their bike and away from them, going round toe. I'm guessing that might have been a completely different angle to see WS run wide. That allows Verve Racing Team Black to close back up. There you go. You see the back battle behind him, Ian.
Yeah, he missed his braking point coming into the chute a little bit and carried a little bit too much speed there and had to run wide just to maintain line. So, but just thinking while we're looking back here, interrupt me if we need. I was just looking at the various sizes of the cars. That BMW is massive, so its sheer size makes it difficult to pass. And I know we're not really with the BM at the moment, but I think it's in front of this pack of three that we're currently looking at. Yep. There it is. But when they get up to it, I think it's just a really wide car, and it makes it a little bit more difficult. And any advantage you can gain, then you use, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's the thing with traffic management. We've talked about it all the way through this series, using the cars in front, and we saw a perfect example with the two LMPs there who got boxed in by the GTE. That allowed it, unfortunately, then losing 2 places. Coming down into turn one, we've got backmarked Razzle Dazzle, WS Racing Esports, Verve Racing Team Black. And then we've got, I believe that's the LMP2 of Fuga coming up behind us as well, up through the S's onto the straight. Hopefully this will get the job done and Fuga won't cause these guys much of an issue. He's looking at taking the outside line. His backmarker Razzle Dazzle seen him, they have. But this allows WS Racing Esports to pull out, try and use the job. Oh, backmarker Razzle Dazzle kind of put his nose, chopped him off there. I was like, you're not using that, but he has run wide. That's allowed WS Racing through and Racing Black. They gained a lot of time, and unfortunately, due to backmarker Razzle Dazzle closing in, missing his braking point into the outer loop, that unfortunately allowed the other 2 cars as well. But then we've got the Vector by RSR hashtag Racing Battle joining, coming up to the back of these guys, and currently, Ian, we're going to see a lot of inter-class mix all the way through this, but they're very close together at the moment. And are we going to see, with the guys from GTEs battling, are we going to see accidents where they might not see the LMP2s?
Yeah, I hope so. But I mean, like, these guys, we're deep into the season now, and even if there was a little bit of inexperience when they started, they've been doing a lot of racing now, so you'd hope there would be a lot of anticipation for trying to spot these dead tiny little pocket rocket LMP2s coming through and hiding in their blind spots. So, but then your spotter will also be you'll be relying on your spotter somewhat as well to say, listen, there's a little tiny LMP2 just behind you. Just be really careful. So I think most of the teams seem to be on top of that these days.
Yeah, now I'd like to point out as well, Ian, if you haven't watched that broadcast battles, just stay aboard with the Thomas Motec Chicane Online Racing Purple Battle, going around outer loop, now heading down into chute. They're moving out the way from the Vector by RSR. Now, if you haven't caught up with previous races, as you know, I have my secret source of information who DMs me regularly throughout the race, passing me on little tidbits regarding the teams and what's happening. He's just been on my DMs again. He's come out with information of Danny Thompson losing spots is not abnormal. He's very cautious, and maybe saving tyres and fuel. So they may, my secret source of information informs me they may be looking at going longer than others and trying to limit what we're expecting of stints through this
what's
race.
What's the average pit time on the Glen for these cars then, and the refueling time? We haven't got any data on that yet, have we?
Give me 2 seconds on that, Ian. We've got Mike Down, Justin Corriel from Aquila Racing, Aqua going down into outer loop. They've closed up right out the back of each other. We've also got Rico Wenzel in the BMW from Miniti joining this battle, and also Aventus Racing we are going to have very shortly. We're looking at a 4-way battle for the lead in the GTEs overall. These guys are all very close together. As you see, hashtag Racing making a move on Race Fox. Then that position has been done from Race Fox there. Could be possibly the GTEs. This is JD Sim Racing from Chicane Online Racing Purple. That's another move into outer loop. They're using that back straight well. The Ferrari at the hands of Thomas Mocek are really using the back straight to their advantage. They're closing in the correct positions and staying close where they have to get that exit out of turn 1 and up the hill. As we can see, we've got Backmarker Razzle Dazzle, Verve Racing Team Black, and then we've got LMP2 car number 99. That is currently Antagonistic Racing involved, flashing mentally to try and get through. Unfortunately for him, these guys are having a battle. You're going to have to pick and choose your spaces where you can, because otherwise it's going to end up in disaster with 7.5 hours to go, Ian. Referring to your... It's 4 in GTE. There's a 4 on school. I'll give you a quick reference to your information, Ian. The other day in the ESS, it was a 30-second pit lane, about a 15 to 16 second stops overall, just under 1 minute for a pit stop.
Is that just for tyres, or is that fuel too?
Well, that's just a little bit of fuel to get to the end of a sprint race. So
right, fair dues.
You'll have to extend that a little bit, because these guys are going to be filling up tanks every single stop. Okay, so
I believe these cars have they've ran about the same size fuel tanks. It's around about 96 litres. I believe all the cars fill at the same rate in iRacing. And it's 9 litres a second, so that's 10 seconds to fill the tank to brim it, roughly. So that's that's around about 10 seconds to fill the tank. Tyre change. James, have you got any information on the tyre change?
Look, as I say, I think the overall pit time, if we do both, because obviously tyres happen at the same time as fuel.
Probably we're looking around about 56 seconds, I reckon. Let's see how far off we are. 56 seconds. Yeah, let's have a quick bet then, James. Go on. I reckon 56. What are you going for?
Yeah, 50. I'm going to say 54.3, just to stick my nose out and be different. And use my decimal places. Why not?
Let's write this down just so that we don't forget.
Yeah, right down. We'll see who's right. As we see, Race Fox in third place in the LMP2
in
series
56.
Coming up behind 524 International up through the S's. Ian's was frantically writing down our predictions for pit stop.
So you said 53.4, did you?
54.3.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
There we go. Got it already.
It's important. Hey, that's close. In any bet, that's close. The bookmakers will either pay out on that or they won't, because they'll turn around and say you're a second out, Ian. Let's get it right.
Yeah, it's right now. It's right. It's sorted. I'm glad I checked. There we go.
So as we see, the Centurion Racing and the Orion Race Team JRT up through the S's, taking the last long right-hander, going down the back straight. Here we go. He's tucked up right behind him. I'm not too sure he's going to be looking. He hasn't got that aggressive body language that we've seen in cars where they stick the nose out and make it known that they're going to be there as well. We've got Ben Gregory in YouTube chat. Full pit lane time for a full service is 90 seconds on the pit lane minimum for GTE. 30 seconds for tyres, says Alpha Racing. 35 seconds for fuel, says Ben Gregory. So there you go. From there, Ian, if you can do the sums from all that information, me and you could be way out. So
looks like
we'll just have to see. We've got Adam Hedgecock on the back of the LMP2 field. Timothy van der Broek from Stage 1 Racing Orange is in front of us, trying to go round the Verve Racing Team Black Porsche. We stay online The Porsche doesn't move, making it a little more contented body language of the car from Adam Hedgecott there for Boosted, as we now see Lewis Barbosa. How are we doing here? How's your maths? Are you quick maths?
So I think, James, we're both out of a tenner each, basically, because the so you say in the pit lane, the pit lane is 30 seconds, 30 seconds for tyres, and 35 seconds for fuel. So that's 90 to 95 seconds. So the Ben Gregory said minimum 90, so 90 to 95 seconds, maybe 100 seconds. So way out. In fact, half.
There you go. Obviously, from the sprint race we were watching the other day, it was about that time. So, but there you go. Timothy van der Broek is still leading in the front of Boosted Motorsport. They're battling 12th and 13th in class. As we know, Boosted do not have the Alex Nella, the rocket in the team. The other guys are doing an absolutely amazing job, pedaling as fast as they can, I believe, with somebody posting a Flintstones gif underneath of the whole team, pedaling off the bottom of the Flintstones car, which I found rather quite amusing to myself when I was getting ready to come on. But as we can see, the racing, Stage 1 Racing junior team coming up behind the senior. We discuss this every race with these two teams. We do wonder if there's a little bit of the juniors can't pass the seniors, or the seniors have got to let the juniors through. Do we think that kind of interaction goes on amongst these teams, Ian? Do you know what I mean?
Well, so you're talking teams orders. I mean, well, you just can't tell from the outside. You need your mole to go and have a word to find out, because it depends on how well the team gets on. So if they get on famously, then there could be a juggling of championship positions. So it's just like, oh, you guys can go through this time, and then you guys can't. So we've got two people into pits as well, James. I'll let you take one.
Yeah, we've got Vector by RSR and I believe Fuga Simsport. So we'll find out how far these pit lane times are going. That puts 524 International and Race Fox up into first and second. I wouldn't be surprised currently, as we're heading round toe, that these guys will be looking at diving in as well, unless they're looking at the fact they have got quite a bit of clean air. They will and should ideally make another lap. The only car they've possibly got is Alto Rios in World of Sim Racing BMW, 5th overall in the GTE AM. He's looking like the only one that could possibly be in the front of these guys. He's heading around the last corner now. These guys are coming up to the second to last. So it'd be interesting to see if 524 look at diving in, or they're going to look at going again. He stayed to the right-hand side, and I believe the steward's announcement earlier said if you stay to the right on the inside, hit your pitting in button. And it looks like 524 have done that successfully. That releases Race Fox in P1 of LMP2 now. They've got quite a lot of clean track. And probably going to do themselves favors by going out again, as have hashtag racing. I mean, looking at the track map, there's that clean gap, isn't there, behind the gaggle of cars. If they're going to be in pits for a minute long, as we're predicting, I think the current pit lane times for Max Gravison of Fuga and Vector by RSR are 1 minute free. So, there you go. They're all on screen for you. 1 minute 4, 1 minute 3. So to be fair, Ian, I said 54.3. We're not, we're not far out. We're like,
just to be clear though, we were talking about GTEs, which is what Ben Gregory was giving us the GTE times.
He didn't notice that, Ian. We don't tell him that bit. We just say that the pit. Just say the cars.
Yeah, we were. Tell you what, we're right. We're close. We're right. It's fine. There's nothing to see here.
Nothing to see, Ben Gregory. The guys, the commentating team at TSS have got the pit lane times out by 8 seconds. Not the 30 something that we're predicting.
So just a bit more, kind of more serious. That's like 2/3 of a lap, roughly, isn't it? It's kind of like 2/3 of a lap. So that big gap is round about. If we're looking here, looks about 1/3 of a lap. So yes, that could well be closed if you're juggling positions and things like that.
Well,
so
we are just about to find out as Race Fox have gone into the pits. We're expecting Luis Silveira, unless they've done an excellent job of fuel saving. They've dived in as well. Now, third place is currently Fuga. They're heading round low. They were obviously first before the pit started, going round the back of the boot. Now, they've had a little bit of traffic. So has this affected them as we head round hill and up to the commentators named Ankle Corner, second gear, looking at taking the inside line from the JD Sim Racing Porsche there. Chicane Online Racing Red Ferrari in front of us. There you go. That's a job done for them. Now, the guys are still stationary. I think, to be fair, Race Fox have still got another, predicting 10 seconds on their pits with the exit. It looks like Fuga are going to retain the lead. There you go. They've retaken the lead. Now, is that good to put the 524 car in front of Race Fox?
Goodness me.
Oh, they're really close, though, on the exit. You can see it on screen. Yeah. Kevin Crosney and Race Fox and Fuga Simsport. Mads Gravison 2 wide, up through the last section. The move is on. They're on the right. Race Fox on your left. Fuga. Fuga tucks in behind it. Race Fox got that job done very early on.
Fuga looking to eke out that last little bit as well as you're coming up the top as they crest the rise before coming down.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be a lot later into outer loop than it was.
There we go.
Fuga are going up the inside.
He's maintained the speed, yeah, and there's lots of space given.
Yep, Fuga on the left-hand side of the screen. Race Fox on your right as we're coming down into tow. These guys are still battling 2 by 2. Fuga's last lap was a 1:33. We did say traffic will pay a massive difference. They lost 2.5 seconds, which allowed Race Fox to get their pit lane done. Come out, as you can see, epic side-by-side racing. Heading round hill, they've got the BMW in front of them as well. That's, I believe that's hashtags BMW. Going round, there you go. Second to last corner now. Car number 90, car number 65. Race Fox and Fuga. Oh, Race Fox just lost a bit of time behind that BMW, Ian, and it looks like he may just have to maintain position for another lap.
Yeah, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, like mostly in racing, like a second is a lot, but the interval only being a second, we've got 7 hours, 20 minutes left to go. I wouldn't be too worried. I'd just basically sit back and try again later. Wait for the back markers to slow Fuga down, the same way that Race Fox was slowed down. So yeah. I'd say back markers. I do apologise, not back markers.
Yeah,
different class.
You know, we both know that Fuga are generally quick from their LMP2s. They've had a little bit of an unfortunate races. The last few races haven't quite worked out for them. But these guys are generally quick, and it's actually quite nice to see Mads Gravison out in front, clear in the air with Race Fox behind him. Race Fox new team to the series. So I'm quite aptly optimistic for the Fuga Simsport team that they're going to make it through this race. And I'm expecting them to have a good push with the Race Fox 524 and Vector, Ian. You know, from a new team's point of perspective, that's easy for me to say. You know, we're going to be looking at bringing in Martin Pearson into chat. Martin, welcome in.
Hello, how are we doing?
Welcome, Martin.
Bad. How are you?
Nice to speak to you again.
And to speak to you as well. Yeah, doing all right, thanks. Yeah, no, this all going off. It looks like a fantastic battle in LMP2 so far, and GTE isn't disappointing either.
Yeah, it is. It's been, to be fair, a fairly, what we've seen, a fairly clean start to the 8 hours of Watkins. How has it been for you guys in the stewards booth?
It has been, yeah, it's been pretty good as well. We've had, I think, 4 or 5 incidents that we've had to look at, a couple of net codes, which is really unfortunate, but there's nothing you can really do about those. Yeah, a few warnings for various things, but nothing too major. I don't think we've given out a drive-through yet.
Awesome. Well, that's a good start to the race. Now, Martin, last time out in Daytona, we had a conversation towards the end of the race. I believe you promised myself there would be an absolutely massive announcement regarding the ISRC series. Do we have an announcement to make?
You are right, James. I did promise an announcement. And yes, I do have an update on the future of ISRC and our championships. Unfortunately, it's not going to be what everybody wants to hear, I'm afraid. We've taken the decision to close down ISRC once the Endurance Championship and the Porsche Championship have run their natural course and had their grand finales at the end of the year. It hasn't really been an easy decision to make. It comes down to a few things, really. We have developed what we like to think is quite a high standard of our administration and also how we run races. And to continue that, we need the resources to do that. I've got a couple of things planned in my personal life next year that are going to take quite a toll on the time and effort and energy that I can put into such a championship. So we then started looking at, amongst the 4 organisers that we have, is there somebody else who wants to step up to the plate? Those guys put in a good amount of effort, but everyone's got a level of energy and time that they want to put into it, and they don't want to make that jump, which is absolutely fine, and I respect that. And unfortunately, we don't really have a natural successor from elsewhere we can see as well. So it comes down to wanting to go out on a high, I guess, make sure that the standard is good, and we don't want to see it trail off like you do in other leagues at times.
Okay, I fully respect that, Martin, because, like, as you say, you want to maintain the quality. You don't want the quality to drop.
Yeah, absolutely. We want to maintain the quality. We don't want the ISRC name, if you like, which sounds a bit big-headed, I guess, to be muddied in the future. But you do hear of lots of series which are like, oh yeah, it was great at the start, and then the originals moved on, and then it was awful, sort of thing, and everyone gets that sour taste in their mouth, in their head. So no, we want to avoid that, and we will be making the rulebook available to the sim racing community, where Ed has also developed his driver ranking system. So that's a little program he's coded himself. So he will also tidy that up a bit and make that available to the sim racing community if they want to use that. Which those are our contributions to the community, really, as a result of the last 18 or so months, I guess.
So it must have been a difficult decision after 2 seasons to close the championship. So can you tell us, what have you been your standout moments over the last few years?
I think the one standout, there have been lots of moments, whether they be prolonged, as in how we've managed to grow the championship, the people that we've met, and we can be in the Netherlands, we can be in Belgium, we can be or elsewhere in the UK or anywhere around the world, really, and yet we've managed to bring together some people who can run a championship and run in a championship, which is so well appreciated based upon the feedback we do receive. But I think the standout moment for me was at the end of season 1, so that was earlier this year. I think it was April or May. We ran a 24 hours of Le Mans to sign off as the big grand finale of our first season, and we had people like Aralaro Bruzzi turn up in LMP1 with 2 cars, and they absolutely wiped the floor. And it was just I also raced in the event in LMP1, and just see those guys go past you every so often was it was incredible. But that was a huge undertaking for us. A 12-hour race is okay, you can kind of get through it, but as soon as you incorporate into some people, going through the graveyard hours of the day, it brings up on a whole new level of commitment that was required. And we did that. It was successful. We broadcasted it as much as we could. With what we had around us, it was a all hands on the pump sort of effort, and it was really nice. And that was my first win in the series as well, because I think we were the only championship competitors to finish the race in class, so we got full points for that round as well. So if there had been one moment, it was the 24 hours of Le Mans.
Nice. In terms of the teams, the racing in this championship, do you have any rough idea where we're likely to be seeing these guys next? Have they all come out and said, okay, well, we're in support of your decision, we're going to be looking at this?
We've had some good support. So I only announced it in the driver's briefing to our competitors. I wanted to let them know before I came up on stream today, and give them a bit of respect and a bit of a heads up. And there was some question, do we leave it until the last round? But no, I was like, no, if people are waiting until the final round, if people are waiting until the final round and waiting upon another season to be made, then and not committing to other championships, then I don't think that would be fair. Right. So yeah, decided to make the announcement today to them. I haven't particularly heard of any particular championships, but I imagine, we see people like World of Sim Racing Team in the IVRA championships, and there's the Sports Car Open. There is the Virtual Sports Car Association, I think it's called, just being launched as well. That looks to follow the actual IMSA Championship, and that would be something that I'd absolutely love to be involved in on the driving side, but unfortunately, personal life would take over from there. But yeah, these are the sort of championships that I think we want to. It would be nice to see the teams to look back on them and on this championship and go, oh, I remember, Fuga doing this, and now they're onto that, and that's really nice. And there are other teams that I like to think we've introduced to league racing, and how it is different to official racing. And if they use this as a springboard onto bigger and greater things with leagues that have more resources and whatever else they can put in there, then whether it be live safety cars or whatever else it may be, then that would be really nice to see. I think it would be another tick in the box for ISRC and what it's done in the last little while.
Okay, so finally, what's next for Martin and the team at ISRC? What's on the agenda?
So as I said, I'm not going to have the time and energy to commit to organising a full championship. I will offer my services, if you like. I almost become like a consultant. If people want to ask me, as a former league owner and organiser, of how would you do this or how would you go about that, then that's absolutely great. I don't mind that. I enjoy helping people out and seeing what they want to achieve and challenging them with questions, etc. I will not, however, be maintaining spreadsheets, which is a fair bit of what I do at the moment, and a fair bit of the setup work in a new championship, I think, is generating those systems and making sure that you have a robust system, but then you also consistently run it. So that's me, and I'm going to do a lot less stewarding and hopefully a lot more racing. Ed he's going to publish his driver ranking system. I believe he is also wanting to help out, so if people want some sound advice and a bit of energy and time from him, then I hope he doesn't kill me for saying this, but please reach out to him, because he does enjoy being involved in the team organising things. Loic is sorting his internet out, which is why we're not here. Why Sci-Fi
Has he not done that yet? It's been going on for a while.
He's really gone for too long, I'd say. He does pop into the chat every now and again, but unfortunately we can't see him on the racetrack at the moment due to his internet problems. And then Artie will go back to his Stage 1 racing team and continue to run that and race in that. I don't know about Loic and Artie, whether they are going to enter more league organising, but I know the backmarker admins that have come on board, a couple of them are keen to continue to run a Porsche Cup championship or another championship of some sort, whilst we've asked them to not use the ISRC name. As I said, me and Ed can support them, but on a much lesser scale, try and poke them in the right direction rather than go, this is going to be how it's done, sort of thing.
Well, Martin, it's been an amazing series since us guys at TSS have come on board, and it's going to be a real shame not seeing you next season, but fully respect and understand your decisions. We'll let you get back to your stewarding now, and much love. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much too, guys. It's been an absolute pleasure. One thing I think I need to mention as well, excuse me, that there will be a little bit of money left in the ISRC pot at the end of the season. So between this round finishing and our final round at the 12 Hours of Suzuka in December, we will be asking the teams to nominate a charity. So then we'll select a few charities that can be voted upon, and we will donate the outstanding money from the series to those charities. We didn't come in this to make money. I don't think it's with a load of people who do this as a hobby, I don't think it's right for us to make money off it. And it's not a huge amount of money anyway. So just want to let everybody know that we will be donating any outstanding funds to the charities.
Can they do that through the Discord, Martin, if they're in the Discord?
Yeah, so that'll be through the Discord. We'll put an announcement up. We'll get a Google form up and get people to nominate stuff, and then we'll go from there on a vote as well.
Right, okay, well, that's absolutely amazing of the guys at the ISRC there. So if you are racing in the series and you would like a charity to be nominated for the excess funds that's left over from the ISRC series, please put it into the Discord when the announcement goes out, and mine and the team will donate the money accordingly. Well, Martin, thank you very much, and we'll try and catch up with you later on.
Sounds fantastic. Cheers, guys. Enjoy.
And you take care. So there you have it, guys. Not the announcement, not the announcements we were expecting, but but here at TSS we fully respect those announcements made. Now during the interview with Martin, there was I believe there was an incident between Backmarket Racing, Razzle Dazzle leaving the pits, and Motorsport White as well. So we were going to be looking back through at them incidents as well when we can. So we'll give you a quick rundown, if we may. Here we go. There's one of the incidents of Martin Jakobsen from Backmarket Racing, Razzle Dazzle. We think is he's come around. He's just gone. Oh, there you go. Oh, that was just unfortunately running wide on the fast left-hand, the second to last corner, hitting that grass, and unfortunately going through. Now we've got João Santos from 27 Motorsports. Ian, take us through it.
Excuse me, James. Sorry, my replays are acting up. If you wouldn't mind.
Right. Okay. We'll try and catch up. You see João Santos currently having an incident on track at the moment. There you go. There's back on board Martin Jakobsen from Backmarket Razzle Dazzle, letting the LMP2 car number 77. He's had another spin at the last corner. Needs to settle down. I believe it's taken over in that car, so he needs to kind of settle down on that one before it really goes through. We're back, so we go Mike Dam currently on under attack from Justin Corral from Aquilia Racing. These guys have been at this battle all the way through the first opening hour, near enough, of this race. We're going round, shoot, down the short straight, down to toe corner, hard on the brakes, letting it roll. Now, I did pop out on a lap earlier on through the opening practice session that was up earlier on before the race. That corner's quite tricky. I mind you, I was in an LMP2, so it's probably not really relevant, but it was still a tricky lap. And that corner specifically did generally cause me a few problems for the 6 or 7 laps that I actually did there as well in the LMP2. So as we see, Justin Corral, Mike Dam, the American is behind the Canadian, going round the second to last corner and off down into the last corner before they go on to the start finishing straight. We've currently got Welder Sim Racing in the pits, as we've just seen Mike Dam peel off into the pits. So this will give us our times on our GTE pit stops, tyres and fuel at the same time. So we can't really take that into a considerable factor. We have released Justin Corral. Is Justin Corral now going to be getting on his bike? Because these guys, if they're looking at that minute and a half predicted, we are going to be coming out in rather a gaggle of cars. Not really the clean air, but if Justin Corral, can get a good couple of clean laps in, hopefully he's done some fuel saving behind Mike Dam, and get a couple of laps in, he might be able to open up the little bit of a gap that we're predicting he's going to be requiring. Now, Ian, we saw this earlier on. Justin Corral is really in a position now where he's got to be looking at the fact of he must have saved some fuel tucked up behind Mike Dam. He wasn't really on that aggressive edge that we've seen from cars. Are we looking him to go, I would say, predicting 1 or 2 laps more, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, clearly he's going to be. The reason they stay out is so they can try and make up a bit of time, and so that if their pit time is then quicker, then they can still come out ahead, and everyone's had one pit stop. So we're only a few seconds away from finding out what the team strategy is going to do, because they're coming around the penultimate corner now before the pit entry. So let's just wait and see, I guess. Is he going to box?
I haven't seen any pitting in message from them
Nope.
up here.
There we go. Staying out for 2, definitely.
Yeah, he's off again. Now, Ben Gregory's been in chat saying, I know us in Boosted run regularly in the World GT Championship. That's great. It'll be really good to see some of the teams out on tracks in other series as well. We have unfortunately had the announcement that the ISRC will be unfortunately closing at the end of the season. But we are going to be a positive. We are at the end of the first hour. I believe we're going to bring in Mr. Chris Rowlands. Chris, are you there?
I'm here.
There you go. We're fine.
Good to be here for myself. But that's been an interesting hour. Probably the cleanest first hour to a race we've seen in, well, pretty much any racing I think we've covered. Probably down to Watkins more than anything, I think. So it's been quite interesting to see the battle, especially in the GTE field, for the lead develop. That's been sort of simmering over for the whole hour, and it's interesting to see Aquila have been able to hopefully they make the overcut work. They'll be hoping, but yeah. So we've got Scania are obviously lone running it in the LMP1 field today. They're just about to finish their 39th lap. They've done their first pit stop. They are. We've had our Vensis possibly ask if they've been causing trouble, so it'll be interesting to see if they can manage the lap traffic okay. But then, of course, we're going to the LMP2 field. It's been mostly Fuga at the front, but Racebox have been impressing me as well. They're currently up to second with Kevin Crosney in the car. And yeah, they were LMP2 pit window, which was triggered by boosted media. It'll be interesting to see, if they can make those pit windows about 40 minutes long, then that's nice and tidy for an 8-hour race. So we'll see how that seems to be the main development for LMP2 so far. Black Marker GTE teams, both of them, not been having a good day. Black Marker Racing Yellow had to retire the car. Razzle Dazzle have been involved in a couple of incidents as well, but we just saw a replay where I think the 27 Motorsport car didn't hit them, but it looks like they may have triggered that incident. So that's not necessarily Black Marker's fault, but they do seem to be attracting all of the incidents so far in this first hour. I mean, what has otherwise been a very clean race, even down that back straight we saw earlier. There were cars 3 or 4 wide at some points, and we've just hit the GTE pit window here as well. Keeler are in the pits now, so it'll be interesting to see where Orion come out. Although Maniti managed to get ahead of them, it looks like. They've taken their pit stop, so it's interesting. Once Aquila and Centurion get out, it'll be interesting to see exactly what that's done to the lead of GTE.
Yeah.
So Maniti actually did a 33-second stop to Orion's 48. So Orion must have had some damage for that kind of time, you would wonder. Maniti have actually gone past, so Keeler aren't in the lead either. It was neither of the cars we were expecting. Maniti racing ISRC with Rico Wenzel in the car. They are now in the lead, and they've got a pretty healthy 9-second gap to Justin Corral. So you can see on the timing tower to your left the various pit stop times there. And some teams have really lost out from that. So yeah, this just goes to show, 8-hour race, it's not all about the on-track action. The pit strategy, I think, James, it's fair to say, is going to be a big part of that. And also, just before I head back off again, quick shout out to our GT Anfield, which is currently being led by Aquila Sion with JD Sim Racing, not too far behind them, and Ita Rios in the World of Sim Racing car is in third for the GTE AMS.
There you go. That's Mr. Chris Rowlands.
Chris, just before you go, sorry, James. Chris, have you gone yet, Chris?
I'm still here.
Brilliant.
Sorry.
Do you think the lack of the bus stop is a big factor in the cleanliness of the racing? Because in my experience, the hard braking and that little twitch to the right and to the left certainly causes some issues.
I think for on-track battling, I think the lack of bus stop is better, but I do think a lot of drivers seem to have the opposite opinion to me. I personally prefer not having the bus stop, but a lot of the sentiment from both the European Sprint iRacing officials earlier in the week and the ISRC today, I think a lot of drivers prefer that bus stop just because it just gives you that little bit extra to think about. And obviously, nobody really thinks of themselves as the person that's going to cause the issue. So in terms of the bus stop causing issues, that's really something that I imagine the race organisers and commentators worry about. It's not something the drivers themselves worry about. But I think it's going to be worth keeping an eye on if the Sicania team don't influence, and in particular the GTE field. It sounds like Arvensis may have had a run-in with them earlier, but you know, they're entitled to be here. They're racing as well. They want to get the win. They want the glory. That's completely fair enough. So let's hope everyone can behave for the next 7 hours as well as they have the first hour. Well, let's say 55 minutes, just to cut out the couple of incidents we've had while Martin was chatting to us just earlier.
There you go. So now we're going to release the one and only Mr. Rowlands, and we will catch up with him later on today in the broadcast. And I believe as well, we're going to be checking and see if our roving reporter, Mr. Tim Cox, has come back into the commentary booth. Tim, are you there?
I am here. Normally in this sort of situation, we disappear off, have a bit of break, you know, a bit of take on some liquids to lubricate the vocal cords, but I've been unable to keep away from this one. Absolutely blinding race as always. Yeah,
it's been a really interesting hour, to be fair, because we've had discussions previously, Tim, about whether or not, you know, I think, believe me and you have probably touched on it quite a few times throughout the broadcast, whether or not that we're starting to settle down or if we're still barnstorming on. But it seems like the guys in this race currently are still looking at this as an endurance sprint. It's still full bore from them all the way through the field, from LMP2s right the way down to the GTEs.
Yeah, definitely very much sees this that way. And Ian, it gives you a chance to go and have a bit of a break now.
I believe...
well, as you say, I'm actually quite into the race, and I've just been delivered lunch, so I'll probably just sit here and watch and have a bit of a snack. I might have to go and get another drink in a minute.
There we go. That's Ian Winchester been waiting on hand and foot there, but let's heading back to the action out on track as Orion trying to mount an attack right now on Aquila. Racing Aqua ahead of him, but I think it's worthwhile just taking through your order after the first hour. Well, Kenya, obviously that leading LMP1 right now, and LMP2, so it's been a bit more interesting with Race Fox currently in the lead at the moment, up 2 positions. Huga LMP2, they're in second, see down 1 after starting on pole, with 524 International rounding out your podium places in LMP2 right now. Across to GTE, that's Maniti. As our reporter Chris Rowlands said earlier on, a shorter stop has elevated them to the top of the pile, with Aquila Racing Aqua and Orion battling it out currently for second place, but both of them holding on to those podium places in GTE Pro and overall in GTE. Then across to GTE Aquila Racing Cyan. Not had the best of times, down a few places, they're down 10. They'll be disappointed by that one. They've got JD Sim Racing about a second behind them in class, and behind them on the field, you can just see him in the background there, the front end of the Ferrari. And then third in class is World of Sim Racing. They're 31st overall. Further down. So, yeah, still everything to play for as we head well into hour 2 right now. But this battle we're seeing on track right now is probably our closest as well, to be fair, James, between Aquila Racing Cyan and JD Sim Racing, Porsche versus Ferrari.
Yeah, this is what we touched on earlier on. Obviously, Danny Thompson was part of the discussions earlier on, Tim. I don't know if you caught it. He was sliding down the field.
He was.
But then, as you know, my secret mole, should we say, comes in and gives me the tidbits of information saying that he just maybe might be saving tyres and fuel. And clearly, for Danny Thompson, it's obviously worked out, putting him first in class overall.
It was. I mean, you do have to wonder a little bit whether, you know, they'll be looking obviously at the in-class one, but also overall they were strong in qualifying. However, it's cost them obviously in terms of that race pace, but then they can afford to lose it with such a buffer over JD Sim Racing. But just heading up into LMP2 right now, Ruger, they have got 524 International. They've closed up a lot onto the back of them, and maybe a bit of an incident there between them. Let's take a little look and see what happened. There you go, that's what caused it. Well, yeah, that's why they're a bit back and not the best. Fox team just heading past there, and that's what caused it. So, not quite what we expect from them, but yeah, it's tricky as always around Watkins Glen. Looks a bit more of a simpler track, but by all means, not always as simple as it looks. So you see him just clearing the Aquilia machine there, the Porsche, and heading down now into the boot. And they really seem to be closing up right now to 5-2-4 International, James.
Yeah, they've been, to be fair, Tim, they've been fairly consistent throughout the first hour of the race. You know, they haven't really set the world on fire this early on, but they also haven't been really struggling. If you get where I'm going with that, I'm not really sure where I'm going, but I understand fully what I'm trying to say. But you know what I mean? But there's still been up and around. They've been within that first four pocket between hashtag Vector 524 and Fuga. Have all been fairly close together. So I'm expecting a really close LMP2 battle for the next 6 hours, 50 minutes.
See them, they've got prime position now with the Maniti BMW in between them. And that's going to really help them to pull out a gap. Look at that. They've pretty much doubled the gap. It's gone from 7 tenths to 1.5 seconds. The traffic game really well, and they're going to have the world of sim racing BMW now in between them, although coming out through the S's, that's going to probably aid 5-2-4 where they'll be able to take up some of that slipstream. But heading down into GTE, going to move on here, a battle on here with JD Sim Racing. That's the boosted Corvette as well, in between them, just getting up a place. And there's not too far of them, it's clearly a Racing Cyan and a freeway battle here emerging. And they're ever so close between these guys. And also, James, is that what of sim racing in the background did I see as well?
Yeah.
Oh, it's WS Racing Esports, sorry, isn't it? Yeah, sorry, apologies. Oh, here we go up the inside, JD Sim Racing, trying to get the move done, and that looks like that is going to get the AM past the Pro, but no, they're fighting back. The Corvette remaining side by side. Needs to be careful on the bump that's on corner exit. So still now not giving each other an inch as the Corvette just backs out from boosted. Tucks in behind JD Sim Racing, although, James, you feel these two are going to start swapping places quite a bit as you see clearly a Racing Sire just able to pull away from these guys a little bit.
Yeah, JD Sim Racing is actually quite interesting to see. They've actually swapped over drivers. They had Thomas Mocek behind the wheel last time out. So he's actually taken a break, and we've got Koji currently in behind the wheel of that JD Sim Racing car. But definitely Toby Ward in the boosted, who I believe is normally an LMP1, Tim? Toby Ward?
Yes, that is right. So boosted decided to something a little bit different down into GTE for this race, but looks like in the background, looks like they're going to lose another place as here comes WS, and they are going to get the Porsche up the inside into the boot, get the move done. Wow, the Corvette just tucking in from boosted, incredibly close behind. And they've just dropped another place as JD have got past them. The LMP2's behind, just coming through. Hopefully that won't play too much into this tail, but what surprisingly, while these guys have been battling, they've actually, the Aquilia machine hasn't been able to get away from them like you would expect, and JD now looking to mount an attack, really turning up the pressure. They've got the Fuga LMP2 just coming in behind them. Are they going to play in this little story and they're going to clear them? As the GTEs takes to the inside, the Fluger slots in between them, takes the undercut over Aquilia. JD just trying to come back at them in that Ferrari. Now we've got them all the while. They've got LMPs coming past here, James. This could end up, well, they're getting through somehow, and I was a bit worried for a second. It could have ended all in disaster.
Yeah, definitely on that one. And you know, don't get me wrong, the first hour we were 3 wide going into outer loop at the end of the long straight, and they managed to get through that. You know, so it was desperately a pray and hold situation on there as they were going through that corner, Tim. But over to you.
This is going to be, this looks like it's going to be the move. Although, what can the LMP2 provide for him? That's the 88 there of boosted. It's going to give the Aquila a bit of slipstream, so JD not going to be able to get the move done. I believe we've got a penalty message, so it's Chicane Online Racing Purple, unsafe rejoin to track surface. They've got to stop and hold for that. Right now I see JD just running in a bit deep there, and that's going to leave them vulnerable because here comes WS. They are going to be side by side, but going to have their work to do round the outside, but they've managed to slot it in. And these four are absolutely trading places every second. I mean, boosted, they have dropped back a little bit from this group. Is JD almost looking? I thought they're going to mount another attack there, James.
Yeah, it was as we see on the screen currently, 27 Motorsports have got a warning for causing a collision. So unfortunately for the guys at 27 Motorsport, that's at the hands of Yao Santos, Tim, currently. Actually, car 118. Yes, it's actually, yeah, it is Yao Santos in the 27 Motorsports.
To come around to complete another lap, and they're back all up on top of one another. Currently, as it stands, it's a Quillia Racing Siren, followed by WS Esports. JD Sim Racing not too far behind them. As we see race leader Scania just heading past these guys. It's a breeze for the LMP1s deploying that hybrid boost. Porsche 919 easily squeeze past them. Right now, it just seems to be neutralising a little bit, as he says, as the Porsche heads to the inside of WS. And Quillia just leaving the door open there. And Creeper just saying, thanks very much, I'll have a little bit of that. If you're going to leave a gap there, I'm going to have some of it. And all just nearly contact as they cut across the front of Quillia there. But what can JD do now? They've been brought right up into this fight. But all just behind them, the boosted Corvette will be rubbing their hands in glee because they're going to be closing up. And James, we've got a message from the stewards to see.
Yeah, stage 1 Racing Orange, that's car number 94. Currently at the hands of Timothy van der Broek, has got a drive-through penalty for causing a collision.
Just saw there the JD getting past the Quillia Racing sign. That is for the lead in GTE right now. What has happened? WS Racing Esports, they have managed to pull out over a second over these guys. Clearly carrying pace, but while they've been battling away, has backed them right into boosted as we just see further up the field. It's about happening for 5th place in class between the .exe Porsche and Avensis. They come side by side now, bit to toe. Getting ever so close, and Avensis carrying a little bit of damage, but as we've seen previously, James, that doesn't seem to affect the GTEs too much, despite it looking like it should do, and an incredibly bent rear wing.
Yeah, we've seen them with practically the rear end plates, Tim, at a 90-degree angle. And the
James, sorry to cut across you, mate, but here we go. This looks like Boosted are going to get past Aquila, who have lost pretty much 4 places in as many laps as they still continue side by side through the chute. As they run down to the toe now. What can Boosted do? Can they? It looks like they've lost that place and they've got it through. Up into toe there. But I'm sure Quillia be fighting back down the straight through the boot. But they've got Race Fox, that's our leader through. No, that's sorry, it's not Race Fox there. They Race Fox are into the pits from the lead from LMP2. That's Stage 1 Racing Junior there, sorry. It's coming through and not affecting too much, but well, this is happening. JD have really managed to pull out a gap, and as they're now trying to hunt down WS Racing Esports. So, sorry, James, I'll go back to you after cutting you off there of the excitement on track.
That's all right, mate. If I'm honest with you, Tim, I can't remember where I was going with the conversation.
I can't either. We've had quite a bit, but during this stint, James, look, Fuga have dropped all the way down then from 1st to 4th place, and Harry Merkelov not having the best of times right now here at Watkins Glen.
No, his lap time seem about his last lap time was still 1:33.58. David Duino in the Vector 1:33.37. But it looks like 524 have and Internet and WS Racing have done 1:41.46s. So you know, it's going to be. We'll have to try and see back and see if we can find out what actually happened to them. But I did unfortunately, Tim, say that I was hoping that the Fuga guys were going to be having a good race this week, because they have had a last couple of races quite an unfortunate, action-packed one, shall we say?
As we just see 27 Motorsport, the BMW all over the back of the .exe Porsche, but they've got the GTE, so the LMP2s and the LMP1 coming through. As you just see them cutting their way through right now. It's World of Sim Racing LMP2 getting in amongst them, which is going to aid the .exe Porsche, but 27 Motorsports do. They're going to have the slipstreams from the LMP2 and the LMP1 to try and help them along as they both head to the inside. And they are closing as they somehow, the Scania LMP1, just cutting in between them and no contact there, just threading the eye of the needle. It's allowed them just to get away a little bit, but heading back up for this battle for second place. And 5-2-4 International. So, yeah, they're pulling a little bit of a gap. And also, they're at 4 places from the start, James.
Yeah, they've done a really good job. As I say, they've been fairly consistent throughout the race, 5-2-4. They've been in the top 4 throughout the first hour and 20 minutes now. So I'm not in no shock that these guys are not where they are, Tim. I think, you know, we've said before and we say it again, traffic management is going to be massive, and I think these guys have managed their pit stops well.
You say about that,
they're in
James.
second.
Obviously, it's one of the more shorter circuits and faster flowing, and you see from the track map in the top right-hand corner of your screen, just the different colour dots denoting the different classes. Now, and that just shows, you know, it's so much more trickier to play out this traffic management where you're going to be on top of each other a lot more compared to somewhere like you would do at Le Mans, where it's much longer track. And what's happened to the Chicane Online Racing Orange BMW? They started from the pits and Thomas Berling just losing on exit. He's kept it out of the wall though, which is going to help them, James, but they're losing a whole host of time as they just rejoin there.
Yeah, they've rejoined safely, but unfortunately, as you say, they've dropped him right the way back the downfield. So, you know, it's a difficult one, isn't it? You know, you just kind of want to recover. You've got 6.5 hours, and try and get back as many as you can, Tim.
Yeah, they are currently about 5 laps. No, sorry, not as much as that. Discredit to Thomas Burley there. They're about 2.5 laps down off the leader. Beniti currently leading the way in GTE right now. I tell you what, Barbosa is definitely closing up yet again for 27 Motorsports onto the back of leaving out for .exe Porsche.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised though. Luis Barbosa, as we've seen previously, can at times, you know, really put the BMW where it needs to be, and sometimes where it doesn't need to be. But I think this track really's got to bring out that mentality that if most of your passes have got to be, as we see, and car number 94, Berlin, Sam Helson, that stage 1 racing orange. Tim, we've got Berlin having another incident, I believe.
We have. Let's take a little look, and I think it's a carbon copy. Well, they caught the grass on the inside rather than just over-rotating the rear. And just rejoining gently there. Another safe rejoin, and there. So something else has happened in LMP2. We're just caught in the bubble. Oh, this is incredibly close. Oh, no. The hashtag BMW just catching the rear there as they came around the corner blind. Tries to get around stage 1. Racing Orange, who are now pointing in the wrong direction. And not a place of the track, but it's probably the narrowest part of the track. A few point turn there and managing to cut the car running again, and that is really not helping those guys right now.
No, but if you look here, he's lucky he didn't actually hit the hashtag LMP2.
Oh yeah,
That's in 4th place in class.
I was going to say they were really unsighted, and well, both the hashtag machines were, to be fair. But it's incredibly tricky. But it sounds like it's going from bad to worse for the Chicane Online Racing Orange as they carry on. And looks like they might even be parking it. And not the best day at the races for that BMW right now. I think they must be having technical issues there with their equipment.
Yeah, and I think we touched on it earlier. I believe they might have actually been the car that jumped straight to the pits that me and Ian did mention that it's possibly got hardware issues. I don't know if Thomas Berlin's not managed to sort them issues out.
Yeah, it was such a long race, it's always tempting to try and pick your way through them, but here we go. World of Sim Racing. Are they going to get ahead as they head down into the carousel now? Side by side still with Stage 1 Racing Senior. But World of Sim Racing, they're going to have the inside line. And they've got the move done there, but what can Stage 1 do as they fight back with Roy Mass currently on board? Trying to get through onto the back of them on the run through, so up the hill. Coming down the straight now. But that looks like the move done for World of Sim Racing. And Danny Fonte, the Iberian, currently in the cockpit for them. They're at upper place. However, despite dropping that place, Stage 1 Racing Senior are still up 2 places from where they started.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Oh, wow. And this is going to gift it back to them. There we go. Not too sure how that initially started, but a big skip across the track there for World of Sim Racing. That's undone all of their hard work. Well, that was very close to near disaster and an up close and personal experience with the barrier there, James. I'm not too sure how Fonte managed to save that.
Yeah, he must have been really hard on the brakes. As I said, I did a few practice laps and you know, I've done that myself in that corner where you just unfortunately hit over the bump and accelerate too much and your car's not level. And next thing you know, you're going around without any...
Well, here we go. He's gonna, looks like he's fighting back already. Got the World of Sim Racing GTE in front of them. So they come down side by side through the outer loop, but looks like they're already ahead and they're not gonna need the help. But is they gonna, well, will they though, without trying to extend the gap between themselves and World of Sim Races? They come past the sister BMW in GTE, but they just let them pass cleanly. The Stage 1 Racing Senior just all taking the much tighter line there compared to World of Sim Racing, who seem to run a little bit deeper and swing out wide, but that later apex just helping them with the corner exit, look like there, James.
Yeah, that toe corner, Tim, you know, you can either take the tight inside line running round at the inside, or you can literally go in a little bit deeper and look to take that wider outside line. But it does have a universal feel about it where you could take 2 different lines, Tim. And as you saw the different lines on the screen there with these 2 cars.
So with 6.5 hours just coming up to that left of the race, let's take you through your order. Sakanya, they're currently in the pits in the lead of the race. They're obviously the lone LMP1. Oh, there you go. They've just come out. In fact, there we go. Then across to LMP2, it's WS Racing Esports. And they've got 524. That is Lasping boosted there currently. They've got 524 International. They're in second place. Only just half a second is all that separates them and Fuga Sim Sports. Then a little bit further down to round out your top 10 in LMP2. We've got Hashtag. Then Vector by RSL. Not David Duino currently on board with them. It's where they need to be to win the championship, but don't discredit them to pick up a few more places. We've seen strong performances from them all season. This World of Sim Racing, they're in 6 sim class, who are just battling it out still with Stage 1 Racing Senior, although when they're coming through a bit of traffic there, have managed to extend the gap a little bit. I think Quillia between them through the next corner. It's FTR Esports Red. They are 8th in class. Elite Racing Team, they are 9th in LMP2. And the Stage 1 Racing Junior Team, rounding out your top 10 in LMP2, just flying around the corner there. Let's head across to GTE. Well, Maniti, they are leading the way. Let's see, overall in GT and of course Pro for BMW. Then it's Aquilia Racing Aqua, they're second place. They're right behind them. Now, worth mentioning as well with Maniti, they are up 6 places from where they started. It's Orion. They're down a couple, started obviously in pole.
I've got some information on that as well, Tim, when you finished.
Ooh, brilliant. We're teasing us there with a nice little tidbit, James Parfitt. Then we've got hashtag. They're at 5 places for BMW into fourth in class. Then it is Orion Racing JRT.exe, followed by 27 Motorsports, Chicane Online Racing Red, and then JD Sim Racing rounding. Of course, Centurion. Sorry, missing out the top 10. Then in GTE AMP, it's JD Sim Racing leading the way for Ferrari, with Aquilia Racing Cyan down 11 places, not where they would hoping to be there. Oh no! Big contact there! That was between the back marker Ferrari as well. We'll need to have a little look at what happened there, but it's going from bad to worse for Danny Thompson right now. So everything looking good. Okay, does the back marker Ferrari spin it? Oh, big tank slapper! Hard onto the brakes. And he had nowhere to go there, James. Really, just a passenger in that.
Yeah, we can't even blame Backmarker for that, Tim. There was nowhere for him to go. He tried to correct it, hit the brakes, and tried to move as quickly as he could, but it's just sat there as well. But we got penalty currently on screen for Fuga Simsport LMP2 for causing a collision. 30 seconds stop and hold, which is why they're currently in the pits, Tim.
Oh, they're just behind the big wheel and sign there.
Yep.
On the 911 Porsche 911 safety car. There we go. So let's just resume out your order. So GTE obviously Aquilia Racing Sign have dropped well off the back of JD now following that incident. It's one of those racing incidents. Back marker, big tank slapper, nowhere to go, kept it to the right hand side, but we're flying around the corner. Yeah, equally stuck there. Then it's World of Sim Racing. They are third in class and now only 2.7 seconds all that separates them, and second place in class. Filth, it's Chicane Online Racing Purple. Then rounding out your field, it's Chicane Online Racing Orange. And then, of course, the back marker Razzle-Dazzle in GTE. However, they are currently in the pits, and that could also be a retirement potentially for them. Also, Avensis Racing 117, they have retired. And likewise, we lost them a fair few laps ago. But it was back marker Racing Yellow for BMW, only completing just shy of 10 laps. So, 6.5 hours to go. All to play for, James.
6.5 hours to go, and my man on the inside, Tim, as you know, I get contacted by my secret man, don't I? Every race
you
do.
Had a little tidbit for us. Go for it.
I did. So we've got currently doubling tyres is going to be very difficult for most GTEs. First stop, Maniti, currently in the lead of GTEs, did not take tyres, and they have been losing 0.75 to 1 second-ish per lap to Justin Corral from Aquilia Racing. So that would explain why the time deficit to Justin Corral, who's currently overtaken him, is extending, Tim. It's because they didn't take tyres, and it's not boding well for that GTE BMW.
I was a little bit worried there, James, while you were talking, because Orion really getting wide there through the 90. It looks like the tail end was going to come round, but my damn saving the day there. They head now down the back straight across the Aquilia Racing Aqua Porsche out in front, aided by the slipstream of that LMP2 in front of them. And just able to neutralise it and hold on to that first place right now. And just with just looking around them, they've got the Stage 1 Racing Orange LMP2 about 3 seconds as it stands at the moment behind these guys. That roughly seemed just coming through the shot now. So Stage 1 Racing Orange there, and yeah, that gap is closing up dramatically, and they're going to catch them probably through the 90, maybe even on the hit straight. depending on how they get on through these next few corners, and I'm sure that's going to mix things up a little bit here, you get the feeling.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, though. Obviously, we didn't get the information about tyres literally until my man on the inside messaged me, but you can probably actually see it now, Tim. He had, at one point, when he came out of the pits, a 7.75 second lead. And if he's losing that time, lap after lap after lap, it's not going to bode well for these GTEs. They're looking like they can't double stint these tyres without losing the positions that he has. And Rico is losing a lot of time currently.
Yes, just to sort of bring you up to date, we are 10 to 3 local time, track temperature at 28 degrees, so it's going to start to get cooler, but maybe not the stage in the race. But here we go, looks like Maniti, they're going to lose another place. There's Orion coming through, they've got the LMP2 in amongst them, that's Elite, and there you go, that is the move done. Orion up the inside into the loop. They're also coming past. They've got the Corvette just ahead of them of Boosted. They are lapping that currently. It's really helping Aquilia right now, keeping some distance to Orion, who are tucked just behind them at the moment. They've all managed to clear Corvette being highly yielding there from Boosted. But yeah, what you're saying, James, obviously the tap temperature currently 28 degrees. That is, with it being 10 to 3 local time here at Watkins Glen, that is going to start to tumble, and surely that's going to aid our drivers to be able to double, maybe even possibly triple stint the tyres as the race goes on and those track temperatures start to drop even further.
Yeah, I think as we know with LMP1s and Scania, they can probably even triple and quad their tyres. I think, Tim, to be out throughout the race, the LMP1s are generally quite sort of accommodating on their tyres. LMP2s possibly double. They're going to be definitely doubling this early on. I wouldn't be surprised if they are going to triple.
James Beniti just losing it there and managing to avoid everyone. A big tank slap, but out of the 90. Wow, that's I think got to be probably one of the saves of the day so far from Wenzel. But we'll see if we can bring you a replay of that one, because that was I'm still not quite sure how everyone managed to avoid him. Here we go. We've got the replay. See how it looked on board from Wenzel's point of view. Caught a bit too much in the curb, which didn't help him. Oh, wow. You were saying about those worn tyres, James, and we was unable to rejoin and just keep the car stable. The BMW probably the most stable of all the GTEs. The rear end looking heavily squirrely and unable to do anything. And I think maybe that decision to double stint the tyres this early on with these hot track temperatures is coming back to bite them a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's going to have to be a rethink. If Maniti were oh, sorry, Tim.
No, I was wondering as well there for a second.
My damn, and Justin Corral involved there with that LMP2.
It's antagonistic. That was just slotting it in there and.
The eye for the needle, I believe, Tim, is the terminology we're going to use there.
Yes. Sending it like a postman putting it through the letterbox there.
But I think definitely... is this
wow, I was going to say, this is getting even closer. And now Aquilia, they don't have a prototype in front of them or a back marker GTE to aid them with the advantage of having some slipstream from them. However, it's going to make Orion do the work. They're going to have to make the move around the outside. They've pulled out earlier on, so they're not going to have the slipstream effect for the whole straight, but sweeping across the front of them, Mike Dan shuts the door for Orion and gets into the lead in GTE right now.
Yeah, that was just so clean. He got the move done, really, relatively coming out of up through the S's, Tim. He got such a better drive and that aid, and he pulled out really early. And he got it done before we'd even got into the apex of the corner.
It was a spectacular move. Now, something's happened to Vector by RSO. Oh, hold on. There was a Porsche on the outside there. Was it an
Avensis? Avensis Racing 117. Buried against the barrier.
Oh, wow.
119,
Wow.
sorry.
Got tagged there and up onto the barrier. That's why they were going
tag
slow.
Or did he hit the curb, Tim?
I'm not sure. He got tagged. There you go, Vector. Clipping them. Thought the gap was there, and it wasn't. And I'm somehow managing to stay, even not getting wedged on the safety barrier there. But also, I'm not sure how he even remained in. Oh, there you go from Vector just seeing the gap there, and that's why they were going really slowly. And it'll be interesting to see. They are now back down to 5th as World Sim Racing only just ahead of them. I'm trying to have a little look, James. Due to their livery, I'm unable to see if there's quite any damage. I'm up close and personal with the monitor right now of the live action, and it looks like they might have got away with it because it should be that front left that would be damaged.
Yeah, it should be as we're looking at the screen. It's on the right-hand side. As you're looking at it, guys, now it's the same angle we are. As you can see, their free end flaps are still in line. There doesn't look like there's any damage on the actual, well, any of it, to be fair, Tim. I was going to separate it, but it doesn't look like there's any necessary kinks that could cause them a problem.
I'm sure that is, well, I'm certain that is being looked at as we speak by the stewards. So Vector, if they're going to incur any penalty, really need to get the hammer down, don't they, James? I mean, especially in the world of sim racing, to just try and negate as much as that potential penalty that they may well be thinking they might be getting soon.
Yeah, I think David Duino is now, he's going to be in that car, and we've seen throughout this series that David Duino is a driver who wears his heart on his sleeve when he's racing, so you kind of want to hope that EJ O'Donnell Lyons is in his ear saying, look, dude, yes, we've had it, it's happened, we've got it coming. Let's settle us down and let's do it again. They've still got 6 hours and 20 minutes. We don't want any rush, mad driving from David Duino. But as you say, Vector by RSL will still looking at winning the championship even from this position. So I'm hoping that's being expressed to David constantly by EJ saying, look, we can still win it, Dave. Still win it. Let's just settle down. 6 hours, 20 minutes.
You have to wonder where they are carrying a bit of damage, because World Sim Racing are slowly pulling away from them as we head back into GCE Pro right now. WS closing right up onto the back, but there's Fuga just heading past there. Yeah, catching up onto the back of the Verve Racing Team Black Porsche right now.
Yeah, that looked a fairly decent, clean move by Fuga. They kind of saw the room was there and actually took it, which made it a little bit easier for Verve Racing Team Blake and WS here to really sort of just carry on with their battle. And I think that's what we kind of really would like to see for the next 6 hours and 18 minutes, Tim.
Definitely. And we've got a couple of other close battles. The Orion and Quillia, they're battling out still for first place. GCE right now. These guys are slightly closer, and we're heading now through to the slipstream part of the circuit. Despite it being Porsche on Porsche. I know you've been 3 tenths behind WS. You're surely going to put your money onto them to get the move done. Down the back straight on Verve Racing Team Black. Just moving to the outside there. Have they pulled out too soon? Let's find out soon enough. On P2 just behind them, but that's not going to affect things. And there you go. They've got it done well before the entry to the loop there, James.
It seems a constant thing, though. We saw it with Mike Down, didn't we, in Aquilia Racing, that once you get out of that slipstream, your car just seems to almost rocket forward, because that was another one where the job was done before we'd even hit the apex. And without obviously seeing the being in the car and feeling the car itself, Tim, but that's two moves we've done that have really been done before the
James,
corner.
This is really helping them, because the sister LMP2 for WS Racing just coming in between them and Verve Racing Team, and is now giving them a little bit of breathing space that they will have wanted. allowed them to pull out a few extra attempts over the racing team. But Vector, after our issue, James, just having a little look at the stats, they are around about a second slower per lap after that incident with Avensis GTE.
Yeah, they're currently lapping in a 130, I believe his last lap for David Duino was a 132.3. Putting that into perspective of the second place 524 International was done at 131.7. So they are literally about 1.03 of a second per lap slower.
This is helping them even more. WS helping even more here. It's the boosted LMP2 is getting in past them. And also, they're not far behind. That is the Verve. Sorry, that's not a lie. That's 524 International just coming through there as well. And then you've got the Scania LMP1 as well. Agriba just catching it at the right time. And really able to pull out a bigger gap again. Now nearly 1.5 seconds separating them and Verve. You're only a lap ago. We're just getting past at this very point. And wow, look at that already. What difference a lap makes here, James.
But that's what we said about traffic, didn't we, Tim? We've reinforced it and reinforced it all the way through this series. And we've said traffic can play a major part. It can lead to either you making the overtake or you can't. And we saw it earlier with the 524, the hashtag racing, and the Welder Sim Racing, I believe, LMP2s, where they blocked in. Was one the 524 was blocked in between the GTE, behind the GTE going down the back straight, Tim, and they couldn't make the pass. They lost 2 places because they couldn't get past the GTE.
Just taking a little look of what other battles we've got going on. 27 Motorsport, they're closing right up onto the back. Take a little look at this. Just looking at the stats, Niels Core looks like he's lost a big chunk of time for Chicane Online Racing Red into the second to last corner. Has he caught the grass? Yes, he has. And round he goes, and facing the wrong way, and into the barrier, and now it's a nasty part of the track to try and rejoin there, James.
Yeah, the only good thing is, Niels, on your right hand side is the pit lane, sir. I would have probably looked at dives.
However, the front of GTE, they are only 2 tenths. And the LMP2 Vector just struggling to get past. Clearly, where it's obviously, we mentioned about it's, you said, James, they've got about a second difference, was it, on their lap times?
Yeah, about 1.07 roughly.
Nice. I love your roughlies there, nice and close and accurate. But yeah, they took nearly the whole straight for the LMP2 to pass these GTEs, which is an incredible amount of time. So that top. Their top speed is really hurting them right now.
Yeah, I wonder if they're trying to hang it out, though, Tim, for the next pit stop. Because they pitted, I believe, on lap 48. We're 67 in. Yeah, and then we can see if they can... I wonder if they're trying to hang it out to the next round of pit stops. Because that would make more sense for them, wouldn't it, really?
It would do. It would make logical sense.
Logic, Tim. When do me and you ever touch logic for a broadcast when we're watching things like this? It goes out the window, doesn't it?
It normally does, yes. There's normally there's a degree of it early on, but then they seem to go at each other, hammer and tong.
Yeah.
Keep you up to date as well. WS Racing Esports, they are catching Centurion, their Ferrari, further down the field. That's 8th in class right now. Sorry, no. And it's WS, they're also closing up on Centurion. And these guys just being helped and aided and abetted by the JD Ferrari that is ahead of them. And it's incredibly close, isn't it, James?
Yeah, Mike Dam, Justin Corral have been going at each other throughout this first hour and 50 minutes, Tim.
Now we're heading to obviously this battle that I touched on earlier, where WS they've really dropped Verve Racing team, you can see right in the background there, and they've caught up onto the back of Centurion. And, well, it seems to be every corner they're taking, you know, a tenth out of them, really, really making strong gains. And the Porsche looking a little bit stronger, especially through this section of the track, than the Ferrari right now.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see. Now, we normally see from Centurion quite a conservative race, but I think this is the first time they've kind of really been pushed like they are being currently. They've normally been the car trying to do the pushing. So it's going to be interesting to see what David Gowrie can actually do there, and see if he can hold the WS Racing. But as we see with the toe, Tim, coming out of this corner on the run up the S's, it's too strong. I don't think they're going to be able to hold it.
We've got the 27 Motorsport BMW, but that's going to be out of slipstream range for Centurion. It's all going to be about the drag down the back straight. Here they come. What does Centurion do? Do they go defensive to the inside or hold on the outside? Wow, they're looking to hold it on the outside. But the straight line speed of that Ferrari really showing there. Maybe running a little bit of a lower downforce as well. And WS Esports and that Porsche had no answer for him. Oh, so maybe a bit of contact there. That looked like contact from the Porsche onto the back of the Ferrari, and that all the hard work is undone. As Verve Racing team, they've gone back past them. And now that's our leaders just coming through. Let's take a look at what happened. It's almost like he just outbraked himself. Maybe, or do you think, James, maybe Centurion just braked a little bit earlier than what Rebo was expecting? It's hard to tell.
Maybe, Tim. I think we'll have to try and see without looking back for all the laps and seeing where their braking point was. But, you know, we've all been in that shoes where we're not expected the guy to brake in front of us as early as he did. And unfortunately, that's a shame.
Well, maybe part of that, though, James, is where, you know, that straight line speed of the Ferrari's got to be also down to a part of it where they were... lower downforce. So to get that straight line speed, and obviously aid and abet them for getting moves over. So Maniti, they've headed to the pits in GTE. So maybe the car's just not set up for the corners, so he needs that slower entry speed to be able to make it through them. Because it's just there's obviously a lack of grip. I mean, I did say to you about obviously a little bit towards the end of the lap, the Porsche did look so much stronger through the corners in comparison to the Ferrari.
And that maybe was the issue, as you say, as we see Mike Dam. Is he going to get
it's just
lapping, isn't
past the lapping the WS Porsche. That is good for Mike Dam, but not good for Justin Quarrel for Quillia Racing Aqua, who's behind them and catch that WS. And he's going to have to wait for almost... How many corners do you think, James? Maybe one? A couple of corners?
He's got to get... Yeah, here he's going to be on the run, on the short run down to boot. You would have thought to facilitate the move. There you go. He's trying to get out of his way, but that is going to open him up to Koji and JD Sim Racing Ferrari behind him.
Ooh.
I don't get what that was there, Tim. I'm not quite sure why he just didn't... Well, not... Yeah, now he's just holding him up. I don't understand what's happening.
No, a bit of a bizarre one as he moves to the left again. I'm not sure whether... I mean, these guys are normally used to battling in and around one another, so I'm not sure whether they think that they're actually maybe racing on track and just trying to cover bits off. We see Verve, they've headed to the pits. And
Tim, I do wonder if he thinks that is... I do wonder if he thinks that's Danny Thompson from the Aquilia Racing Cyan team, and therefore he feels he might actually have the right to be racing him because they're in the same livery, aren't they?
Yeah, it could well be. Obviously, he's seeing Aquilia behind them.
Yeah, I wonder if he thinks that's Danny Thompson.
Because he's make a lot of sense.
Yeah, he's living a lap after a lap, and he's not making it easier. Look, there he goes again. I do wonder if he feels.
That's it through. That's it through.
Yeah, that's it done.
There we go. So normally, within endurance racing, you tend to keep to the line and make obviously the person lapping you do the hard work, as it were. But WS is playing a bit of role reversal a little bit different. And we've got World of Sim Racing and LMP2 and Boosted. They are into the pits. They are the first of the stoppers to take their third laps. And also we've got Verve Racing Team and Maniti into the pits. Now, Maniti, incredibly long stop for them. They've already been stationary for over 4 minutes. A long stop for Verve Racing Team Black. Really deciding to get rid of a bit of damage. Their stop lasted. They were stationary for 1 minute 1 as well. Wow, this is getting incredibly close, and that's allowed WS back.
What?
And Justin Corral is not having the best of time right now, James, as we approach 6 hours left of the race.
Tim, I'm not really sure what I'm watching. I'm a bit confused.
No, it is.
I don't get it. Justin Corral's second place GTE overall, right? He's either looking damaged now because JD Sim Racing closed up to him, or he moved out the way for the LMP, but then WS went back past him. So
the only thing I can think of, James, is I think it was yourself. You said is that they think that it is the sister Aquilia car. That also, just while this is going on, Fuga, FTR, and Stage 1 Racing Junior and Senior are all into the pits, and LMP2 right now. So FTR, I think they've had a driver change for Larry. Also worth mentioning, Vector by RSR. O'Donnell Lines has got into the car for them. Stage 1 Senior, they've had a driver change. Bunquart is into the car for them. And Boss Chart, but Stage 1 Junior, but there we go. Finally passed again goes a Racing Cyan. But what is the damage in terms of the gap between themselves and Orion? Well, they were pretty much on top of each other, down to 3 tenths, and it's now 2.3 seconds.
Yeah, I'm lost, Tim, for that little complex.
There we go. And a unique happenings at Centurion just running into the gravel there. Currently 9th in class right now, and taking over it, folks. There you go. James Parfitt was speechless. First things do happen once in a while. As
I'm lost. I wasn't sure what I was watching because we say facilitate the pass, stay on the line, don't we? But he moved over and then he went back past, and then I'm confused why his spotter or somebody screaming in his ear telling him to get out of the way. I don't understand.
Now, Vector, let's find out what pace O'Donnell Lines has got, because that is FTR on the left. Well, they're just against the wall as they clear the BMW of hashtag there. It's a race down to the 90. Vector going to look to cut underneath them, but they're going to be in the slipstream. Have they timed it right? Are they going to have to back out maybe a little bit as they run up through the S's right now? Is the car going to be quick enough to keep up with FTR? Well, FTR just moving around quite a bit, swaying over the track. But there you go. They're going to get the move done as they come down side by side. And that is looking like the move done for Vector. But FTR is fighting back a little bit, but it's just assuming that position. And that has got them up into 6th place.
Yeah, I think the driver swap again, as we've seen on numerous amount of occasions with Vector, the honesty of EJ O'Donnell Lines and David Duino is an exceptional thing to see. They literally do tell each other that if there's an issue and you're not driving right, my turn to take over. Yeah, swap it out every single time. So I'm guessing that's possibly what have happened after David Duino's incident.
Well, James, I think that is why they are winning the championship right now. As we've got Ryan, they are into the pits from GTE. Likewise, Chicane Online Racing Red. And he's still in the pits, and that's taken numerous laps down. But JD are closing in right on the back of 27 Motorsport. 27 Motorsport, they are up 3 places. JD are up 4 places themselves. We were saying in qualifying, James, despite the show of force from Porsche in qualifying, BMWs do seem to come back during race pace, and definitely being shown right now between hashtag, who are 3rd in class, and 27 Motorsport, who are 5th in class. But well, for now, can JD get it moved done past them? You have to wonder.
Yeah, they've just gone past the aptly named commentator's ankle. Part of that track that we named the other day, coming around second to last. I think if Martin Karasek is going to do this, oh, it looks like he's into the pits, Tim.
Well, I think that answers that. Oh, they're both into the pits. There you go.
Him and Barbosa together.
Up to Fuga, who have got Elite coming in right behind them. They're going to be in slipstream range, heading down the back straight. Can they get their move done? There's no traffic ahead of them to aid Fuga, who are a bit far down by their own standards, currently in 9th place, but Elite just trying to get the move done around the outside. Fuga holding on to that inside line. I'm looking a bit unsettled, but let's a bit further up as we're head up to hashtag versus 524 International. Got 524 there on the right hand side of the screen right now. They're going to have the work to do against hashtag around the outside, who just holding on to it by able to take that tighter line where the track is slightly cleaner. That's been a few marbles on the outside of the corner there, James.
Yeah, that was so close. That could have easily ended up in disaster, but then again, they're still going at it as they head round the toe, Tim. Oh, this is going to be a quick sprint down the boot.
I think it is. It's going to be interesting. Who's going to be the last of the late breakers? C524 move out of the slipstream, and there you go. They've got the move done. Hashtag just backing out a little bit so they could take their normal entry into the corner. But 524 have also...
No,
they've got the extra run there, James, haven't they? Obviously,
they've got the straight, so it's almost like they've left them. Oh, move there, Tim.
It's boosted a place to Orion JRT. Right up into 6th place right now, just slicing all that draft and boosted. I know they're not having the going over their high pedigree they have in LMP1 across the GTE quite, but still a good showing from them. 22nd overall, up 12 places as it stands. But here we go. Hashtag the gap is closing. They've got is the FDR in front of them in the Ferrari. They're sort of chicane, sorry. But not able to quite close up because that Ferrari just aiding 524 in front of them to prevent the overtake from being done. It seemed to just, just break it up a little bit and neutralise that gap between themselves and hashtag.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. When you've got that situation with that Carlos Kane online racing Ferrari there on the side, it aids the car in front. So it takes that almost that advantage away from Silvera because the 524 was picking up the toe as well. So it's kind of just going to have to go another lap and keep it close through this next section and see if they can do it again at the on the back straight, Tim, to be honest.
So we're well into, we're just moving into race hour 3 right now. So take you through. Not sure if Chris Rowlands is with us for one of his updates.
Hello. Yes, hopefully
he is. There we go. Yeah, do you want to take us through what happened in the last hour?
Well, it's sort of a tale of 2 hours here. Hour 1 was nice and clean. Hour 2 has been quite contemptuous and quite a bit of death. We've lost several GTE cars. The poor Arvensis team have lost both their drivers since we last spoke to you, and it's both been sort of similar incidents of LMP2s trying to get past them and really struggling. It's been a theme of the hour, really, is the LMP2s have been struggling to get past some of the GTEs, and I think obviously Watkins doesn't suit that. But yeah, we'll briefly mention that Scania are still winning their one-class field in LMP1, but then yeah, we mentioned RaceFox briefly in hour 1. They are continuing their good run in the LMP2 field. Nicholas Nagler is leading that team ably at the moment. He's got his 10-second gap back to 524 international racing, which is currently we've got a Yakura on board, and then hashtag racing LMP2 are in third there. They're not too far behind at the moment, so that battle is brewing under. It's quite nicely because Fuga and Elite seem to slowly be separating, and perhaps these two are beginning to catch each other again. And I'd say LMP2, aside from killing GTEs, they've sort of kept themselves in this last hour. We've not seen a huge amount. I mean, obviously LMP2 had their incident and they lost their gap to 524, who closed up within 2 seconds. That's moot now because as you can see, Fuga are down in 9th. So that's the recovery drive for them on the way. GTEs by comparison. So we're currently it's Aquila in the lead, but they are in the pits and probably about to be overtaken by Orion. It's been interesting. Obviously, Orion, they were third at the end of the pit stop run last time out. I was talking to you an hour ago. They've built their way back up to first. They've clearly got the pace on the track. They have been in that really, really excellent battle with Aquila, and Maniti were in it too. They are back out on track now, Maniti, but they were involved in an incident. I don't believe we caught it, but Maniti were hit by chicane on line orange in Toad. Chicane on line, just unfortunately losing on the curve on the inside. There wasn't a huge amount they could do with that car. They were on the brakes by the looks of it, and unfortunately Maniti got tagged as they were trying to come past, and that's taken them out of the really interesting battle we had for the top three there. And so yes, we can see now Aquila are back out, and they are only just back out in front of Orion. So that's going to continue. Let's hope we get another 4 hours of this, or 6 hours would be great. Let's just remember how long the race actually is. But at the moment, it does seem to be a two-horse race for the lead in GTEs, with Hashtag Racing currently in third for the Pro Division. And then, of course, let's not forget the GTE AM Division. We've got JD Sim Racing 233. They are leading. They are leading quite comfortably from Martin Kammerhofer in the Aquila Cyan car. And World of Sim Racing with Kike Martin are currently third in GTE. So GTE AMs, it seems, have been a little bit more well-behaved at times. We have got a couple of incidents that are being looked at that we might well get penalties for soon, just being looked at by the stewards. But let's hope hour 3 is just a little bit kinder to the drivers than hour 2.
Well, thought there was going to be a move there from Quillia, as it's right up on the back into Ryan. They've had a driver change. We've got Schenker into the car for Orion, Porsche and Quillia. They've got Anderson jumping on board for both Americans and vying for victory here in America at the home race in the season. And James, I understand you're about to disappear off, as we've now been joined by Ian Winchester.
I am. I will leave you in the capable hands of Ian, and I will catch up with you all shortly.
Absolutely, James. And well, Ian,
hello. Excuse me. Hello.
It starts to kick off, and we have a bit of spiciness.
Yeah, it does seem that way. I caught the last.
Here we go. Oh, sorry, across you there. As we see WS4, they're going to get the move done, but they're going to surely have the slipstream now. And this is going to leave Gomez, who's just got into the court. Both these cars actually have had driver change. Gomez into 27. Weiss is into the Porsche, but they need to be careful because they've got the Ferrari just ahead of them. But WS, they're going to get the move done ahead of time into the corner. Now, I believe something's happened to Hashtag. So if they lost it across the bump. Oh, they got it onto the grass, and that sent them around. Fuga were close behind them. And they're going the wrong way. Oh, no. This is going to get incredibly close, and to bump it against the barriers to see Aquila Cyan, I think that's coming through there. Oh, no, this is, you can see the really heavy turning circle, especially the BMW one, the biggest. It's the M8 of all the GTEs. And Augusto somehow lives to fight another day. Well, yeah, I was just about to say, Ian, you come back for everything happens, and then all of a sudden come back and we have what could have been a race-changing event for a few cars potentially there, but everyone managing to get away from that one.
Yeah, I think hopefully I managed to evade being the angel of death there as you were introducing me, so luckily everyone survived, which I'm really glad to hear about.
Actually, while that melee was happening, watching that replay, Fuga have lost a place to Elite. They've managed to nip their way through. I'm guessing it must have been, surprise, where they're coming up to now, up through the S's and onto the back straight. Fuga, only 4 tenths behind you. Money has got to be on them. This is what happened last time around, and as predicted, Ian, there we go. If we head back live, we're probably going to see a very similar image as well, I would guess. There you go. But the reverse, as Fuga head up the inside. There we go. Getting our predictions right. it reminds me of something we covered many moons ago here at Table Sin Sports. We covered our F3 race here, and it was like that for lap after lap, and no different here in the ISRC and sports cars in general. So you see Fugger just coming past Centurion. Oh, hold on, that was another LMP2 off on the track there. I didn't quite catch. I think was it stage 1 possibly, or was it antagonist? It was like a bit of orangeness on the livery. Who was it? It was stage 1. And after they outbrake themselves. There we go, just rotating the car around and through into the gravel there. I could have been worse for them though, Ian.
Absolutely, it could have been a lot worse. These close calls though are what all racing is all about, isn't it? It's about that momentary scare as you're like, am I going to skim past this? So everyone did well there.
It's just watching their way back through the field, but just behind them, 27 Motorsport. They've got JD behind them, a couple of cars behind, so they do have a car in between that's really going to help them right now. Trying to see who that one was. I think that's Chicane Online Racing Purple there. Just tucked in between them and really helping them right now. And just looking at it, I think Maniti, they are still in the pits. Yeah, they're well down now. So let's head a bit further up the field to see how antagonists. We haven't seen much of these guys so far, Ian, but quite a strong race, up 4 places from where they started. And right now they've got Stage 1 Racing Senior closing in on them. Too sure whether
I mean, any race where you're climbing that many number of places really is, you've got to put that down to a win, even if you don't win. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's really good progress from them.
It is definitely, as they're just picking their way through the field. Now they've got a bit of clean air in front of them. Heading out onto the back straight and a comfortable gap. They able to pull it out a little between themselves and Stage 1 Racing Senior. But farther behind them, Elite and Fuga, they've been still swapping places and around about half a second in them. And there we go. Just Josh Fletcher for Elite. The Brit managing to catch up as WS after earlier spin, and wow, that was a nearly so close between them and Verve Racing Team Black. Obviously, WS trying to pick their way back through after that earlier incident. Verve currently is between themselves, 8th place in class. Vector of having an absolute blinder right now. They are up to 5th. The earlier issue in the hands of O'Donnell Lines. Just watch WS is coming through. Getting so close between these guys. It's just struggling to find that. The LMP2, they're just struggling to find a way past. That's the Stage 1 Racing Orange machine. Be interesting to see where they can pick their way past. Right now, let's take you through your order here at Watkins Glen. Currently it's Sakanya out in front in LMP1 and LMP2. It's Race Fox followed by 524 International hashtag holding on to the podium places. GTE. It's Orion Aquilia and Orion JRT holding the top 3. The .exe guys, they're in a blinder. They're at 18 places from where they started. They did a little bit by some retirements, but even so, that's absolutely blinding from them. GTE it's JD Sim Racing. Aquilia, it's Racing Science and World of Sim Racing team for your top 3. But 524 International being harassed by hashtag through the traffic. Just coming past the racing team black Porsche there in the background. Hashtag will not be wanting that one. They look to hunt down 524 and amazing really. After 2.25 hours, 8 attempts, it's all that separates these two cars. They've been at it pretty much for the whole race long. And it is incredible to see these guys fighting it out still so closely after such a long time. A bit further down the field though, Stage 1 Racing Senior, they're having Fuga and Elite come along up to the back of them. See if we can pick that one up for you shortly. Right now, there we go, as if by magic. That's why Fuga have been able to close up due to the part of the traffic part of the track that they are on. But right now, you've got to feel for the Stage 1 Racing Senior team because only a Fuga are catching. They're dragging on Elite Racing. Baron Mikulov for Fuga. What can he do? Close up that gap, and you feel that Blancois is looking vulnerable as they. Baron Mikulov moves to the inside there. As Fuga really absolutely all over the gearbox. As Stage 1 Senior just catching the grass on corner entry. That's going to provide Fuga's time to strike. It's not. Elite just able to close up that little bit more. And fellow commentator Ian, we're just having a few technical problems. Chris Rowlands, here we go. You're joining us in as we're going to watch Fuga get their way past Stage 1 Racing Senior.
We were talking on Thursday about making the move into turn 1. It's not always the best idea because you compromise your exit, and you've got, there's quite. I think it's fair to say this is quite a long straight. Although what might work out for him here, of course, is Stage 1 have got Elite for company behind them, so that's what he'll be thinking about. But it has, however, brought Elite right into the draft for Fuga, so we'll have to see if the overall pace is going to be good enough.
Can Elite get a 2-for-1 deal here? You see Stage 1 move out to block off Elite. High speed poker being played out at Stage 1 though. It's cost them. Look, they've ran wide out into the marbles, which has sent them understeering out, and Elite picking up the place. And Stage 1 Racing Senior, about 4 corners, have lost 2 places. They now come up onto the back marker. I think is that on the JD? Yes, the JD Porsche. And Stage 1 could lose an even heap more time here. So there you go. We see Elite and Fuga get ahead of the Porsche. Give themselves a bit of a gap to Stage 1 Senior there.
I think crucially though at this stage of the race, it's more important that you do and don't lose the time rather than the track position, because you can often work together with the people on course. Like if Fuga are slightly quicker here, then Elite will just really be looking to hang on to their coattails and try and use their pace for a bit of draft, a bit of fuel saving, just see what they can do. I mean, Stage 1 are already a second behind, so I think pace-wise, they're just going to have to think about their own race now. But we might be able to have a nice chat with Toby Ward of Boosted, potentially. So we've got Toby Ward now in the commentary booth. So Toby, how's it going for Boosted today so far?
Hey.
Far for you, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely a different beast. Going from the LMP1 to a GTE, which I've not really had a whole lot of driving experience of, has been a bit of a culture shock for us. But I qualified the car. I am the slowest driver, admittedly. But getting from 20th to, I think we pitted in 7th and came out 13th. That's a pretty good day so far. I think for us, we're looking for a points finish where possible. I think that's a realistic goal, to be honest.
At the very least, you'll be the top Corvette, which is always a prestigious title to have. But how has it been sort of with traffic? Because obviously normally you'll have a boost button and the top speed of any class, but obviously right now, and we've seen incidents with the LMP2s trying to get past the GTEs. How's that been for you guys, sort of that adjustment? Has that been a bit tricky?
Honestly, it's actually been not too bad. I think this is a circuit where at least for me personally, I'm pretty confident around Watkins Glen. And it's just about, being sensible and looking in your mirrors. I think a lot of issues, particularly around the S's, I think for us having the experience of being in the LMP1 car means we kind of know where the LMP cars are going to go and what gaps they're going to go for, which means we never accidentally, say, chop off their nose mid-corner. And it's meant we haven't really had any incidents throughout the first 2 hours or so. I think for us, really, it's strategy that is harder. Tyres are a bit of an interesting one at the moment. If you're a fast driver, you tend to find that you won't be able to do double stints. But if you're a little bit more like me and you're a bit gentler on the tyres, you can double stint and save a lot of time. And it's just a little bit of a conundrum at the moment, working out, are we going to keep doing doubles, or do we need to start doing this single stints and taking advantage of the faster tyres?
Yeah, so you've got Ben Gregory in the car at the moment, who's helping us out with pit windows earlier. Are you heading back in the car later on, or is it just the two of you today, or have you got the three of you from Boosted?
So it'll be probably Ben and Tim taking it over for the rest of the race. I've got an event in the evening, so I can't exactly make the end of the race. But
not able to put your feet up either, though, sadly.
Yeah, but they're a lot faster. They're probably like a second or two faster than me. So it'll be interesting to see how they get on, to be honest. I reckon they can make up a few extra places. And like I say, I think for us, a points paying finish, we can get a top 10. I think that'd be a really good day for us,
I think that's well within your sights. You're only, by the looks of it, about 20 seconds behind 6th. I think maybe a bit more than that. But certainly with, 5.5 hours to go, I suspect those are things you can target and not have to worry too much about.
Yeah, definitely. And it's just a case of, trying to keep a clean race. We've seen cars who are like well out ahead of us just bin it. Not even because they're around, near another car. They've just got on the power too early. They've misjudged their tyres and they've just spun round, and it's cost them 20-30 seconds. And I think that's partially why I was able to get ahead of a lot of people. Was during the start of the race, my pace was obviously showing, but because I was able to look after my tyres more, I could just push a lot harder later into the stint and make a couple of overtakes that were really important for us.
Done for that. It was lovely to talk to you. I think we might be able to talk to your Boosted teammate Adam in a second, so we'll get the lowdown on both your cars, and good luck for the rest of the race, and enjoy your event later on.
Well, thank you very much.
We've had an incident while that's all been going on, Chris. Chicane Online Racing Orange, we've got a drive-through penalty for causing a collision, as we just see melee happening on track right now. This is JD Ferrari trying to clear the 27 Motorsport BMW. There's also, we've got Orion GRT looking to get moves done on WS Racing Esports. 3 temps separating them right now, and yeah, we've had a few battles happening as you see JD out in front there, and Fuga. They've also got Elite still tucked up behind them. Only under half a second separating those guys, and likewise at the sharp end of LMP2 524. I've got a hashtag with them, the company. But now, let's grab Adam to have a chat with yourself there, Chris.
Yeah, so we've got Adam from the sister Boosted team. Adam, is everything still on target?
It's all on target. There's nothing to worry about.
I can see you're in 11th at the moment, which I think is possibly a bit lower than you're sometimes used to being. But have you got too tangled up in the incidents we've seen with the LMPs trying to get past the GTEs? It seems to have been a struggle for some of the other teams in your class.
The opening gambit was pretty rough. That was a bit hairy in places, but other than that, it's been pretty much plain sailing, really. We're without Alex this weekend, who massages the rest of our downfallings. He's quite a bit quicker than the rest of us, so we're usually running a little bit higher. But this week, myself, John, we've got Sean racing with us for the first time. We're just trying to have a bit of fun and see where we end up. Like 11th for us is, we're pretty happy.
I think at this stage it feels almost more a case of just try and keep it on the field and get past those GTEs safely. Is it one of those tracks where the GTEs aren't actually that much slower in the easy to pass places? Has it been a struggle for you so far today, or are you finding the traffic manageable so far?
It's not been too bad, to be honest. Like through the corners, because these are mainly high and medium speed corners, we are significantly quicker. But the trouble is, there's only one real racing line, and when you go off, especially now, like a couple of hours in, we're already starting to see marbles. So you don't really want to be going offline too much. Down the straights, I think we're running a little bit more downforce than the other LMPs, so the GTEs do seem a little bit closer than they would normally be. But yeah, to be fair to them, they've been pretty predictable. We haven't had any close calls that I can think of, so it's been all right.
That's good to hear. And so you say you've got Sean running with you for the first time. How many stints are you planning on having Sean in the car for? And obviously, when are you planning on getting back in the car also?
We usually just do doubles between us. Like we're not, because we're not running at the sharp end. We'll just share out the time and see who fancies getting in, and make sure that we share it out. I don't think we've told Sean yet, but once John's done, Sean's running to the end.
Oh.
I hope he's listening. No, he's not. No, we'll. John's got a double. He'll see how he feels at the end of that. Sean will probably jump in for a double after that, and then we'll see who fancies taking it. We should have about 2 hours left, so one of us will then take it to the end from there.
That sounds very good, and hopefully you can stay on target for the rest of this. And we'll hopefully we can catch you again soon, Adam. Good luck for staying on target. Yeah.
Thank you. We'll try not to worry about it.
Well, as you were chatting to them, chatting to Adam there, Chris, WS Racing just outbreaking themselves there. Purchasing themselves a one-way ticket to the barrier in the process, which has then allowed them, well, they've effectively gone from drops a couple of places from battling with Orion. They've had Loud Centurion through, and also 27 Motorsports as well as I believe, Ian, you've sort of a few of your technical difficulties and you're back with us now.
Yeah, not so much technical difficulties as user error, I'm afraid. But there we go. Thank you very much to Chris for covering that and the interviews. That was dead interesting. So this hour hopefully will be a little bit less uneventful. I mean, it's kind of from a commentator's point of view. You kind of want it to not be, but look at this. There's a huge pack approaching. Tim, I'll let you take over.
Yeah, it's... I tell you what, you say about this, things calming down. I've seen a lot of battles start to emerge as, here's one of them, JD Sim Racing, and they're going to get past WS Esports, who, again, running a bit wide, but they're going to come side by side. They've got an LMP2 trying to squeeze in between them. That is the leader of LMP2 there. Just trying to get through this race. Wow, this is getting incredibly close, and that was a brave move.
He's obviously feeling under pressure because he's only 0.2 of a lap ahead of the P2 in LMP2, so he feels gambits like that are worth taking.
Clearly, and talking of other battles, it's these guys at it again. Hashtag versus 524. 524 currently with that upper hand as it stands. Silvera, the Iberian, too, coming on board for Hashtag. So he lifts the hands down. Yakura from 524. Say, it's all starting to come alive. Just coming past the Corvette there, but here's another one that's all happening. The Stage 1 Junior, they're just picked their way past there. Have boosted, but JD Sim Racing fighting back here against WS. Two different lines, two different cars, side by side. Let's see how this comes out as WS just slotting in front, but that's going to allow JD to be in the slipstream. What can they do? We've already seen the straight line speed of that Ferrari, but it looks like they're not going to be quite up close enough to get the move done. WS have not had the best time into these next couple of corners by running wide or locking up. It's 5-2-4. They've managed their way. No, they was just still there. But all they've got is a chicane, I believe. Yeah, that's a chicane Ferrari in front of them, holding them both up. And that could have ended in near disaster. As the Ferrari heads to the inside there, they're going to have to go around the outside. And Hashtag just making their way through and not losing any time to 5-2-4 in the process. So we just see Boosted coming up onto the back of Stage 1 Junior. Wow, it's just all starting to kick off again in the end. You've come back just at the right time, I think.
Yeah, brilliant. I mean, the thing is, your voice will start to dry out if you're not too careful. So feel free to have a drink with a mute button if you like. And I was just looking at those 2P2s going around there. The last interviewer, that bounced off the curb a little bit there. He did well to hold on to it. You see he's veered into the middle of the start-finish straight. The last interviewer was saying there was only really one line through the corners. And I kind of don't... I mean, while he's the one that drives it and is obviously better at it than me, I feel that's not strictly true with some of them, because there are multiple lines you can take. Go on.
I think it was more to do with the marbles. They're already seeing heavily emerge as we see JD
yes, of course, that's right. Yes.
As they look to try and get past WS. They look to try and look for the cutback up the inside. WS just closing it off near enough there. Stop the momentum of JD and that Ferrari coming through.
That's right. His point, I think, was the additional danger of the marbles on the non-normal racing line. That's exactly his point, wasn't it?
It was indeed. As we see their racing team black, they're now right up onto the back of Orion JRT. This battle for 6th place in GTE overall, and obviously in Pro right now. As you see, they'd surely be waiting. They've got the Aquilia in front of them. It's the Aqua machine with Anderson, the American, currently on board. 3 Porsches, all one another, but it's going to be interesting here, because just in the background you see the Ferrari Centurion not too far behind these guys, and as we've seen, this battles start to emerge. That allows other people to catch up and come into play. What is a 2-car fight can soon become a 3-car fight.
That's right. It is a racing truism that if cars are battling, then they both slow down. And I've never really been able to get to the bottom of that in my head as to why that is. I'm sure someone in the comments might have an idea, or you do, Tim, because you watch a lot more racing than I do.
Right here, and as we see, Hashtag and 524 got to clear all 3 of these GTEs right now. It's only a Aquilia Cyan, but the Orion JRT had to run wide there, but that's not allowed the black machine to get their way through. Ian, I think we've got a penalty coming through. What's that for?
Unsafe rejoin, it looks like.
Yes, it's a Stage 1 Racing Junior. They've got a 30-second stop and hold. So not exactly going to help those guys right now.
That's it.
I think they're...
That's it. Go on, Tim.
Are they a lap down already, Ian, I think, maybe?
It seems that way, yeah. And as well as 30 seconds, you can kind of judge... The easiest way to judge it, I suppose, is by looking at how long it takes to do a lap, and that's about a third of a lap, which is a big chunk of time. So, and the entrance and the exit of the pits, of course. So that's an extra 30 seconds. That's a minute. So 2/3 of a lap, really. That's a big penalty.
Talking of big penalties, this is Verve Racing Team Black. Got Crittenden, the Brit, currently on board for them, and really applying the pressure onto Finzak in front of them for Orion. Aquilia, that's the Cyan machine. That is not battling with these guys. That is a lap ahead. And this is where it could get a little bit tricky, but these guys behind them seem to be stronger on pace, or is it me, Ian? As they're looking to try and unlap themselves here, and this could end up in a very, very sticky mess if everyone's not careful.
Yeah, I mean, there was everyone was giving plenty of space around there. It was what, fourth hour of the race, so still, there's probably still not enough urgency within drivers' minds. That Ferrari goes around the inside, and the
that's Centurion here. We was saying about earlier how with all this battling going on, it could bring them into it, and look, it really, really has. And now they're right up to the back of Orion and Verve. Right on board with Centurion. I'm sure we're bound to see some standard passes that we've seen so far onto that back straight in, and are they going to be quite close enough? I'm not sure. It just sounds like they're maybe just nursing their tyres a little bit. It's Bandian for Centurion. You see, not pushing as hard as the cars in front. So they're going to maybe drop off, and just clearly this just shows how much time these two in front of them are losing. So here comes the Ferrari, really starting to close up. Visually to Orion and Verve, you can see just the straight line speed that this car has got. As somehow has pulled it what looked like no move on, and they've slingshotted the car.
And they're like
inside.
2 car lengths ahead as they go through. As they go into the entrance of that corner. That's pretty.
That is the LMP1 of Sicania just coming through. And this is surely going to help the Ferrari maybe a little bit. No, not too much for Centurion, but that's been going on. Orion have managed to pull out a few more temps over these two. The boosted LMP2, that's just coming through right now. So yes, it's the boosted LMP2 there. And, wow, this straight line speed that Ferrari has got is frightening. It looked completely like there was no chance of a move. They came out onto the back straight.
Has it always been that fast with the straight line speed this race, or have they made adjustments, do you think, with the wing to drop the downforce a bit?
Surely it's got to be down to that rear wing. I mean, the Ferrari is one of the stronger cars in terms of straight line speed, but that was amplified. But this car has got to be made, surely, and it's got to be running lower wing, because that was just frightening how it just monstered up to the back of the Porsche. And this is going to be interesting because this Porsche is in the slipstream now. Take a little look. So it's 3.351 of a second between themselves and Verve. That's already half a tenth. And look, Ferrari's just saying, "See ya, I'm off." Such is a straight line speed. So they're going to pull out nearly 2 tenths. There you go, 2 tenths. Is it going to be 2.5 tenths? Nearly 3 tenths of a second just on that back straight over the Porsche. That is amazing.
So this is exactly probably why that Porsche bumped into the back of that Ferrari at exactly this point we're watching now, right? Because the Ferrari's running low downforce for that straight line speed, and thus has to brake earlier and caught the Porsche unawares. I was away on my break. Did that Ferrari have to come in for repairs at all? Was there any damage to its rear?
No, that was okay. It was the WS Esports GTE that had to take evasive action in the end. Now, they tumbled. They are down into 10th place, obviously, on the back of that. Which is just allowed, obviously, these guys to catch up. But it'll be interesting to see what Centurion can do to Orion. That gap currently 1.2 seconds.
I'm really surprised there was no rear damage to that rear spoiler. On the Ferrari.
It was amazing, really. You can see sometimes just how fragile these cars are. Not being a bit more robust, as we see. Stage 1 orange just heading through.
Here we go. Is the Ferrari going to be able to keep up with the P2? That's the straight line speed we want.
Wow. You
In the
wouldn't put it
slipstream.
past them. Let's take a little look at this and how it unfolds. I tell you what, they are getting away from them, but not by much. And I'm just trying to take a look at their top speeds as well to compare. Centurion are around about 5 kilometers an hour faster compared to those. Now, Stephen Jones just making an interesting point over in the comments on YouTube, and Ferrari can run a lot less wing than others. 1 wing compared to about 5 for the others. So there you go. Thank you very much for that one, Stephen Jones there. And, good to have you on board.
Nice piece of insight there from a tuner, so that's really good. That's kind of basically is what we were saying, but it's nice to have it confirmed.
Yes, definitely. I see all hashtag. They are into the pits from the lead in LMP2 right now. Is that going to bring them out? Obviously, Race Fox, they've already been in a lap prior by the a couple laps before that. So, yeah, so close between those guys, as you see, Race Fox just taking back the lead in LMP2. But it's where hashtag are going to come out in relation to World of Sim Racing. Now, around the pit stops, Vector have really gained a few places. Hashtag obviously we're battling with 524 International. And they're going to come out in amongst them. And looks to me like hashtag are taking a longer stop than their competitors. Still in the pits. So where they're going to come out compared to 524. 524, I think they went for they went for a driver swap as well. So that's what's extended their stops out. There you go, they're out. Actually, they were 2 seconds quicker than 524 in that pit stop. So heading out and what can happen, but just seeing antagonistic orange right now coming up onto the back of Stage 1 Racing Senior.
I don't know about you, Tim, because I mean we were talking earlier about the bus stop in the qualifying, and you said you preferred without, didn't you?
Yes, I was a without camp person.
So the only reason I'm probably with is because I'm more used to it with the bus stop, but I still watching when we're following the cars just as it comes around the S's and you're looking up the bank and the inner loop of the bus stop is approaching, even though it's not there, I still get this Pavlovian fear in my stomach. It's just like, oh no, here we go, this is going to be carnage. So it clearly has a big effect on me.
I think it's going to, if you're always used to, turning a certain way down a certain street or whatever. But it changes a little bit. So we've got Stage 1 Orange, they are into the pits. Orion JRT, they are into the pits in GTE right now. Just see antagonistic racing team, ironically named Orange, but don't have any orange on their car. What can they do over Stage 1 Racing Senior? Here they come. This has surely got to be the move. The 9th in class. 99 is going to cleverly box them in against the Aquilia Racing. And they've left them too much room there, Ian. And look, they've not been able to get the move done.
Yeah, and it was me thinking they were just being polite, and they clearly, you're right, they were trying to box them in, but left maybe 2 car widths, and there was ample room for them to duck out.
Ian. Look, they're still side by side. Come down to the heel now, and this is going to be interesting.
He's got the inside.
Oh no! Wide. Stage 1.
Bounce. That was a big hit. Oh dear.
Let's take a little look how this unfolded on board.
He was trying to outbrake him, wasn't he? He ran the outside and just onto the grass.
Now also there's a little bit of sort of banking on the inside of the curb where, interestingly, they sort of resurfaced strips. They've put those in where the track has just eroded over time to bring it back up to the same level as the rest of the track. But even so, on certain parts of the corner, it's still got that banking. And interestingly, it suffers the same fate as the Carousel at the Nürburgring, the famous bank corner, that sweeping left-hander, actually used to be a flat section of track. However, due to yeah, it used to be originally, when it was originally built, it used to be a flat section of track, but due to the amount of people going around there constantly, it's turned it into the corner that we all know and love today.
That's a
Nice
huge
little,
valley, though. That's a serious amount of wear, though, isn't it? Because it's like a foot and a half lower on the inside or something.
It is, yeah. It's a big old drop and a lovely.
I did hear a rumor that if you're driving a road car around there, you have to be really careful because it will damage your car diff if you're not careful because of the huge radius change because of the way the corners are eroded.
Well, if you're obviously rich enough to have a lovely diff on your car, I feel a bit indifferent to that opinion. Oh no, we've got that was WS carrying on. WS have gone into the barrier, and that is exactly a carbon copy of what we've seen from them already so far. Have they just outbraked themselves here, Ian?
Yeah, all traction just went, didn't it? And it's like you could see he was turning the wheel, but the car was just heading straight on. That's unfortunate. Just too much speed. Yeah, and not enough grip.
From Pascal Weiss and sent them straight on, and really not helping themselves. And you have to wonder if they hadn't have had those incidents, where they would quite be right now, because they've had so much outright pace. And Chris Rowlands, love to see your comments in the chat there about my god-awful jokes. And but talking of and stuff and how things are progressing, Vector are starting to close up onto the back of Hashtag. You can see him in the background, and the hands of O'Donnell Lines. So starting to pick up a bit of progress right now.
If we can just wait to see if anything exciting happens here. Look, there's a nice bit of drafting on long straight.
That is one of the back markers. That is the 72 of Stage 1 Junior. Hashtag using them, so pointing their tactics as they look to get away from Vector. We've actually managed to, due to the slipstream, close up that gap ever so slightly.
And car 72 doing the right thing there, staying on the racing line and allowing the car behind to do all the work, as we've talked about it today already.
Ooh, Ian, though, but look, the Aquilia ahead of them. Not too sure whether that's the Cyan or the Aqua, just playing a part in it, and really, well, looked like it was holding up Hashtag initially, but now it's holding up Vector, is able to quite get ahead. See Stage 1 managing to slot their way through, and right now Vector having to really work overtime to work their way through the traffic, because what is happening is allowing Hashtag to get away from them.
You can see the back squirreling about as they came out of the last but 3 corners. You can see the back step out a little bit just after they'd gone around that Porsche, and again as they came around the 90. So, beg your pardon, the ultimate corner before the pit. So there's definite effort going on there. With those P2s, you've got to be so careful with the power, because you've got to ease the power onto about 80%, otherwise the traction control will kick in, and that just loses you time all the time, every corner. I'm spectacularly bad at it.
Don't worry, join the club, and that's why we commentate. But talking of strong drivers, Gregory is in the car for Boosted in GTE. They hunt down WS Racing. Gregory will know. Surely his teammates would have been on the radio to him saying, he's had a couple of errors. He's going to feel a bit vulnerable, a bit nervous, especially coming down into this section of the track. What can Gregory do? And he's looking aggressive right now and trying to distract Weiss as best as possible, making him look in his mirrors. Do this, getting incredibly close between these two, and Boosted all over the gearbox of that Porsche right now.
And you were talking about all the different sections of tracks that have been overlaid, but because the grip changes as well, doesn't it? It makes for a really tricky surface.
It does, yes. It does. This is getting close as Boosted really on the attack there. Getting really aggressive with That moves as they look to try and pick their way past WS. This is Porsche. You can see just how much more speed the Corvette is carrying than the Porsche through the last corner. They've run down to the 90. You probably see Gregory, there you go, just out of the slipstream. Make him look in his mirrors. You can see all the marbles on your screen now to across the left-hand side in the corner exit. But
I don't know. Did you see that RSR? I think it stepped a little bit wide as it came around that corner, and it stepped onto the grass ever so fraction. And I wonder if the driver backed off a fraction just to make sure that he didn't spin out.
That was Centurion just making their way past Chicane Online Racing Red, and it's getting incredibly close between these guys as they come past. That was one of the markers there. They just came past the BMW. Didn't quite catch who that was, but I think the Chicane Online Orange. Sorry, that was. It's got the Verve Race Team Black Porsche behind them. But right now, Gregory doesn't seem... Although he's for boosted, seems to be incredibly strong during the corners. You can see the flash of the lights there where desperately trying to pick his way past JD, but I'm not sure if JD seems to... They seem to have the... top speed was actually equal between the two teams. But... Oh, there we go. This is the move for boosted. WS just running a little bit wide there. Gregory does not need any second invitations. Slots the car up the inside. Gets the car into the top 10 in GTE. And past, more crucially, WS Racing Esports. And that's right on board with WS. See what happened. Was it a lockup? Yes, there you go.
Yeah, went straight on, didn't he?
There you go. There's the Corvette of boosted. You see it emerge as the elite LMP2.
See, again, that might have been a forced error because...
Well, so we just look at hashtags LMP2 there. What's happened here? It's the .exe machine. Been having a strong event all day. Oh no!
Oh, they like a nudge.
That was a
like a
massive
nudge.
Yeah, that was the FTR Delara with Chevalier. Board for them. Oh, does that... I wasn't sure if the .exe Porsche was crabbing there. Let's ride on board with Chevalier. FTR. That looks a little bit clumsy.
Yeah.
It's a little bit clumsy there.
To be honest, I think that P2 will probably come off worst. I mean, I know the Porsche was knocked offline, but that front splitter for the P2 is really important for their cornering speed.
.exe. They are gonna really miss out on the straight line speed along the back straight, and you see they've got Aquilia Cyan behind them, but already a lap ahead of them. You see them starting to pick their way through. Just settle the car back in.
Doesn't seem to be any damage on the rear of that, does there? The rear splitter seems fairly straight. Well, we'll check the lap times.
I think so, yeah, they'll definitely be a good indication of.
So their fastest lap is 1:40.07, and that was 1:46.72, which is fine because they were off track for a little bit. So this is the one to see, I guess.
Well, yeah, it's worth as well keeping one eye on the LMP2 of FTR Esports Red. Now, they were 4 seconds down on the previous lap, but however, you say, Ian, they did have that contact with the team, and
yeah, and it's naturally human to, as soon as there's contact, you either brake or back off. So the time would have been lost. So these next laps for both, I guess, as we'll see if there's any issues.
Yeah, it's. I think it's looking at it is. Well, there's no visual damage to the front end of that Delara LMP2, but time will tell. I mean, because the massive one, I believe, Ian, is floor damage on these cars.
Well, if it's compressed, yeah, that's a big repair time as well, isn't it? Yeah, if you get ripples in the floor, then you've got. I
do believe.
Yeah, and there's causing a collision for 27 Motorsports LMP2.
Yeah, that's please practice extra caution when exiting the pit. So just a warning for them. We now watch FTR. They're onto the back of the chicane online racing. Orange BMW. So the 27 Motorsports BMW with Pedro Gomez in the background. One wide as Race Fox, the leader in LMP2, just coming through there.
Okay, so the FTR Esports P2 put in a lap that was 1 minute, 1 second 20.2 slower.
That's not too bad. That could have been due to traffic. We did see him locked in a little bit of traffic. So, yeah, it might take 1 or 2 more laps to try and work that one out.
Tib, I don't know. That Marcus in the .exe has put in his team's fastest lap. So,
clearly not carrying any
140.02.
damage in the Porsche whatsoever.
That's good news.
Or potentially some sort of, if there is any damage, unlocking a bit of pace from the Porsche right now, and it's just things are starting to.
If you're getting a push from a P2, then you're going to go faster.
Yeah, yes, just able to, bit of bump drafting, I believe, as they call it in oval racing. Let's just watch Fuga come through. Not far ahead of them is Boosted. However, they are coming round to lap them, and the day at the races that Boosted would have been hoping for in LMP2. John Roberts, the Brit, currently in the car for them. Fuga have still got Grabson, the Scandinavian, on board. In there, Delara. LMP2.
Just a small update. The last lap from Ryan in the FTR Esports was 0.3 of a second slower this lap. I mean, so you can't really, it doesn't really seem. I think everyone got away with that one, it seems, which is good.
This is what we like to see, and there
has been a protest, so the stewards are investigating that collision, so there might be some kind of sanction.
Not all over yet, and FTR Esports not out of the woods yet. Now, it's going to get interesting because in terms of lap times, it's going to be easy for the drivers. So just to bring it up to the date, as we are around about 10 past 4 in the afternoon here at Watkins Glen. Just watching Gregory for Boosted their way past JD Sim Racing Ferrari. Yeah, so in terms of obviously temperatures are starting to get a little bit cooler here. Down to 26 degrees track temperature. Wind relatively calm at around about 5 kilometers an hour. So nothing too major. Southwesterly breeze just to cool things off. With a 24 degrees ambient temperature. We're in upstate New York. Just watch this, and it's just watching this Corvette for Boosted, and in the hands of Gregory, they've been able to pick up a bit of time, and they're looking a lot more racy.
Absolutely they are, yeah, and it's really nice to see, just more racy in a race. I'm digging it.
Just ahead of, so just they're stuck in a little pocket of space right now. So they're 2 seconds behind them. You can see him in the background there is JD Sim Racing. I've got around about a second behind them is WS Porsche. You can see 3 different manufacturers battling it out. Now Boosted ahead of them. It's 27 Motorsport. They're 5 seconds up the road. So definitely, Gregory got his work cut out, should the British wish to close up. However, you wouldn't put it past him as, he's just taken a third of a second out of 27 Motorsport, just in one corner there. Just looking at the timing screen, see a .exe, they are heading out of the pits. Up a whopping 18 places, obviously aided a little bit, as we said earlier, by retirements. bring up to date on retirements. We've had Backtrack Racing's BMW, Benitez BMW as well in GTE Pro. Another GTE Pro. Porsche of Avensis 119, and the sister car of the 117. And Backmarker Racing, we lost them on lap 38 in GTE Am for Ferrari, and Backmarker Racing Yellow, we lost them on lap 10, their BMW. So both Backmarker GTs out, both Avensis GTs are out as well.
We see Marcus came in .xe, the GTE came in for a pit stop. I was wondering if he was worried if there was any damage and just took the opportunity to get fuel.
I think looking at it, Ian, I would say that they're in the pit window now because we've got Chicane Online Racing Red into the pits. They've Racing Team Black, they've not long come out. Now the interesting one for me, I'm just trying to look at the stats here, is obviously .exe, they've come out 4th in class, as we see JD Sim Racing, they are into the pits as well. And it's going to get ever so close between these guys and what they can potentially do. But I think definitely the one to watch for me, Ian, is going to be .exe and whether they can nick a place off JD Sim Racing in the pit stops. No driver change for .exe. And yeah, there we go. They've got up a place. We just switch over producers and we'll bring you back the timing screen very, very shortly. There's 27 Motorsports. Gomez, the Frenchman in the BMW, he's into the pits. So I think that looks like WS there in the pits as well, Ian.
Yeah, there we go. WS straight into the pits. You're right, the pit windows are open. They're all starting to come in.
I think it's going to be interesting, this one for WS. Obviously, they've had those couple of incidents and
they're 4 positions up as well, so they're probably looking to maintain that. So they are going to take a fuel load. Are they going to keep the tyres? Do you have to change the tyres every stint? I think
you can double, possibly even triple them, stint them. From my understanding, from wherever
from previous races, like if you're really careful, you can triple stint, and like if the tyre changes are 30 seconds, you only do it once, then you're saving like a minute on everyone who changes tyres every go. So that's a third of a lap, isn't it? So.
Cars up on the jack, so that says to me that they are changing tyres.
It does look like it, doesn't it? I've never seen that in the pit lane. I didn't know that happened. That's kind of cool.
There we go. As you see, we've got Chicane Online Racing Red. And Verve and that Porsche have managed to catch up to them slowly. Chicane is carrying a little bit of damage to that rear wing, as we know. That doesn't affect the cars too much, and hey, if it's going to even shave off a little bit of their top line speed, they're still going to be more than competitive against the Porsche. Just 3 of these corners that they might need to worry a little bit, Ian, do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. But then, like that Porsche that's just been changing tyres, everything's going to have to. You're going to have to wait a couple of laps for everything to bed. Oh, that Ferrari catches a bit of grass there.
I think
that's going to really take a bit of pace out of him. His bonnet's looking a bit crumpled, but
it's been through the wars as that Chicane Ferrari, but they've really closed up. That's allowed them a slight mistake there. It's all it took them to a couple of tenths out of the Ferrari.
Is it forced error or exhaustion, tiredness, whatever? If someone's bearing down your neck, then it kind of makes you a little bit antsy sometimes, doesn't it?
It does, and they're definitely going to be helped by the superior straight line speed that Ferrari has. And got Quillier Racing sign there into the pits. Likewise, Stage 1, Racing Orange are in the pits in LMP2 right now. Newveld currently on board for them and not enjoying the best of times is that car. They've already been into the pits 7 times. It's the rest of the field, which is pitted only 4 times.
So here we go. There's only 5 teams who haven't pitted yet in the current pit window. The leaders, Aquila Racing Aqua, William Anderson, having gained 15 positions. The team's gained 15 positions, which is pretty special. So yeah, I mean, are they coming in now? Yeah, exactly on cue. Well done, commentator.
There you go. Right on time. And as we also see Boosted, they are in the Corvette. Put whopping 15 places, and Gregory really making some moves. A little bit aided, obviously, by cars around them that have pitted. But where are they going to come out? Now, they've been battling with Racing Team Black. And
I think they're going to lose. Sorry, Aquila are going to lose the lead, I think.
Now, I understand. We're going to be joined shortly. I'm just trying to see what the time is. Yeah, it's for another top of the hour update. As we have the delights of James Parfitt providing us with the top of the hour update.
Yeah, Tim, I am back. I will touch on something really quickly though, Tim. Regarding the tyre stops on the GTEs, they can take tyres every single stop. Because double stint, and as we've seen with the Maniti BMW, is not good around here. So they will need to be looking at probably changing tyres every stop, because their double stops lose them too much time by the end of their stints. So there you go.
I mean, if everybody's changing tyres every stint, then that you're not really losing anything, are you, at that point?
No, I think, as I say, at the same time the tyres gets done as the fuel as well, so you're kind of not really losing out in general. But you've obviously, as we saw with the Maniti BMW, they were losing near enough 7 tenths to a second per lap through not changing tyres and trying to double stop them. So I'm going to be putting my neck out and say that every GTE possibly will be looking at changing tyres every time they stop. But getting into the last hour, it's been an epic last hour. Orion in the GTE's pace has pulled them away from Aquila Racing Aqua for this hour, and they are currently flying as well out in the lead of GTEs. Race Fox in the LMP2 are still leading from the LMP2 series. They're currently, I've got them down as 30 seconds ahead of World of Sim Racing. So that's great efforts by them for their first race out in this series. We've also got some information regarding the GTEs in particular beginning to lose rears with high temps and maybe some trying to double stint. But as I've just touched on earlier, I don't think that's looking to be an option. As per normal, Adam Hedgecock's come in for his normal update on us. They're on target. Bless Adam. So the boosted LMP2s there are on target, as they always have been all the way throughout this series. We've obviously had the WS Racing and JD Sim Racing having very eventful hour of overtakes, battling and spins between the two of them as well. So if you're interested to see, please just slide the bar back on YouTube and you can watch the last hours of racing if you've missed anything. Stage 1 racing going off in Toe Corner. They outbreak themselves leading into Toe. They were battling, I believe, #racing at the same time, outbreaking themselves and putting them off in the grass and into the barrier. So unfortunate for them. Now, we have touched on this team throughout this broadcast, WS Racing, having an unfortunate time down into Chute. And I'll say an unfortunate time down into Chute because I believe, guys, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we're on the 3rd time that this team has unfortunately visited the barrier down in Chute, which we are approaching as they come down the long back straight for them. So WS Racing losing positions due to their unable to master Chute Corner currently as well, which is a bit of a shame from them. And also we have had the FTR LMP2 deciding to visit and have a closer look at the rear of the .exe Porsche in the 90 corner, which is turn 1 for anybody that doesn't know corner names. And that rounds out our hour 3 of racing, Tim.
Wow. Just highlight, never short on action here. And I think it's going to be really interesting to see. And Brent Gregory on from the Boosted Motorsport. I forgot where you're from there, Ben. And absolutely amazing stint from yourself. As you said, you moved up 3 spots during your stint. A nice little dab in there as well. Not bad going at all. You say obviously about the GTEs that they can double stint, and yeah, I mean, obviously, I'd be interested to see, obviously, James, where you're saying, you know, a lot of the guys have been early on double stinting, especially with the high degradation due to the track temperatures. Now, that temperature has been falling. We did start off with, I believe it's around about 28 degrees track temperature. As we come up to close to 4:30 local time here at Watkins Glen, that's dropped to 26, and as we continue later into the evening with, what, another just under 5 hours left, those temperatures are going to, you know, drop further. So it'd be interesting to see, maybe do the GTE start to double stint them more so as the race goes on. But I'll leave that one for yourself, Ian, to deliberate while I just disappear off and put the kettle on.
Okay,
Thank you, Tim.
You have a fun time, Tim. Yes, I think, as you said, Ian, I think, to be honest, looking towards the end of the race, the GTEs might be able to double stint, but currently in current temperatures, I think they're still sitting in the 1 stint window on them. But as I say, we'll really pay attention sort of within the next stop. I would have thought maybe the stop after, and really see what the guys are going to do. So yeah,
can I just interrupt you there, James? Just to draw your attention to the .exe GTE, they're now running second. So when we were when they got that punt from the P2 that you mentioned in the roundup, he's actually gained another couple of places. So that's some good driving for there. Not only did he put a fastest lap in, but his laps are close to his fastest lap. The last one was only half a second off, and then last one is just 8/10 off. So he's clearly doing a lot of work there. And there's also something going on with Stage 1 Racing Orange, the P2. They're in the pits, but they've been in the pits a long time. They might be in the steward's office now, but they're dropping down the order, and GTEs are starting to be ahead of them on the same lap, because they're only on 109 laps, and all the other GTEs are on 109, whereas the P2s are on 114 to 119. So
yeah, it's going to be interesting. We'll wait for an announcement as we've just seen Martin Brewer, but we've currently got a drive-through penalty by for Vector by RSR in the LMP2 for causing a collision. That's with Stage 1 Racing Orange, I believe.
Maybe that's why they're still in the pits.
That could be why they're still in the pits, because of that collision, yes. But we have just seen Martin Brewer from .exe. He's gone up past William Anderson. Marius Brewer, sorry. He's gone up past William Anderson from Aquilia Racing Aqua, and is looking on the hunt for 45 seconds to catch Trevor Swenge from Orion Race Team. So that's going to be interesting development to see what happens with them.
They're lapping very similarly. They were like, what's that, 1/10 off. So yeah, we'll just have a look on the timing tower. So we're now with Travis Schwenker.
There you go. As you can see, Brewer currently is quicker over the last 5 laps on screen, and he is looking quicker again. 140.3 last lap, 140.9 for Travis. So it's going to be interesting to see when this battle will come together. As you say, we've got 45 seconds gap, and he is only taking 0.6 of a second out of
to make the maths easy. So that's 2 laps for a second to make up. So you've got 45 laps. So that's 90.
90 laps. 90 laps?
Yeah.
Yeah, quick mouse, 90 laps there from our statistician in the background, Ian. He's working frantically on his abacus to try and get us all the information up to date when we need it. So let's show Ian some love in chat, and, you know, with his great maths on his abacus in the background there as well. But there you go, 90 laps. That does include, obviously, a few pit stops as well. So to throw pit stops in here, and that could easily close up a lot quicker than the 90 that we're predicting.
Yeah, let's say 2 hours.
Say 2 hours, you reckon? Okay, so we're going to say 2 hours.
I'm tired now. That's it. I'm spent.
As you can see, they got car number 92 of Pedro de Sosa, hashtag racing, going straight through the Orion race team of Travis Swenge there as well. So it's going to be interesting to see. We have got an interesting development of a boosted Motorsport GTE and 27 Motorsport as well. They are literally on 0.6 of a second. We're just waiting for Brewer's lap time to see as a comparison. He must be across the line. I've got a thought. 0. He's 2 thousandths of a second slower, so not a massive gap on that one. So there you go. Good old Marius Brewer there, keeping up the times. We see Berlin and Chicane Online Racing Red being tracked down by 27 Motorsports. I believe it's probably Luis Barbosa and the expertly driven Corvette of Tim Perry. Normally seeing Tim and, of course, Ben Gregory and Toby Ward in the LMP1s. But today they've ventured out in the Corvette for Boosted Motorsport GTE, putting on a show. Currently, I've got them 3 down on the qualifying, but they have gained a nice chunk of laps back during that last stint as well. So I'm dead excited to see what these guys can do. Ben Gregory pulling some amazing places back up through their stint as well. Cars can double stint, says Ben Gregory in YouTube. Well, my mole on the inside, Ben, said that they unfortunately start going off, but that was earlier in the race. So, you know, temperatures drop. So let's not all jump on the commentators. We do get it wrong every now and then, Ben. So, but I'm predicting that, as they say. We've got Luis Barbosa now on the inside of Chicane Online Racing Red coming down into the 90. He's going to be looking at taking that inside line, which is a tighter line. Chicane Online Racing Red would have been really on the good idea to be on the throttle, but that's opening him up to the Corvette of Tim Perry. Side by side, going up through the S's. Tim's going to be wanting to hope Barbosa comes out to give him a draft, but he's slotted back in behind Chicane Online Racing Red, who's getting the draft from the car in front. Tim Perry getting the draft from the Chicane Online Racing Red. Here we go. They're going into the outer loop currently at the moment. Chicane Online Racing Red on your right. Luis Barbosa of 27 on your left. Tim Perry sitting in the back of the Corvette, waiting to see what happens and how this develops. Side by side, going down into shoot. They're going to be hard on the brakes. Battle's going to be at the late breakers. Luis Barbosa round on the outside. Chicane Online Racing Red on the inside, hanging up the aptly named boot straight coming into the hill. As they go round, they're still side by side. Oh, Tim Perry's Chicane Online Racing Red's run slightly wide. That's opened up the door for Tim Perry. We've got an LMP2 battling his way through, trying to get through the battle of these 3. That's car number 77. Currently, that's Andre Go 524 International. Oh, Tim Perry late on the brakes. Smoke puff of it coming out from his tyres. Heading up to the commentator's named Ankle Corner that me and our fabulous producer Chris Rowland named it on Thursday. As we didn't have a name, so we named it out. We're going for over a second to last corner now. Barbosa in front. Chicane Online Racing for 27 Motorsports. Chicane Online Racing Red behind them. Tim Perry in the boosted motorsport car behind them. Brian, I believe, is that Brian Holmes from the Orion race team is behind them as well. So this is turning into a 4-way battle. This is currently for 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th position. Wow, Ian, this is going to materialise amazingly, isn't it, within the next sort of lap or so?
Yeah, that's great. And Barbosa there using the width and of that huge BMW to full effect as he was going through the corners, probably just getting his elbows out and muscling his way around the corner. It is the most powerful car on powerful GTE on track, and one of the lightest as well.
We've got Brian Holmes in the GTE making a move. Chicane Online Racing Red who's getting the draft from the boosted Corvette. Brian Holmes does it. Is he going to do 2? He's gone round the outside. Oh, he's gone round the outside. Is he going to hold it? Brian Holmes, go big or go home, son. And he went, oh, big. He hit it out the park. 2 spaces up on the
It's going to be on the outside, though. Oh, he's made it through.
He's chopped off the face of Tim Perry in the Corvette as they're coming up into tow. Oh, Brian Holmes. Take a bow, young sir. 2 places gained on a straight. He was sitting 4th out of this battle. Has now jumped into 2nd place, heading down into the hill. Brian Holmes has still got the position that has allowed 27 Motorsport, though, Luis Barbosa to get about 1.5 seconds up the aero. There you just see him go through on your camera shot currently. Wow, it just shows the power of that draft on that straight, Ian, doesn't it?
Absolutely, and the Porsche is slightly more powerful than those 2 as well, even though it's slightly more heavier, so...
So here we go, we jump on board Brian Holmes. We're a little bit, there you go. He takes Chicane Online Racing Red on the right-hand side. He's coming up to boosted. Says, hello, mate, I'm here as well. There he goes, round the outside. Oh,
Yeah, you can see that late braking there. He really
he
was
got a
right
little
on the
bit
edge,
wiggle on,
didn't
didn't he? The little steering wheel wiggles, and here he goes. He's looking to take the inside of Shoot. Does it confidently, and as you'll see in a minute, once he comes out of Shoot, he's got that gap. There you go. He comes straight across. Says to Tim Perry, you're not having it back. I'm taking that position.
Nice
Goes
defence.
round toe. Oh, that was absolute expert driving from Brian Holmes.
That was really cool as well. For those of you watching on triples, that was fantastic. Just to see yourself right embedded in the action with those other cars so close when we were on board with Brian.
Yeah, that was absolutely amazing. But what I'm going to do, Ian, I've had a message from somebody I've spoken to throughout this series. I'm going to bring in David Dorino from Vector by RSR. He's going to be joining us in the commentary booth. If our producers could pull him in, that will be absolutely amazing. David, welcome in.
How you guys doing?
I'm not bad, David. How are you? Tell us, how are you?
I'm struggling today. I'll be brutally honest. It's been one of those days that everything seems to go in the wrong direction. So.
Okay, give us a rundown. What's been going on that's really put you in this position?
So it didn't help when I got in the car. My computer started having issues. So every I'd say 7 laps or so, I get about a 5-second screen of nothingness. I couldn't see anything. I only had audio. Really dangerous to drive around this track when you lose 5 seconds of time. So I was not comfortable continuing. So I pulled myself out. So I've had to call on Radu here, who is our backup driver on the 12th hour, to come in and fill in for me. Bless his heart, he learned the setup in about half an hour and is now driving the car. Yeah.
David, not being rude, but Radu's not a bad substitute, is he? Really?
No, he's not. I have zero problems with Radu substituting. He's always my first go-to in any situation to come in and help, because he's one of the few guys I know I can trust to hop in and just learn a setup on the spot. And Radu is definitely one of the guys I enjoy driving with. So it wasn't a bad thing to get him in the car. It's frustrating to call on someone this late in the stage.
Now, we were talking earlier with you guys. You were in a position, I believe you had to finish in the top 5. Was it top 4? Was it top 5? I think it was
5.
To take the championship.
Yep.
You're in 9th.
Yep.
Is there a big David Duino, EJ O'Donnell lines plan to get you up into 5th, apart from obviously keeping the car on track?
We have a plan. We're hoping we can stick to it. It's one of those. It's very much in the air. Our worst case scenario, we go into Suzuka, just need to finish the race. So we're not trying to sit there and put an unsurmountable amount of pressure on our shoulders, as that's just not going to do us any benefit. And we told Radu the same thing. Our main goal is just to get across the finish line today, and then move on to the next round and see what happens.
Now, would you have liked, from an us point of view, right? Would you have not liked that race to know that you're going into Suzuka as champions? You haven't got to worry. The pressure's off. If this is close, is that not going to bring a hint of pressure on you guys that you have got to make sure you finish? Do you get what I mean?
EJ and I came into this race with the anticipation that we were going to play a lot more conservative than we normally do in traffic, just to bring the car home clean. And sadly, that has not gone my way either. But it is one of those that endurance racing is always unpredictable, and Suzuka will now have some pressure on it most likely. But with how EJ and I usually drive tracks like Suzuka, I'm feeling pretty confident going in there that we'll be okay.
Right, okay. We touched on earlier, Dave, one of the things I think that stood out for us from your team this year is that the being able to take the moments where your teammate can say, right, come on, you're driving angry, time to get out. Do you and EJ have that sort of connection that other teams may not, as such, that allows you to be that honest with each other? Because you guys are pretty honest, aren't you?
Yeah, EJ and I we're pretty brutal with each other sometimes, and I've even had other people question why we're the way we are. But EJ and I have been racing now together for a year. We've been doing endurance races with each other for a year, so we know how to get each other into shape. We know what sets each other off to get us each other focused. And EJ and I, we mesh together really well. And even Radu, while him and I have not raced as much together, we have a very similar relationship that we can be brutal with each other and push each other forward. So it's a good combo of guys that I always enjoy driving with.
Man, I just find that completely amazing that you guys have got that such close-knit ability to say to each other, you know, right, how about you're driving angry, let's go, next one.
You should have heard the comms at Red Bull Ring when I was driving poorly. EJ was lighting into me a little bit.
I can imagine what that was, because that was a somewhat incident-packed race, wasn't it, for yourself?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Right, Dave, we'll let you get back to. Are you spotting for radio, or are you back in?
Yeah,
back in the car now,
I'm crew chiefing for them for the rest of the way. So I'm here till the end.
Back in.
I'm at this moment not comfortable getting back in the car.
No, that's fair enough, mate. You wouldn't want to lose that time, would you? Again, and
nope.
When your screen comes back on, you're facing a barrier.
Yep.
Can't think of anything worse. But there you go, guys. That's David Duino from Vector by RSR, current leaders of the LMP2 Championship, hoping to get their master plan to bump them up into fifth so they can take the win this week. If not, we will see them into
just to fill you in, James, on while you were interviewing, the Brian Holmes has just been storming through the field. He was, when you started the interview, he was 6 seconds behind Crittenden. He's now 4.5, and that's in the space of that time. So he's really, really racing hard, and he means business. I mean, like, he's well left Louis Barbosa well behind. So yeah, there's only 4.3 seconds behind Crittenden now.
I did notice that on the screen. As Roberto De Filippis, Ian, has had a bit of an off in the Sicania. That I believe that's probably toe, and it looked like he just ran wide and into the barrier there. Still leading, the only car in LMP1 is never going to really lose. But I am surprised that things like that happen when you're only the only car on the track in your class, Ian.
It's just a lapse of concentration, isn't it? I mean, like, or we may have bumped up that maybe he locked one of the tyres up and it was a little bit hot and he bumped up a curb and didn't have the traction he was used to. That could have been any one of a number of things, really. Or went off the line slightly, hit some marbles. I mean, you don't have to be really pushing the car, do you? Because you're the only P1 on track, so.
Yeah, no, it is a bit of a shame that we have only got one LMP1 in the field, unfortunately.
Absolutely.
From the excitement we had of, I believe it was Spa, I think it was, where we had 5. I think producer Chris might be able to confirm for us. I believe it was Spa. We had 5 or 6 LMP1s. But yeah, unfortunately, there you go. But we are plodding along, guys. We've got Luis Barbosa. He's got the Vector by RSR up behind him at the moment. That Vector is currently driven by Radu, as you've just heard from David Duino as well. They were looking to seal the championship this weekend. Currently had to finish 5th or higher. They're currently down, I believe, in 8th place now. So they've moved up a position from when we were talking to David, which is always good. But we are going on board with Tim Perry. Boosted.
Talking about the pace of Brian Holmes, he's now 2.8 seconds behind. So that's 2.5 seconds in the space of about 2 laps. So that really is a stonking drive right now.
Yeah, he's currently on a 140.42 over a 141.44. He is currently the quickest man in the GTE field at this moment in time. So we are on a charge with Brian Holmes from Orion Race Team JRT. Is absolutely flying, catching up to the cars in front of him at a rapid rate of knots. There you are. We can see the Verve Racing Team black car go round toe. Here we go with Brian Holmes. 4.5 hours to go. He's picked up the pace. He's got a brick on his throttle and he's not taking it easy at all. He's going for it full bore, and he's going to be catching Nicholas Crichton if the current rate of knots I'm predicting within the next 2 laps here.
I've just noticed as well. They've taken an extra pit stop, so I wonder if their tyres are just fresher while they were in there, because it was an extra 133 pit stop. So maybe.
Yeah, as I said earlier on, this is the issue you're taking with this is the issue you are providing yourself with not taking tyres. As I say, we've had information through that GTEs are not great on their tyres. You can double stint them, but you will struggle, as it is clearly obvious through Verve Racing Team Black, who we believe haven't taken tyres. So that is allowing Brian Holmes, currently, it's a second a lap it's easy for me to say, second a lap quicker. He just done a 140.69 over Nicholas Crichton and Verve Racing Team, done a 141.63. He can see him, Ian, and that alone brings that kind of different attitude, doesn't it, when you're driving?
Yeah.
When you can see somebody, you push harder, you take more.
Those butterflies start. You start. That adrenaline starts to kick in, and that's why people race, isn't it? It's just the rush of it. So this is it. In a couple of laps, we'll see.
Well, we're looking up on screen at the moment. It could be going into the start-finish straight. Brian Holmes is on a charge. Do not leave your seats. Buckle up, grab your popcorn, get your drinks, because within about 1 or 2 laps, we're going to see Brian Holmes climbing all over the back of Nicholas Crichton for 5th and 6th in GTE overall. ISRC and YouTube, Vector by RSR, LMP2 could still clinch the championship. They just need a 32-point lead into Suzuka, so Antagonistic would need to be second if Vector scored no points. But the way it is now, Vector would still win the championship. So I believe, I don't even know if the Vector guys are aware of this. So if anybody was watching from Vector by RSR, we're currently on the Understanding by RSRC TV that you guys could still win the championship today. So there you go. That would be an amazing materialization. But we'll just have to see. Nicholas Crichton is going to be having the looming Porsche of Brian Holmes up his back very shortly. At the moment, Luis Barbosa has got the boosted motorsport Corvette doing the same thing. He's going to be closing down the back straight. We are closing up at a knot, 0.11, 0.065, and I believe this is going to be job done going down into outer loop at the moment. The Corvette on the left, the BMW on the right. There you go. Tim Perry, job done. An American driving American manufacturers at an American track. Couldn't have asked anything better than that. And a Corvette, as we know, is faster around the track. Now, ISRC have come back and said, if my calculations are correct. Well, let's hope they are, as I've just told everybody on stream. So, there you go. Nicholas Crichton looking back from his wing. There is Brian Holmes going down the boot section. I believe we're coming into the hill. Yes, we are. Heading up to the ankle. There we go, up over the hill. Breaking down second gear. Looks like Brian Holmes has got a lot better traction. That Verve Race Team Black is looking very squiggly as we go down the second to last corner. We're going to be heading around the medium to long right angle. All the way round. I believe we're going to be setting up Ben Gregory for an interview very shortly as well. If we can let this battle materialise first, please. And then
Brian is fairly significantly faster in Sector 1, so we'll anticipate some more time being made. Here we go, there's under a second behind him now.
So you're going to be watching the gap closing. 7-4, 7-3, 7-2, and we're not even in the toe. 6-6, 6-5, 6-4, 6-3. I believe that this is going to be it. This is going to be Brian Holmes. Oh, Mr. Producer. There we go. As we head down the straight, we're going to be looking at Brian Holmes, going to be taking the inside. Oh, he settles
going to wait.
in. Oh,
Patience.
That's not going to be long, that move. I believe
patience and tactics.
Yeah, Nicholas is going to be breathing hard. His heart's going to be going 10 to a dozen. He may live and survive if he can get that LMP2 cars in between them. Yeah, he has. Look at the gap. Oh, Nicholas Crichton, you've survived for another few quarters. Ooh.
Yeah, Brian was really sensible there. He was just like, look, I don't want to get involved in this. If we crash, then I'm out. He's out. Race over. Let's wait. Be patient. Hours left.
Yeah,
I can take him.
That's the current FTR Esports Red, I believe, and the Antagonistic Racing LMP2 battle that's just gone flying past us. But we are concentrating on Crichton. We are concentrating on Holmes. Holmes is on a flyer, has been a second of a lap quicker for the last 5 laps and has absolutely pulled this gap back. He's dropped the Barbosa Tim Perry battle at an ease And here he goes. We're down the start-finish straight. There's Barney, a flagman, just watching on with intent. Coming down into the 90. I don't think it's going to be here, Ian. I think Brian Holmes is going to take
just
him
be
up the
daft.
S's. Yep.
After doing all that work, that would be daft to lunge through there.
Yep, I think this is going to be the S's. Here we go. Brian Holmes behind us. Nicholas Crickerton up through the S's. We're going to jink left. There you go. Then we're going to jink right and hopefully go around. And we're not going to touch the curb because that will unsettle the car. But here we go. Brian Holmes. Crickerton's going to go out onto the left. Look at the speed difference there from Brian Holmes. He's up beside Holmes on your left, Crickerton on your right. Going down into outer loop. Job done. Good on your bike, sir, Brian Holmes. Well done. Excellent move there, Ian.
That was incredible, really. The sheer pace of that Porsche against the other Porsche. I mean, is he running less downforce or did he just get an amazing exit? I mean, he didn't really draft that much either, to be fair. He was going through the S's. So, quality move.
Yeah, the
safely
top
done.
5 currently
Patient.
in GTE are all Porsches. And I do wonder if Holmes, if he is running a lower wing though, Ian, he's got that Porsche under control because, you know, I've seen people come out in low downforce settings and literally every few corners they're spinning the rear end round.
Well, that's the problem, isn't it?
It's like it's on rails, isn't it? It's stuck to the track like glue.
Yeah. I wonder if the hardware that he's got makes a difference. I mean, sim racers talk a lot about spending money on their gear, so I wonder if purely he's got like a SimCube 2 or something, and Crittenden's on a Fanatec. Who knows? It'd be interesting to find out, actually.
Maybe I'll send
Any
out
of the teams are leading.
See if I can get a message out to my man on the inside. If he
that'd be cool.
Know what are we running at Brian Holmes? That would be absolutely amazing if I can get that information from you secretly. Of course, nobody still knows your name, sir. You are my secret source of information for your DMs all the way through this series. And as you can see there, look at that. Brian Holmes is literally opening the gap on the straight. And we're not used to seeing that. 5-0, 5-1, 5-2. He's pulling away on the straight from a car in the draft here.
That's incredible. It's really.
Insane.
It must be running less wing.
Oh, it's gotta be. We see Tim Perry from Boosted there. I believe we're going to drop Ben Gregory. Is going to come and join us in the commentary booth very shortly, I believe. We've got him now. Mr. Ben Gregory, welcome in.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
It's been going good, yeah.
You've been having fun?
A lot, actually, yeah. Dropping back down to the GTE has been quite fun, actually, with the large grid to fight with.
Yeah. I've got to, I don't know if it was mentioned earlier. What brought that on? Like, tell us, what was that change about? Why did you drop down?
Honestly, because of Daytona. When we only had 2 cars, we were like, well, we've only come into the series part way.
Yeah.
So we were hoping there's going to be season 3, but unfortunately no. But we thought, oh, we'll hop in, we'll do LMP1, and then it dropped off quite a bit, which is unfortunate. It happens occasionally when sometimes teams don't turn up. But we didn't want to have another race where there was only 2 LMP1 cars. So we decided to do this. And then it turns out Scania does turn up but yeah.
That still would have given you 2 cars, wouldn't it? The one scenario you wanted to avoid. So I understand. Now, my next question to you is why the Corvette? Why didn't you jump the Porsche?
Because it looks great.
Well, it does, yes.
That's it. That's pretty much it.
You didn't look at overall speed or grip or anything like that. You just thought, that looks nice. I'll have that.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So, now, tyres. Okay, we've had the discussion. I've been informed by my man in the background that GT struggle to double stint their tyres in high temperatures like earlier on. Are we now saying that you guys can double stint your tyres later on in the race?
We've been double stinting the whole way.
Any issues with tyre drop-off and speed drop-off?
A little, but it's not. Honestly, we were thinking with the car we've got, which is actually quite slow in the straight line, higher downforce. We've been really good in the corners, in the boot section. So we're not sliding the tyres as much. We've been actually finding it's quicker double stinting on our car. But I think because some of the cars, like the fast guys in Orion, have been low downforce, they're sliding the car a bit more. But we've been pretty good. We've been pretty gentle on the car, and it's been quick still. So
you guys are happy?
Very happy.
Okay, and what's the plans for the rest of the race? 4 hours, 22 minutes. Are you on target where you need to be?
Yes. Yes, we turned our targeting computer off, but we're still on target.
You're still on target?
Yes,
I
yeah.
get used to saying that from Mr. Adam Hedgecock, who just
Yes,
tells
you
me every
do.
time he's in. I'm on target. Okay, Adam, thank you. Much love to you. But are you back in the car?
I will, yeah. So we've actually done a bit of a weird one, just to make me and Tim have some equal time. We did a double stint on tyres, but a single stint per driver. So Tim's actually on old tyres currently.
Right.
So then we're just doing 2 doubles at the end. We're actually being really good on fuel as well. We initially predicted under an hour on the fuel tank, which it looks like a couple of cars are actually doing, and we've actually been pushing it over an hour each time.
So you're well on your way. Plans for the race now, sitting in 7th, comfortably. Barbosa's dropping off, as we can see on screen currently as well. What are you now looking to achieve out of this? What is Boosted Motorsports GTE's ideal finish in this race? Obviously, we'd all like to win.
We just wanted points. That's all we wanted out of this. But somehow we're a lot higher than we ever thought. We're doing really well. Toby did an amazing job in his first 2 stints. Tim's been great carrying on the car, and Nicholas Christensen has just gone off the track.
Yeah, we'll find out from him whereabouts he has gone off currently. There he is in the background. I believe that was down into the hill. We'll have a look at that after I've finished talking to you, good sir. One of the questions I want to ask is, do you feel your experience driving the LMP1 car has aided you in any way jumping down to a GTE, or would you have liked it the other way round?
Well, a lot of us drive LMP2 and LMP1 more times in the big special events. So I think jumping down into GTE, we know where the prototypes are going to go, what their mentality is going to be. So it's actually been quite good for us in traffic, where we've been like, oh, okay, this is probably where they're going to go. This is probably where they're looking. And we've been able to keep our nose clean for it. So it's been a lot of help, actually. That's why I think everyone should try at least a lap or 2 in the other cars.
Okay, and race-wise, like, is it different? Obviously, it's considerably different to drive than an LMP1, but has your LMP1 experience aided you in driving this car?
A bit, I guess. I think the trail braking has definitely helped a bit, as well as like the being smooth, because I know the P1s are very torquey with the electric motors, and you want to have that smooth exit. So it's definitely helped a lot, especially with the tyre preservation wise, because we were able to quad stint tyres at Daytona.
Yeah.
So it's definitely helped us with this one.
Well, there you go, guys. That is Mr. Ben Gregory from the Boosted Motorsport GTE. Ben, thank you so much for joining us. Have a wonderful rest of the race. And hopefully we'll see you on the podium maybe later on. But there you go. So we're going to look at the Crittenden off-track, and I believe there was David Gowrie losing a place to Pascal Friese. As we're coming down into hill, I believe he's on the brakes. Nope, and he just unfortunately out-brakes himself. And that's Verve Racing Team Black in the gravel. And here we have as David Gowrie in the Centurion. This is on the second to last corner. He hits the curb, big tank slapper. Does he stay? No, he does not stay out of the barrier, unfortunately. Backing up. Look for a nice, safe rejoin position there. But I believe that's how Pascal Friese got ahead of him there as well. So that's 10th and 11th overall in class, Ian. I think it's interesting, Ian, when you listen to people like that who say everybody should try a GTE at least once. What's your feeling-wise on that?
Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't you? Because if you're racing on track with other cars, if you've driven that, then you're naturally going to have more experience and know how to deal with them when you're not in it. I mean, there's always the old iRacing aphorism, I guess, that GTEs are always bullied to death in the IMSA class by the P2s, and GTEs are always just like, oh, these P2 drivers, who do they think they are, etc. So there's always that rivalry, but it's definitely worthwhile. I mean, if you can get experience on a different on your opponent's cars, then absolutely, it's always going to help, isn't it?
There you go, and ISRC has mimicked what you said, Ian. Variety is the spice of life. Always a good thing to have experience of all classes. Now, when obviously during my short iRacing career, which only spans back from the beginning of January, I used to hop around the different car classes because I used to be like, oh, I can drive the MX-5 today, or I can drive the SCCA, or the Ford, or anything now. Currently, I'm in the Ford F3, and I still like my GT3s, but I was always told at the beginning that to gain the real experience in the car and get to know the car, to stick to one series. Are we saying that's not the case?
No, I think as you're starting, right, I mean, I only started in January too, and so the real problem becomes when you are not aware of the different cars' characteristics. So if you get really skilled in a P2 and then you jump to a different class in, say, GTE, and you become really skilled in those, then you can hop between them because it's basically just reliving that muscle memory. But if you're unused to a P2 and then you jump in a GTE and you're unused to that, you won't have that pre-programmed muscle memory, so you'll just be all over the show in both of them, and it'll really confuse you, I think.
Yeah, as you see, Martin Kammerhofer, he is currently first in GTE AM. That Chicane Online Racing Red in front of him is looking to make the move as they're coming down into tow. Race of the late breakers, that's done. That's done, but we have got the LMP2 FTR. They've been involved in their fair share of incidents today. So there you go. The AM has overtaken the pro, Martin Kammerhofer, and has gone past Dennis Van Beelen in the Chicane Online Racing Red. Now, currently, my experience is going around in an F3 at the moment, battling with a lovely open-wheeled series that I'm taking part of that's not always going so well. But, you know, are we saying then for me to gain that experience that I should jump into, you know, I've driven the P2, but I've never driven a GTE. Are you advising me then to get experience for these cars to jump into a GTE and give it a go?
Yeah, so I mean, the car characteristics are really different though, aren't they? So P2 and F3 are both high downforce cars. They rely on downforce to be able to corner well and corner fast. I mean, when I first got into F3 and I was racing with our man Chris here, I was going around the corners really slowly and I couldn't get it around. And Chris and the other guys who I race F3 with were like, well, this sounds weird, but you're not going fast enough. I was like, okay, right, we'll try that. And then because they're high downforce cars, the faster you go to a certain extent, the better you'll go around a corner because you're going to be pressed onto the track more. So that, I don't know, if we say 100, a tyre has 100 friction, then if you've got the downforce, then that makes it 120. So you've got more tyre available for the turning and acceleration and exit. So, but then when you're jumping from a high downforce car, excuse me, the F3 to the GTE, I mean, they've still got wings, but they mostly rely on, they don't really rely on downforce. I mean, they've got splitters, you can see, so you've got a bit of a track sucking action there, but it's not like the your F3 or the P2. So it will be totally different. So, of course, I'm not going to sit here and tell you can't drive a GTE or a GT3, but definitely practice it loads before you jump into a race because you don't want to be causing accidents unnecessarily.
No, I did that enough in my rookie license. I jumped in there like it was Formula One. I'm just going to witness it. We've just seen Brian Holmes, who's gone into the pits on lap 128 after his epic drive, has gone past David Gowrie. Now that last pit stop was currently 1 minute 0.72 seconds with a pit lane. That was his pit lane time. Pit lane self was 35.65. So I'm going to be guessing that might be fuel and tyres on board there as we see the number.
I wonder why he's pitting so often though, because he's now got an extra pit over. He's now pitted twice more than my pit count is saying.
But have they though? Did they pit out of sync? And therefore that's left them in this position. I believe they're probably just adjusting to where they are. That's not a good place to be doing that.
It's looking like he just took fuel on last time though, so I wonder if he's right. If they're driving with light loads, but then he was running just behind Tim Perry, so he's running 6th, and he's now 10th, so he's lost 5 places. So I'm not. Maybe there's a problem with the car. I don't know because he's definitely pitted more often. But if you're running with a lighter fuel load, they might have done the calcs that he can actually catch up faster with lighter with a lighter load. That doesn't seem
Well,
right
let's
to
have a
me,
look
though.
now. Let's jump on the back of Brian's car if we can see if that Centurion racing car is closing. At the moment, it's 0.58 at 5.9. Well, it's not really making a massive difference. No,
Again,
he's pulling away. That's what I don't understand. He's pulling away on the straights here.
Yeah, it might just be weight. I mean, so what are we looking at? The weight of the Porsche is 1235, and the weight of the Ferrari is 1260. So it's 30 kilos. That's quite a lot, I suppose, with the full load of fuel. Could be as much as 50, 60 kilos lighter. I don't know.
Okay,
It's hard to tell.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. We'll keep an eye out. As you see, Alvaro Lampers in chat. Much love to you. Thank you so much for joining us. 4 hours, 11 minutes remaining of this 8 hours of Watkins Glen. We'll have a quick run through the standings now, being that they are the only LMP1 car in the field. They are down to win, lead, and hopefully finish the race is Sicania Endurance Motorsport. Absolutely well done to them. That would be their first win, I believe, of the season. Not taking it away. They've still got finished and they've still got 4 hours to go. So down into LMP2, we have Race Fox, #65, the new team that's joined us for this race. They are currently in first place, over 21-second gap over #Racing LMP2. Who have always been there or thereabouts. They've been mixing it up with 524 International, who I believe is not very far behind. There you go. And then we've got World of Sim Racing behind them in 4th place. Now down into the bottom half of the top 10, we've got Antagonistic Racing Team Origins in 5th. FTR Esports are in 6th. Vector by RSR can still mathematically win the championship this week. So that is one to keep out for, guys. If you're a Vector by RSR fan, as am I, totally unbiased commentator, but a big Vector by RSR fan. They are currently in 7th and can win the championship. So let's see how they get on. Now, down to me, biggest shout out today goes to Boosted Motorsport. They are currently in 8th place. They currently do not have their fast driver of Alex Nella, but the guys Sean Gardner, Adam Hedgecock are doing absolutely amazing jobs. They've been pedaling as fast as Fred Flintstone in his little wagon. So they've been moving that Boosted Motorsports team up. In 9th place, Stage 1 Senior. They are still going, but they've had a very eventful race. They are currently 4 laps down, outbraking themselves into tow, sticking the car in the barrier, unfortunately. Currently as well, Fuga are out and Stage 1 Racing Junior are out as well. Now, down into the GTE class, Orion Race Team, under the control of Mike Dam and Travis Schwenke, have literally pulled out an exceptional 40-second gap. Now, at one point, it was barely 0.4 of a second, but now these guys have got a 40-second gap over the second place .exe Esports Red under the control of Marius Brewer. Currently, they are 40 seconds behind these guys and flying along. Now, Aquilia Racing Aqua are in 3rd place. They are currently 52 seconds. There is a .exe car. There is Aquilia Racing Aqua. Then on in 4th place, we've got JD Sim Racing. They go on 5th place. We were just talking to Ben Gregory. We have got the Boosted Motorsport GTE swapping over from LMP1s, doing an excellent job in the Corvette. Absolutely flying. Down behind them, 27 Motorsport. Luis Barbosa had a little bit more sturdy race this time out for Lewis there after a very eventful Daytona. Now, leader of the AMS currently is Aquilia Racing Cyan at the hands of Martin Kammerhofer. He is currently in 1st place. Now, my estimates on them is about 36 seconds, I believe, over the JD Sim Racing. 2nd place, there it is in the Ferrari. Now, that again was at the hands of Thomas Mocek earlier on as well. Done an absolutely stellar job to him. Now, down in 3rd place, we have got Benedict Abdelilai from Chicane Online Racing Purple, I believe. They are currently in third overall in the GTE AMS. Now, in fourth place, Artur Rios from World of Sim Racing. They are in fourth in AMS. There you go, in the powerful BMW. They've got the Chicane Online Racing red car in front of them, but I believe that's a little bit further up, so I'm probably guessing that actually, is that for position? I'll have to keep an eye on that one. I don't believe it is. And in fifth is Chicane Online Racing Orange, but they've been in the pits for quite a long time and possibly not going to be returning. Now, non-runners, Aventis Racing 117, Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle, Backmarker Racing Yellow, Maniti Racing Double Stinted Tyres didn't go down so well. Hashtag Racing, they're out, Aventis Racing 119. So we've got both Aventises, both Backmarker Racings, Maniti and Hashtag out of the race. As we are currently looking at Espargera in the GTE's 27 Motorsport BMW has just gone past Benedict Abdilia in Chicane Online Racing Purple, heading down into the outer loop, down into chute, and there you go, job done, is up into position. Mr. Hedgecock, thank you very much, thanks for the shout out. Shh, don't tell anyone, Adam, it's our secret. Unbiased commentary, but big fan. Shh, never mind. So there you go, we've got 4 hours and 5 minutes remaining of this epic race. Now, as I've just looked down at my little information booth that I received privately from my inside commentator, it was just informed me JRT car Brian had a sound failure and lost a lap, and that is why they are out of sync. So Brian Holmes from the Orion race team from JRT has had a sound failure and lost a lap, and that's why they're out of sync with pit stops. So thank you very much there to my inside man in the world of ISRC. We will reveal no names and we shall keep him completely serious. Secret, and some say he eats cheese with a knife and fork. That's all we're going to say on that one. ISRC and YouTube chat. COR Orange just took some optional repairs back out on track now. There you go. That's Chicane Online Racing Orange taking optional repairs. They are back out on track. So there we go. 4 hours and 4 minutes remaining of this absolute epic battle. Don't forget, guys, as well, as we heard out from Martin Pearson earlier on, ISRC are kindly donating all money remaining left in the ISRC pot at the end of the season will be going to charity. So if you have a charity in mind that you would like some of the money to be donated to, please jump down into Discord. Keep an eye out for the announcement. It will be announced, and then if you can just respond with your charity, and we will see what we and Martin, the guys at ISRC, can do. As you can see, Race Fox are in the pits, 524 International are in the pits, Antagonistic Racing Team Orange are currently in the pits for LMP2 as well. Don't forget, as always, guys, start having a think. I know it's early on, but with 4 hours remaining, we still do the driver of the day, the driver and team of the day as well. So if you have any ideas, put in hashtag your team name, and then we will put it into a poll towards the end of the race, and we'll see who can come back on that. Now, I am on the understanding that I am joined back in the booth by Mr. Tim Cox. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome back.
Good afternoon. Well, half race distance it's approaching up to. Where's that quite gone? I never quite know. Let's just take you through what's happened in the last hour. Well, been a big battle in GCE for 7th place with Brian Holmes of Orion JRT. Double high overtake being the highlight. Let's see, Vector's Dave Duino. We had a chat with him. He told us he's been experiencing technical difficulties at his end, which has meant they've had to bring in their reserve driver, Radu Zavanovu, into the car as an emergency backup, who only had 30 minutes to learn the setup they've got here for Watkins Glen. And then also Brian Holmes just climbed through the field a little bit more for Orion JRT. Now, we had a chat with Boosted GTE. They told us that they've been gentle on the car. in the Corvette, and they've been double stinting their tyres, but single stinting their drivers. With a unique strategy playing out there, and we had a couple of instances with the Racing Team Black. Their Porsche came off the track, didn't lose any places, luckily, but Centurion Racing Ferrari had a spin on the exit of the second to last corner, and they lost their place to WS Racing, which has got WS up into 8th in GTE Pro.
So there we have it, top of the hour report from our man Tim Cox is going to be joining me in the booth shortly. I believe we are on the way to say see you later to Mr. Ian, who is going to go and grab a cup of tea, Tim, if I'm not wrong. Now, I don't know if you heard, Tim, my little man on the inside, obviously JRT car with Brian Holmes, who we're currently watching on screen. We couldn't quite work out why he was out of sync in regards to the others for pit stops. Apparently he had a sound failure. And lost a lap. Why I believe they were trying to sort the sound failure out, and that's why they're out of sync regarding their pit stops. So,
yeah, they had to take an extra one due to that, but I mean that just shows even more so the strength for the Brit and the way that they're currently still 9th in class despite effectively losing a lap. They are only just over about 1.2 laps behind the lead, which is currently Orion Racing with Mike Dan, the Canadian, on board for them in Porsche right now.
I don't know if you saw any of the drive from Brian Holmes, Tim, while you was.
Well, I did. Do you know what? As much as normally, we have a bit of a break, obviously, to refresh our voice and have a bit of a liquid lubrication of the vocal cords and just try and freshen things up for yourselves at home, the viewers. And I've been unable to break away from it at all. It's just been so many great drives out there, and I think definitely that drive of the day, team of the day, coming in towards the close of the race, is definitely going to be a really interesting one. Just see Kazakh coming in for JD Sim Racing in the Porsche there for their stop from 4th in class, and it's been so hard to take your eyes off this one, such as being the drama that's been unfolding and the quality of the racing on show.
Yeah, these guys at JD are doing really well. They've just swapped into Karasek, has just taken over from Casca. One of the things I mentioned earlier on is the form, the information for your charity for the ISRC that we spoke about earlier with Martin. Martin is currently putting the form together now and will be live in the Discord very soon. So if you would like your charity of your choice to share out what the wonderful guys at ISRC are doing with the money left over for the end of this season, please put it in on the form when it gets announced in Discord, Tim. So that's going to be live shortly.
Now, let's a replay here. This could be why JD Sim Racing have come into the pits, down into the 90 turn 1, just losing the rear there and lighting up the tyres just to try and flick the car around a little bit more, and there you go. And they are off again, and not aided by the livery, but that front end of that Porsche looking incredibly mucky right now. He doesn't love a dirty racing car. And let's have a look. His Chicane Online Racing Orange not had the best day of the races. Burling playing Tokyo Drift there around Carousel. And luckily not losing too much time there by the looks of things. And it's happened to Aquila Aqua. That's the Centurion Ferrari in the Stage 1. Oh, a slight clip there from the Stage 1 senior LMP2. Possibly a bit of net code there, maybe, James. Didn't look like actual physical contact.
No, it didn't. But then again, I don't know if the Aquila Racing just lost it on his own, Tim. It'd be interesting to see if we can get an onboard the nose of the Stage 1 car to see whether or not there was actually contact, because I don't know if there was, and it looked like he was already on his way round. So I'm not going to make judgment on that, which is...
No, here we go. As requested, let's take a little look.
If we can go back a car. Yeah.
Oh, that was contact there. You saw the car jerk as the bump kicked in. Must have been a bit of net code there. So maybe new to sim racing. What is net code? Well, we'll see. We'll work on a server across somewhere in the world. believe the ones for this race are in Germany. See where we've got competitors from all over the globe here in this championship. The internet occasionally doesn't quite sync up, and the simulator thinks the cars are in one place to another, and then you have this false contact where the cars make look like they've had contact, but you can see, especially there was a good example there where there was actually a clear gap between the cars. It was just more of a virtual bump that kicked in and sent the Porsche spinning there.
Yeah, I think what you kind of want to see, Tim, is the stage 1 rate online with this no, hold on, Tim, give me a minute, I'll get my words out. The on board with the stage 1 racing senior yellow, and seeing if they actually made contact. That would have been quite a cool, just to see if we can get that. But as you say, netcode is, well, it's been right. It's actually been a lot more. I've heard a lot more about it this week in certain series than I have in other series, which some of the certain series seems to be having a lot more issues with netcode, especially in F3 this week. I've heard it a lot in F3 that the netcode has been quite a
yeah, I think it comes in with, it depends on the series you drive, as you could imagine, versus where the series, the top drivers you get within the championship. F3 is very similar to sports cars in that it brings drivers in from all over the globe in each race, and the further you are away from where the server's based geographically, that's where you get the slight differences, and it kicks in more. And F3 being one of those series that is, well represented in each split, and all the officials on iRacing. That's why you tend to hear about it a little bit more, as likewise we see it within this championship, kicking occasionally as well, where they're quite more often than not racing wheel to wheel and within 1 or 2 tenths of each other. Just witness Orion there. But yeah.
Yeah. So we're going to have a little bit of a swap around, Tim. I mean, Ian's going to come and join you. And
Lovely.
then I am going to go and, to be fair, I'll probably not move anywhere, Tim, and just literally sit in my chair and watch the race, to be fair. But
I don't blame you.
Ian's going to come and take over, and then I will see you all in about 40 minutes. So have a good time, guys, and I'll
Lovely.
catch up with you all soon.
Lovely. So that's James Parfitt. So let's take a little look through the order. So with just over half race distance completed here at Watkins Glen, the 8 hours, well, needless to say, for that one incident, they're leading the way. Sakanya, the lone LMP1 here today. However, the lead LMP2 of Racefox is only about, some 3 laps behind them. So Scania just cruising round and not quite had it all the way as they just come round past the World Sim Racing GT, and on the lights there, not aggressively, just to let them know that they're there and coming through so to prevent any form of incidents. Into LMP2. Well, Racefox 65, what can we say about those guys? 28.5 seconds clear of second place, and hardly mention them due to the performances that they've put in, especially with Krosny. In second place is Hashtag Racing. And then rounding out the podium in third, it's World of Sim Racing in LMP2. Then brought the rest of the field is FTR Esports Red with 524 International in fifth. Vector by RSR are sixth currently, with Antagonistic Racing Team Orange in seventh place. Boosted LMP2 be a bit disappointed by that 8th place. They are currently in Stage 1 Racing Senior, a bit off the back of the field, but currently in 9th place right now. Still running, by being down on the pace. Now, mentioning that the leader in LMP2 has lapped everyone up to and including 4th place, which is FTR Esports Red. They've currently got Chevalier on board for them. Now let's head across down into GTE, where Orion Race Team for Porsche are leading the way. It's obviously got the pole as well, and looking clinical for them at the hands of the Canadian Mike Dam right now. They picked up 4 places due to retirements. We'll come on to retirement shortly. In second place in GTE, well, what a drive from these guys. So got caught up in that earlier incident. Something spinning, but even so, that has not stopped them at all. .exe. Liebenau currently on board for them. They are up 24 places. That's 20 places in class. An amazing performance from them. And then it's the sister Orion team. They, for JRT, they are holding on to the remaining podium position. That's the JD Sim Racing Ferrari in front of them, just coming around to the lap. And Brian Holmes at the wheel has really, really elevated them. They're up 3 places from where they started right now. And we've got JD Sim Racing. They are in 4th. Aquilia Racing Aqua. Be disappointed with that one, but keeping a top 5 finish here in GTE for Porsche. Though the first of the non-Porsche runners, well, is boosted on their outing in GTE in the Corvette. We heard earlier, they picked it because they like the look of the car. And they're not wrong. Well, it's been good for them so far at 14 places from where they started in class, 18 places overall. Currently got Gregory on board the Brit. Then in 7th place, another non-Porsche, it's 27 Motorsports BMW. Well, we've seen some strong performances so far from these guys this season. And then in 8th place in class, it's Verve Racing Team Black in, you've guessed it, another Porsche. Now, overall in GTE, it's then actually the leader in GTE AM, which is Aquilia Racing Cyan. See him on your screen right now. Jonathan Corral, the American, currently piloting that car. And then it's another GTE Pro, which is 9th in class, 10th overall in GTE. It's WS Racing Esports, and you just have to wonder for them. They've had a fair few incidents this race. If they hadn't have had them, where would they be right now? Well, my prediction is they would be up fighting with the likes of for the podium with JD Sim Racing and Orion at the sharp end of the field in GTE. Then it's Centurion in the Ferrari, the first Ferrari in the field. They are 10th in GTE Pro and 11th in GTE overall. Currently, round about 2 laps down off the leader, Orion Race Team. Then it's the 2nd place in GTE AM. It's JD Sim Racing. And they are actually closing in onto the back of Centurion ahead from them. So that will be, get onto the front back of them and get past them. That'll be a pass in GTE overall. Centurion just heading out of the pits right now. Then, the next place is onto the BMW of 27 Motorsport White. Then it's the World of Sim Racing team. 3rd in GTE AM. They'll be happy with that one. And then we've got Chicane Online Racing Red. Disappointing performance from those guys. Normally, used to see them battling in amongst the top 3, but they find themselves today down in 12th place in GTE Pro. And currently some 15th place in, 15th place in GTE overall. Then it is sister Chicane Online Racing car, the Purple Machine. That's 4th in GTE AM. And currently the last, not quite last of our runners, because we've got the Chicane Online Racing Orange. Well, they've been in the wars today. We've only got Berling driving for them. They are 5th in GTE AM, and good to see them still keeping going. Now, retirement on lap 139, we lost Fuga Sim Sport from LMP2. On lap 138, so only a lap prior, it was Stage 1 Racing Junior, the LMP2 team. And then another LMP2s of Elite, who we lost on lap 126. On lap 179, we lost the Stage 1 Racing Orange Machine. And then a few GTEs, so hashtag Maniti for both BMWs. The Porsche Avensis, we lost on lap 56. And likewise on lap 37, the sister Avensis, that's a Porsche number 117 machine, lap 37. Also on lap 37 was the Ferrari of backmarker Razzle Dazzle. But then all the way back on lap 10, it was the BMW of backmarker Racing Yellow. So currently with some I'm just cutting up about 8 retirements. Still going strong here. As we're heading well into the second half of the race. And it's a warning for Stage 1 Racing Senior, an unsafe overtake over the Aquilia Racing Aqua machine. So Ian, not short on action here at all at Watkins Glen. We predicted it earlier on when some 5 hours ago when we started out the show and started walking our way through qualifying, and this championship, as always, not failing to disappoint.
Absolutely, Tim. Jolly good stuff, as
Definitely.
my grandfather would probably say.
Jolly good stuff, definitely. One of it, and talking of not quite so jolly good stuff, the front left of that Ferrari for JD Sim Racing, not looking quite the best. Slightly crumpled in, and you'd imagine probably when it comes to their pit stop, which is going to be, well, they're probably about halfway through their stint roughly now-ish, maybe a little bit longer, that they'll be getting that fixed to prevent losing any more sort of top speed from them. Where it looks like at the moment, actually, when you said that, they're not losing too much on the speed front, so maybe that's why they're happy to continue on without having it fixed.
I know what you were saying earlier about the Scania Motorsport only being like 3 laps ahead. So, because there's no other P1s, I wonder if he's even used his battery at all.
Well, I'd imagine so for squeezing past traffic, but, you know, obviously not really under too much pressure, obviously, from any other competitors, so that's why. But I'll tell you, it'll be good to really see the hybrid deployment there, where they're just able to just shoot straight past the Ferrari, which is no slouch by any means out of the corners. We've the straight line speed of the Ferraris today in GTE, and wow, you know, they're really able to not just keep up with cars that are in the slipstream behind them, but they also get away from them at the same time as well. Let's take a little look at this is .exe. What's happened to them? Just singing their praises. All caught the grass on corner exits out of tow, and just with the wall. And you have to wonder because is that going to be any suspension damage potentially there, Ian? Because the wheels were turned.
I noticed the
steering might be a little bit bent.
There was a bit of crumple on the wing. That was kind of seemed to rejoin. I'm not sure about that. We might hear about that later. But there's no damage on the left, not expected. Doesn't seem to be any visible damage on the right.
No, it was a very light kiss with the barrier,
but these cars sometimes a light kiss can often really.
Now, worth pointing out as well. What has that done to their aspirations of trying to catch Ryan? Well, that's allowed Ryan to extend the gap out to 54.5 seconds. So they find themselves nearly 2/3 of a lap ahead. As you can see, the lap time differences there between the two teams. And you can see with the lappers, they lost around about some 8 seconds just on that lap from that incident to Ryan. That's a big old chunk of time there. And I know I've still got plenty of time left to try and find it back, but the way that Ryan are driving right now, you just don't see them making that sort of mistake to try and close up that gap, or at least to lose what is nearly 55 seconds now over .exe. So it goes. There's another second on the last lap there, Ian. It's Ryan have really got the hammer down now.
They haven't. I think we need to wait a lap or two to see if .exe are going to be lapping slower, see if there is actually any damage on there.
It'd be interesting because, you know, if you compare, since the incident, it's looking like, compared to the 2 laps prior to the incident, that they've dropped 2 to 4 tenths per lap, which is it's a big old difference. And if they continue at that sort of rate, the sister of Ryan car, the JRT, that's currently got Brian Holmes at the wheel, that Porsche. They are around about 11 seconds behind them, and they stand a chance of catching the .ext Porsche.
Yeah, as time goes on, yeah, if that Porsche is starting to really... so at this point, you've got to be thinking, it doesn't look like there's any damage, but then there wasn't when we looked at RSR on the P2, it didn't look like there was any, and they were definitely lapping slower, weren't they? So
they were. I think it'd be interesting to see whether it has bent the steering rack at all. If we can ride on board with them during the long back straight, I think that's probably going to be a good indication to see if the wheel is straight or not, as they just in there.
Or even aero on the right, so you don't get as much downforce on that tyre. So you know your certain corners will not be as effective. It doesn't seem. Yeah, he's got the draft now.
Over the Chicane Online Racing purple Ferrari. You see the Porsche just breeze past surely now. This Ferrari moves to the inside. You can hear the screaming flat six of that Porsche. So you see the FTR LMP2 just casually squeeze up the inside there and head through.
Yeah, it just looked like it was hardly ticking over, didn't it? It was just stretching its legs.
Yeah, just a walk in the park. Don't mind me. As you can see, there's the 524 International LMP2 just coming through now. Just having a little look at that. A bit behind them is, around about 10 seconds down the road is the next LMP2, but that is hashtag, and they will be coming around to lap them, ironically. It's Pedro de Souza being currently on board for them right now in that 92 LMP2. And I think it's going to be... I'd be interested to see how they can progress. Currently, obviously, second in class right now. So we've got Sakanya. They are into the pits from the lead. The lone LMP1. This hashtag just coming up on the 27 Motorsport BMW and the Racing Team Black Porsche. They seem not fighting out for position, but merely I think the Verve Racing Team machine just coming around to lap.
The figures are in for Albrecht. So that last lap was 0.3 slower than his previous, so it doesn't look like he's losing much. There's not much damage there.
No, they're not. Like I said, they're not losing much time, but it's roughly. I mean, what are they doing in comparison to Orion JRT, who are currently in third? Because I think that's the interesting one to watch out for. Is what can Orion do in the another fellow Porsche? Can they close that gap at all?
At the moment, no. Brian is a lot faster. He's nearly 4/10 faster in the third sector, but a couple of tenths slower in 1 and 2. So it's still dropping out at kind of rough similar times. Brian Holmes has just put in a 140.7, which is that's what, half a second, just over half a second faster than Albrecht. So
now, what have we got here going on in LMP2? It's FTR Esports Red. They're currently fourth, but not far behind them. Just been slowly chipping away. Is that 524 International LMP2? And I think, looking at these lap times, Ian, FTR were roughly about 2 seconds slower last time around, so maybe they've had a bit of a mistake somewhere. And that's what's caused them to catch right up now to be on the back of FTR.
So 2 seconds is not a spin, is it? So it might well have been too early on the throttle for and the traction control kicking in. So traffic. Yeah.
Hello. That was the Ferrari going incredibly slow there. It's in the background. I think that was Nils Core for Chicane Online Racing Red. What's happened to them? So he's got the two LMP2's just losing the rear, and that was incredibly close to drifting out wide too towards the 524 International. LMP2 there. They just come past the Equilia Racing Aqua Porsche. Yeah, that could have been near disaster through nobody's fault. Just lost the rear on entry to the corner.
I don't know, we must be getting on for pit times again. The pit window might be opening soon, so I wonder if these tyres are getting a little bit old.
Yeah, obviously, depending on where they are in their strategy, it'd be interesting to know. So they may be carrying a little bit of damage potentially, and that's what's causing it. Just having a little look at track temperatures, that is dropping off slightly. You can see dusk is starting to kick in here at Watkins Glen as we approach 20 to 6 in the evening. And I tell you what, it's going to be very close to finishing under darkness here, isn't it, Ian? I think it'll be interesting. And add a little bit of maybe another twist in the tail where it gets a little bit more challenging when driving in the dark. Of course, we drove in the dark at Daytona, however, pretty much like driving in the daylight there because the track is fully floodlit.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, does the sun get in your eyes as dusk is as the sun starts to go down? Is it that?
From my experience, I know I covered a Formula 3 race, funnily enough, to Snetterton earlier in the season, and I was experiencing the same thing. And yeah, it does start to really, kick in a little bit. But of course, being sports cars, they all have headlights, so it's not too bad. But what's happened to the Stage 1 Racing Senior? Ooh, carried a little bit too much speed in there. So easily done. And oddly though, there's a bit of a bump on the the latter part of the corner on the inside there. That's what normally catches me out, Ian. I don't know about yourself, but just got onto the marbles there and round the rear went.
Yeah, I mean, that's clearly going to be an issue, isn't it? Because now the racing line is going to be lovely and clean, and all these bits of rubber that are being ripped off the tyres are all just going to be lying around like ball bearings, effectively, at that kind of speed.
We've got World of Sim Racing. They are into the pits in LMP2. See, 524. Wow, really having a massive battle here now with FTR. Still side by side. There's contact! There's contact there between 524 and FTR. Well, see if we are. Wow, I need to see that again because I'm not sure how that all panned out, but it started way back on the entrance to the boot. Side by side here.
Plenty of width.
It is, and I'm not too sure whether... Did FTR cut across the front of 524? Oh, no, I'm not too sure. They did move a little bit, but... I don't know, that was a bit of a bizarre one, really. They seem to just come together a bit randomly. It was a bit of a bizarre one, that.
I wonder if the back stepped out a little bit and he tried to overcorrect and just veered into the line. Because the car behind definitely didn't move. The car in front did.
Well, it'd be interesting to see. I'm sure FTR will be straight onto the stewards about that one. So it'd be interesting to see in a few minutes' time how they view that one and what the result of that is. But what it's meant is 524 have managed to get themselves up a place, and also it's well worth keeping one eye on how that's also going to play out with Vector by RSR catching up onto the back of them as they're still out on track right now, and whether they can actually profit from that and pick up a place. Well, there you go. You can see from the timing order right now that Vector have managed to get their way past. The next one is still up on the car, is still in the pits. There you go, Antagonist. They've managed to get their way past. This really costing FTR dear right now, Ian.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. wonder if we could get a replay from a different angle on there, maybe rear view, just to see what happened.
Well, this is FTR, so this is later in the lap here, Ian. Oh, just losing the wheel and then getting hit from behind by Sicania in the lead, and Centurion just clipping the prototype there.
It's all kinds of accidents there. The P1 caught the back of the P2, didn't it? And then that caused a lot of...
Oh, wow.
Whoa, goodness me.
That
This
could
Ferrari
have been
did
even
well.
more further action. And we'll have to wonder, has that caused any damage to the LMP1? Now, this is going way back. So this is the FTR. We're going to have this on the end side of this 524. We're on board with them. Maybe we need to look backwards. Oh, I'm
He
not
slid
sure.
wide. I think he just slid wide.
I think it's just one of those racing incidents almost.
Yeah.
This is on board with 524. Let's get it from their perspective. See what's happened. So you can't see him right now, but just off to our left is FTR. You'll probably see them emerge any second now. So just give me a screenshot. Ooh.
I think that
I think you called that one right there, Ian.
Just slid, didn't it?
Just understeered out towards into 524 International.
And so the collision with the P1 and P2 was just before that. It was earlier on in that lap, wasn't it?
It was a little bit later in the lap. Was obviously after the incident the FTR had. Scania then came round, but it'd be interesting to see what damage, if any, is Scania covering. And let's take a little look. And I don't think there's anything really that Scania could do from that one. From looking at it, I'm not 100% sure. It's a tricky one, isn't it, to call?
So if the FTR Red team were maybe feeling a little bit nervous about cornering so fast, then they might have gone in slower, which the Scania driver was maybe not expecting.
Yeah, it was obviously where you're carrying so much momentum. That's where it gets tricky, but just riding on board with the Quillia Racing Aqua right now. The two JD Sim Racing machines in front of them. Porsche on the left, the Ferrari on the right. It is the Porsche that they're currently battling with. To where the Ferrari, this team order is definitely coming in, just remaining in position. As Quillia heads up the inside. Justin Corral manages to get by the JD Ferrari and not lose too much time and stay in the hunt with the JD Porsche. Karashek currently on board the Porsche right now for JD Sim Racing. And yeah, they could have lost a whole lot of time there, Quillia, but the Aqua team, but at least, well, it doesn't look like they've actually lost any, if anything, or possibly may even have closed up ever so slightly on JD. Now, for the drivers watching at home, the charity form is now available on the ISRC Discord, so head across there. And good to... is that the chicane on my racing orange BMW just off the track there in the background, I think, possibly. Definitely not having no fruitful of afternoons for them, unfortunately. But let's see, check in with FTR Esports Red, and
They had quite a long pit stop.
they did, didn't they? In 3 minutes 12 they were stationary for. We've got Vector by our side. They've headed into the pit from 15 class. Antagonistic just heading ahead of them. But this is the on board with FTR Esports Red right now.
Did FTR change drivers as well?
No,
Is
still
it still
Jackson
Jackson?
Larry.
Okay,
Yes,
yeah.
it is. It is.
Let's see how he goes around the chute.
I think precariously and a little bit unnerved. earlier incident. Looking good, and they've got a bit of a mission on their hands if they want to climb back up through the order. They've lost a whole heap of time. They've lost 3 laps, basically.
Yeah.
But, you know, discredit to them. Maybe it's more like 2.5, 2 3/4 laps, but
Enough
to make a big difference and dent into their hopes as they were battling with 5-2-4 over 4th place, and you have to wonder, would they have ever really caught up with World of Sim Racing? Well, we'll never find out. We'll see what F524 can do with so much left of the race here at Watkins Glen. Now, interesting one, Ian. Obviously, with this, as we transition into night, and you know, we were saying earlier about dusk starting to fall, the sun getting in drivers' eyes. How's that going to play out potentially for the drivers out on track?
Well, I've not got any real experience of. I've only really driven in dusk in certain races. Some inter races were kind of like started in dusk and moved into night, and it's always a little bit different, isn't it? Night racing. It's whilst the lights are super bright, sometimes they're too bright and can be confusing in the mirrors in real life anyway. And so there's still plenty of light, but you can see. You're right. You can see the lights having an effect on the track in front of the cars. So it's going to start failing rapidly soon. The light. And the drivers better be bang on with their braking zones, just because obviously that will change because you won't be able to see the same markers potentially. So there's going to be maybe a lot more driving by feel.
Yes, I mean obviously it's being sports cars. They are aided by the lights here, but definitely becomes hard to spot brake markers and turn-in points for the drivers as it gets darker and darker, and we've got leader in LMP2. They are into the pits. RaceFox, I haven't really mentioned them too much. Been in a league of their own out in the front in LMP2. Hashtag 30 seconds behind them in second place. And to be fair, with hashtag yet to stop, it may well be that they just aren't able to. Well, it's going to be interesting. I mean, they have had similar stops last time around.
And there's still, a 40-second gap, so it will drop in fast now. So they're stationary. There we go. They've taken that position from RaceFox, but then they're going to have to pit later.
They are. Hashtag are yet to stop. And hashtag actually out of interest, Ian, I'm going to look at the timing sheets here. Actually, they have gradually, bit by bit, been stopping a little bit later than what RaceFox has. So maybe with so long left in this race, they're looking to take maybe one less stop and run this car a lot deeper. And maybe it looks like we really have they'll come right together at the end of the race.
And they're a third of a second faster on their best, and so
Aquilia Aqua. That's from a little while ago. Sorry, I was getting all a bit excited over what was happening potentially between 524 and FTR. Apologies about that one. So surely hashtag are going to be in within the next couple of laps. I imagine probably in that if they really, really want to take the pit strategy element into it and go as long and deep as possible, that it needs to probably carry around one or two more times.
They need to be staying out, yeah.
But let's have a look at what's happened to .exe. Second to last corner, wow. Chicane Online Racing Orange. Rotating the car there. And the good avoidance from Liam now for .exe. And I think the Chicane Online Racing Orange machine just getting a little bit out onto the marbles there. Definitely not short of pace of this team. but still a minute behind over that now. Well, Ryan have been growing that gap over .exe after their earlier contact with the wall. That spin out of tow. And you've got to hand it to Mike Dam, Canadian for iRacing. He has been relentless today, hasn't he, Ian?
Absolutely. Just like a machine. Just like blap, blap, blap. And his best time is, it's a good 0.2 faster than .xe's, who are currently running in second. Aquila have gone faster, but only by 0.2. And the last lap from Mike Dam was his best lap, actually. There we go. That was his last lap. That was his best one. So everyone else is 0.2 to 0.5 slower. So, and it's looking like Albrecht is lapping a little bit more slowly as well. He's lapping 2.5 seconds slower. There we go. His last lap is still a second slower than third position. So if that keeps up, then within 60 laps, Orion Race Team JRT will be catching up.
Well, things are quieting down as you see hashtag LMP2 into the pits there. To bring you up to date with obviously real life sports cars, and a bit of an interesting one unfolded between the last round of Daytona and today here at Watkins Glen in GTE Pro in the World Endurance Championship. And I don't know if you caught it, Ian, at the 8 Hours of Bahrain, where Porsche and Ferrari were battling out for basically the overall win in the championship. And they had a coming together, and interestingly, Porsche appealed the decision after being demoted a place and viewed for causing the accident, have decided to abandon their appeal against it and have accepted the result of what the stewards decided, interestingly.
That is interesting. I mean, they must have maybe come across some further evidence or realised that they were bang to rights.
Now, also keeping on World Endurance Championship, I mean, it's good news, obviously, with a migration across to GT, well, will be GTD and GT3. However, Corvette have announced that in 2022 they will run a full season in not only IMSA, but also a full season of World Endurance Championship, obviously, where GCE is keeping going for another couple of more seasons after GT Le Mans ending in IMSA at the end of this season. So good to have them on board, and the mighty Corvette, as you can see on the moment, driven by Boosted here in the ISRC by Boosted, and it's good to have them on board. That's for World Endurance Championship at the GTE Pro category over there was really starting to thin out and only really being raced by Porsche and Ferrari. So
yeah, I wonder if that's a play to get a lot more practice in, because the 2023 season, I think, is looking really exciting. It's the one to watch because they've opened up the IMSA and WEC for a single car to race in both, so that's tempted a load of new manufacturers, old manufacturers, back in.
It has,
so,
yeah. It's I know it's yes, that's for the hypercar, but then within GTs, it's that I think 2024 is that's the season where it gets really, really interesting, where obviously you'll have GTD in IMSA and then GT3 in World Endurance Championship, and the possibilities that just opens up. And on that sort of subject as well, Chevrolet have confirmed what looks like an absolutely stunning beast, and for the GT3, well, they've called it the GT3R, but the Corvette Z06 looking an absolute mighty beast of sea. Hector just heading through in LMP2 there, and 27 Motorsport BMW closing up on the back of Boosted here in GTE Pro. But Yeah, I mean, obviously with the Corvette, they are obviously grandfathering the existing car down into GTD specs, making slight adjustments. That was agreed by IMSA, but decided to keep the GT Le Mans obviously in IMSA and runs to the same standard as GTE in World Endurance Championship, and deciding to bring that across. And it's going to be really, really good to see at Le Mans with so many Corvettes there, and also an extra champ. You know, someone to extra to fight that in GTE Pro after Aston Martin pulled out. What was last year, back end of last year, but we've got a drive-through penalty for 524 International. They've been deemed to have caused that collision with FTR Esports. So slightly different decision to how you called it there, Ian, where the FTR had maybe just understeered out a little bit, and that's what caused the contact. But there you go, 524. They have been blamed for that one. The stewards, they've been deemed the ones that caused it. So that is going to be interesting to see how they come down the order. And that might actually gift Vector by RSR upper place. But let's just take a look at 27 Motorsports. Here they come against Boosted. Boosted go defensive to the inside and head back across more to the middle of the track just to cover it off as they head down into the boot there. See 524 just taking their drive through right now. Where are they going to come out? Well, they're going to come out ahead of Vector there, so it's cost them time on track. They haven't actually lost a position there, Ian.
No, obviously that's really good news for them. Not so much for Vector by RSR, but deemed to take the penalty as quickly as possible, get it over with, and then get back, concentrate, get your head back in the game, onward.
Yeah, it's around about just over half a lap now separating 524 and Vector in LMP2, but turning back to this battle, Andrea Montero, the Iberian, in that BMW, really setting down some strong pace against Gregory for Boosted in the Corvette just ahead. The gap has been bit by bit closing up, hasn't it, Ian? It has taken a little bit out each lap.
That BM is more powerful than the Corvette, so it may be able to, but it's actually lighter as well. So you might see an overtake pretty sharpish up pretty soon up this long straight. We'll see if we can get a good draft. So they're now half a second behind, which is drafting range. But then you've got the P2 behind, looking to overtake, which might interfere with the BMW's plans.
You see. Antagonistic Racing Orange LMP2 just carving their way through there. Passing on the left of the BMW and the right of the Corvette. Now, just heading down. And the BMW is really, really starting to close up now. Really being, the Corvette aided by Stage 1 Racing Senior just getting in between them there. And that's just given them that little bit of breathing space that they might have wanted. However, 27 Motorsports with Montero, he's fighting back and fighting back hard and not letting Gregory for Boosted get away at all, is he right now?
No, he was down to 3/10 and then they had to let the P2s through. He's now back up to half a second. So this is kind of the position they were in at the end of the last lap. So I can't see any faster traffic around them. So this might be the lap for them. This one or the next one.
Yeah, I'll just see how they get.
Oh, he trimmed a little bit wide. That's not going to great.
That was, wow, that really, really pushing hard is Montero right now. And you can see just how hard there. Well, that rub with the barrier. Lost them a few temps, especially as they got into the grass and had a little micro tank slapper there. Also, just behind them. So that is the Ferrari of Chicane Online Racing Red. Nils Calls currently on board for them. And it's closing up onto the back of them. However, that is a lap down compared to these two. Now, ahead of them is second place in GTE AM. They're coming round to lap them. That is JD Sim Racing's Ferrari with Mocek currently at the wheel. And Gregory in the Corvette is going to be surely on the lights and wanting to get past. There you go. Right on time. You see, trying to get his way past the JD Sim Racing Ferrari as they drag side by side out the exit of the corner. But who's going to come out victorious here? And there you go. That's the Corvette through. JD just backing out a little bit, but Montero in that BMW is closing right up. And he's having a much easier time of clearing the JD Sim Racing Ferrari. And Net has gained a bit of time over Boosted as they cleared through that traffic there.
That's right, but it hasn't actually pulled him back to his position before he tried a little bit too hard on this last corner. So he's not made that mistake again. Cleared the barrier fine. There's P2s coming down the straight. So there's going to be traffic interference. Now to 7 tenths.
Yeah, got the Scania LMP1 behind them. There you go. See it dart through there, using all that hybrid deployment to shoot their way past and not get involved or caught up in any incidents that might happen from this battle. But here comes the BMW. I'm feeling it might be a little bit too far back to make a dart into this corner.
Got that feel. It's a little bit far, isn't it?
Yeah, just a little bit too far back. See in the background there, the Chicane Online Racing, they've got to get past the JD Sim Racing Ferrari to unlap himself, and also in the middle of it, the boosted LMP2. These cars, these GTs battling, it's not going to be a comfortable position for them as they couple alongside the BMW and look to clear the Corvette in the same straight. There you go. I'll be happy about that one. Big Hedgecock, and clearly no team orders coming into play there with assisting the boosted car in GTE. So just leaving them to battle.
If Montero can get a good exit out of turn 1, same as he did before, I think we'll see an overtake up through the S's.
It's definitely got to be.
Oh, he's dropped back.
He has dropped back there, Ian. It's I think maybe the curse of the commentator just kicking in a little bit there.
Yeah, he's lost half a second somewhere along the way.
But interestingly there, Boosted just going a little bit defensive into the 90. Not able to... How much is that going to hamper him, taking that line? As they come through the S's now and up the hill. See the FTR LMP2. That's going to come round and get in amongst these guys. Maybe a little bit too far back. Make a lunge down into the outer loop. They're going to hang. No, they're going to hang it around the outside and clear the BMW and then dart up the inside of the Corvette. Cleared there, but that's forced the Corvette wide. And this is the BMW's trying to strike. What can 27 Motorsport do? They are closer than they have ever been. Under 3 tenths now is the gap that all that separates these guys. Battling it out over 5th place in the race. And if we can maintain it, surely now, Ian, that move that you predicted coming out of the first corner has got to be on.
Yeah, I've just been far too previous on every lap since, so I'm just going to sit and wait for this one. I'll see what happens. Because the BM lost time through this set of corners last time, so I wonder if it's going to do the same. Yeah, it's dropped back a fraction.
The Corvette, as you know, when we spoke to the guys that boosted earlier, is strong in the corners, and it's their time to fend by really getting good exits through them. But you just feel that this BMW is going to get the Corvette on the straight. Here they go. Oh no, big tank slapper. There you go.
Trying too hard again, it looks like.
Yeah,
he'd been so close to him for so long. He was probably maybe just a little bit too keen again.
Yeah, it feels like, you know, they were just so desperate, was Montero, to get the exit off the corner. Ends up having that massive tank slapper, desperate to get past the boosted Corvette in 5th place. all that hard work is undone, and they've lost about a second and a half, and also the Chicane Online Racing Ferrari has managed to squeeze ahead of them. Now, Nils Kaur is no slouch.
He did do well to hold on to it, though. That could have been entirely bad.
It could have been complete disaster, and with the other cars coming through, well, it's not been the race that they would have hoped for. Chicane Online Racing Red, they could have gone to even worse for them. Currently, these guys are in 12th position, sorry, 9th position in class, 23rd overall. For a team that we're normally used to seeing right at the front, battling it out, place on the podium, find themselves well down today here at Watkins Glen. You can see it's getting darker and darker. That's really kicking in. The sky, a lovely shade of orangey peach colour. You can see the 27 Motorsport Montero just clearing core for Chicane Online Racing Red as they mount the challenge to get past Boosted, who've actually, they've pulled out an extra 10th, I would say, Ian, over 27 Motorsport.
Yeah, I think he's probably taken a little bit easy. Maybe skimmed the tyres too much, or they've overheated. So he's going to be maybe just relaxing a little bit, getting back into it, getting back on that time. Well,
that is a valid point, isn't it? Because they've really been, you know, Montero's been really laying down some amazing lap times. You see on lap 147 there was nearly half a second quicker. Do you think maybe he's cooked the tyres a little bit where he's pushing so hard to get up to and get past the Boosted Motorsports Corvette?
Yeah, absolutely. I think so. Yeah, it's half a second faster, and then 3 tenths, 2 tenths, and half a second slower. So I wonder if he's just waiting a few laps to let the tyres cool down, catch up again, play the long game.
Now, something has happened to Quillier Racing Science and World of Sim Racing team. I'm being told that World of Sim Racing 52 machine, they've received a warning for a unsafe overtake on the Quillier Racing Cyan. So, that was from a little while ago. It's about 15 minutes ago that incident happened. So, yeah, maybe it's a little bit of, as we've seen from 27 Motorsport, a desperation to catch up to the guys in front of you. And taking a risk that, with a warning, they would say probably is worth it, as it's just a slap on the wrist rather than a penalty.
So it's looking like Montero is making up a bit of time again. He's 2 tenths, made up 2 tenths. So I think maybe he's just settled down and he's starting to increase his pace a fraction.
We're coming nearly to the top of the hour now, and we'll bring you an update shortly as see Race Fox, the commanding lead. I've got Scania just behind them, going around to lap them again. Interestingly, though, Scania only some 4 laps ahead of the lead LMP2, such as team that was previously called WS Motorsports, now Race Fox, has been putting down some. Oh, you see him drifting on corner exit there, and Scania shoot their way past. And yeah, they've a real strong performance from Race Fox today, Ian.
Yeah, they've done really well, haven't they? They've just started strong and stayed strong. So there's an update. So Montero is lapping a 10th faster in the last lap, and the previous lap I think it was 0.05 faster. So they're creeping up on them, but ever so slowly.
Yeah, they're slowly starting to chip away at them. We've got the second place GT into the pits. That's the .exe red Porsche. they come out. Currently, said it's second place in class for them. However, Cole just a bit of a way past them. So, yeah, I don't think Quillia Aqua are going to get past them. There you go. CC.exe, they are on the pit exit, so they've been able to stop and keep that second place.
Yeah, they just took fuel, didn't they, I think?
I think so, yes. Looking at the lap, so the sometimes I would probably say yes on that one. However, here they come, just getting their way past the chicane on iRacing red Ferrari. Obviously, just lapping them, not for position. But they've got to be happy with this third place in class right now. Quillia Aqua. So we've got 27 Motorsport. They are into the pits. Obviously, that's going to allow car around them to the boosted GTE to extend that gap out. And clearly, those tyres, I mean, I'm sure they'll be looking forward to the luxury of having a brand new set of rubber being put on to that BMW here, because it looked very, very twitchy with putting the power down hard. And in fact, it nearly cost them twice, didn't it, as well?
Yeah. I wonder if that last wiggle coming out the 90 really cooked the tyres totally, and that was it. But now I think it's up to James for the last hour roundup, and then I will bow out. Thank you very much, guys. Been lovely as ever, and I'll speak to you later.
See you, Ian. Hello, James, and welcome back for what's been a more quiet and sedate hour compared to what we've seen in the prior hours to that.
Yeah, it's just got hit in the 3 hour mark remaining, and as you say, that last hour has been a fairly mild hour, should we say, compared to the rest of the race. But a couple of things that we have got is the .exe of Lemino just lost 8 seconds in a spin on lap 149 as well. So that's unfortunate for them, but they still are second in class. So it hasn't, it's dropped them back, but it hasn't, affected their position as such. Now in the P2, we had Stage 1 Racing Senior. They've had a very eventful race currently. They had a spin on lap 160, which didn't really cost them loads of time, but it was a little bit of an eventful race. And now, actually, Tim, regarding Stage 1 race, you might be able to help me out. Roy Mass, a Porsche driver, I believe, in the GTE. Is that correct, or am I thinking about the wrong person that we've seen previously?
No, you are absolutely spot on there with that one.
Yeah, there seems to be a lot of drivers swapping around cars this week, so that's an interesting one.
Yeah, there has been a little bit, hasn't it? Obviously, seeing Boosted drop into GTE with great success, you've got to argue as well. Being in 5th, and a couple of drivers freshening things up a little bit, but good to see equally. And of course, WS Racing in LMP2 changing their name to Race Fox, and clearly that working well for them with in the lead as well. But
yeah, that kind of threw us out a little bit, didn't it? It was a little bit unexpected, but there you go. So we've also had the FTR Esports and the 523 involved in an incident in Shoot. FTR slid wide, a drive-through penalty for 5-4. So there you go for them as well. We've had Sacania Sacania Endurance Motorsport, the only LMP1 in the field. They were hit, unfortunately, by the FTR red car. There wasn't a lot they can do. The FTR car spun it on the bump in the aptly named ankle corner, and literally, obviously, they come around the corner, and Sacania, well, unfortunately, didn't have nowhere to go. They were there, so they unfortunately hit them. We've had, in the GTEs, we've had Chicane Racing Orange spun it on the last, the penultimate corner, so one before last, on lap 160. .exe narrowly missed them as well, so that was a bit of a hold on to your steering wheel, grip it, turn it, and hope for the best from the .exe car But we've also had the epic battle of the boosted and 27 multi-sports car having a multi-lap battle continuously as well. So they've been backwards and forwards throughout this last hour, I believe. And then obviously 27 car there of Andre Montero having a tank slapper in turn one, which is coming down now to into the 90. He had a bit of a wiggle on, and to be fair, managed to keep it under control and is still going. Currently 5th in class. Unfortunately, though, that has dropped him back from the boosted motorsport Corvette. And that, Tim, rounds out your last hour. So he's actually nipped off to get a drink. So we'll jump into YouTube chat quickly. What's happened with the 144 going slow? So 144. Who is that currently? That is Mike Dam in Orion Racing. I say slow. He's done a 140.94 on the last lap. His best time is a 139.69. So not quite sure, you know, how slow he's actually gone. He's done a 140 for the last 5 laps. So, you know, we'll see the laps before that. Again, 140s all the way across the board. So for the last 10 laps, he's been doing 140. So Mike down there seems to be getting that Porsche dialed in pretty well. So what we'll do, we'll run you through the top 5. Well, we can only run you through the top 1 of the LMP1s, being that he's the only LMP1 in the field. So Scania Endurance still leading. Well done to them. Going to take their first win of the season. 2 hours 55 minutes remaining as well. So they're going to hopefully win and they can keep it on track. Now, Race Fox, i.e. aka WS Racing from previous rounds of the ISRC, are in first place in the LMP2s. Back from them, we have the hashtag Racing car number 92. And then behind them as well, it goes 524. Now, these guys, hashtag 524, World of Sim Racing and Vector by RSR, round out your top 5. And they have been throughout this race. Now, I will say something as well. Something very exciting and gripping. If Vector by RSR stay in 5th place, I am on the understanding from multiple sources that they will win the LMP2 championship this week. So the conversation we had earlier on with David Duino, where they was talking about pressure in Suzuka, they will have none if they can wrap up this 5th place and if their master plan that we've also mentioned to us works. And currently it is working. So they are in 5th currently. Antagonistic Racing Team Orange are currently in 6th place. Steady race for them, and they've had a few little minor incident scrapes and that, but nothing major. These guys have had a nice steady race. Then we go on to Boosted Motorsport LMP2. Happy with 11th, said Mr. Adam Hedgecock earlier on. Currently up in 7th. So as a fan, I'm sitting here quite happily smiling my head off the fact that they've got up into 7th place. Well, good job by them. FTR Esports Red are in 8th. There they are. They have had a very eventful race in the hands of Jackson Lowry. A few incidents within the last hour. So they've unfortunately been down in 8th place. Now, Stage 1 Racing Senior, talking about eventful, they've had a really eventful race. So they've done really well to keep it onto the track. Yes, they are 4 laps down, but it's been well, yes, an action-packed race for them. Okay, so on to the GTEs. Mike Dam, Orion Race Team. Absolutely flying currently in the GTEs, as we saw Roy Mass in Stage 1 Racing Senior go round Chicane Online Racing Red Ferrari. So down into the GTEs, please, Orion Race Team, there you have it. They have got an exponential lead over .exe of 1 minute and 9 seconds, which is absolutely huge when we've only got 2 hours and 53 minutes remaining. There they are in 2nd place. Now in 3rd place, Aquilia Racing Aqua. They were fighting with Orion Race Team, but unfortunately not anymore at the hands of Justin Corral. They are down in 3rd place. 4th place, and well, I can imagine the smile on Ben Gregory, Tim Perry's face currently, are in 4th for Boosted Motorsport GTE Corvette. Normally in an LMP1 drop down, as we heard earlier on from Ben Gregory, down into the Corvette. The reason they did that, because they liked it and it looked good. Nothing to do with how it handles or the speed or anything like that. It just looked good. So they took it. Currently the fastest Corvette in the field. So congratulations to them. 27 Motorsport are down in 5th place at the moment. 2 seconds behind on Boosted, as you see him in the car here in front. They've had a very up and down, consistently race at the moment. Up and down consistently. There you go. Not always a saying you hear out of a commentator, but we're gonna put that on to 27 Motorsport. There you go. JD Sim Racing are currently in 6th in the field. They're at the hands of Martin Karasek at the moment. Verve Racing Team Black are down in 7th. They are currently 10 seconds behind Karasek. And then we go on to Orion Race Team JRT at the hands of Cedric Finsack currently as well. We've seen what this car can do at the hands of Brian Holmes. Is Cedric going to do the same thing? Now, we are going to be jumping. I'm going to jump into Aquila Racing Cyan in the GTE AMS at the hands of Jonathan Corral. I'm guessing a relation of Justin. They are currently first in class for GTE AMS. They are sitting a cool 9th overall. So there you go. 27, we'll go down to J. We'll do the AMS. JD Sim Racing is the next one. So there is JD Sim Racing in the Ferrari. Then we have the World of Sim Racing Team. They are currently 3rd in GTE AMS. In the BMW, not really seen much of them apart from allowing their teammates through in the LMPs. Other than that, just been, I'm going to say, plodding along. Done really well, so good job for them. And down in 4th place, we have got Chicane Online Racing Purple, rounding out our GTE AMS, I believe. I think WS Racing Esports GT1, Chicane Online Racing Orange, and Fuga are currently out of the race. So there you go. Alpha Racer 987, first 2 laps out of the pits was slow, but he has picked it up now. Yes, he has. He's done 10 laps at a 140. Absolutely flying. Marius Brewer, .exe, started from the last in GTE. Quite a challenge. Lebano put some awesome stints in at the beginning. They're catching up. Yes, you are, but very slowly. And as I say, you've got a minute and I believe a minute and 9 seconds. Now, I have had producers Chris whisper in my ear that I can welcome back into the booth Tim Cox, who has run off and grabbed a drink at a rapid rate of knots and has rejoined me in the booth. Tim.
I have indeed, James. As night is definitely falling here in Watkins Glen. Approaching 6:30 local time in America. Obviously being 31st of October, set for the race date of this. Well into autumn or fall, as it would be called locally. And the fall of night is definitely coming along. And to get to see these lovely lights alongside the the sides of the cars, as you can see currently with Chicane Online Racing Purple, and going for a nice pinky purple colour as well to complement the car's livery. Now, obviously, just say, James, so we've had retirees from the race so far. Have been WS Esports in GTE Pro, Chicane Online Racing Orange in GTE AM, and then it's 4 LMP2s. Grabson we lost on lap 139 in Fuga. Then Stage 1 Racing Junior on 138 laps. Elite on 126. And Stage 1 Racing Orange, we lost them back on lap 109. The leaders currently on 202, so nearly double the distance behind. And then it was a few of the GTEs, hashtag in their BMW and Maniti, lost them on lap 81 and 66 respectively. It was the first of the 2 Avensis machines, lost 119 in their Porsche on lap 56. We lost backmarker Razzle Dazzle on lap 38. Avensis 117, they just pitted on the lap prior on lap 37, and unfortunately backmarker Racing Yellow and the BMW only able to complete 10 laps here at Watkins Glen. So very early on inside the first hour. As you see, some of the LMP2 starting to take to the pits right now. For all the teams that have pitted in LMP2, World of Sim Racing, they lead the way. And then below them, so antagonistic Vector, Boosted, FTR and Stage 1 Senior all taking their pit stops, but Race Fox, hashtag and 524 International. The top three are yet to head to the pits, and 524, despite that drive-through and that collision with FTR, have still managed to hold on to that third place. And let's just ride on board with the 27 Motorsport BMW. Still got Montero still at the wheel for them. What it looks like for the drivers, as night starting to fall, you can see it was a nice light peachy orange colour in the sky. Now turn to a more murkier orangey brown colour as it's really starting really to go down now. You see the boosted, so the Scania on the boost there. The right words, just wrong way round. See him just gliding past through the GCEs there. And I think this is where we could see maybe a few mistakes start to creep in here, James, with 2 3/4 hours left to go. The fall of darkness coming in, also a bit of the mental and also physical exertion, you know, and fatigue starting to creep in for some of our drivers, where we're so deep into the race. And I think maybe it's going to be interesting to see how this last third of the race plays out.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. Like, people don't get night racing. They don't fully understand it, Tim. And regardless if you've driven a track for 6 hours, 2 hours, 4 hours, however long you've driven it for, night racing just brings that different perspective. It almost makes the track a different entity to what you've been expecting. Now, it's not too bad for the guys that go from day to night, but the guy coming from nights is straight into night. It really does bring a different role to it. And currently on screen, as you can see, we've got a drive-through penalty for car 524 International Racing, an unsafe overtake on car 251 World of Sim Racing. So they've got a drive-through penalty there. But it really does bring a different dimension to racing, Tim, in nights.
Yeah, 524, they've headed in to take that penalty. Now, they're going to lose around about 30 seconds from that. And I'm just having a bit of a look. How much... I mean, they're going to lose it. So, Antagonistic Racing Team Orange, they are... What? Round about... I'm just trying to have a little bit of a look here. I know they've got an extra... Actually, no, they haven't. They've got only just over a lap on them. So this is going to bring them really close. And this battle... well, World of Sim Racing have managed to get ahead of them, actually, now, haven't they? Look at that. Yeah. So, yeah, I think even Antagonistic Racing Team Orange, they could look to maybe even nick a place and head up into 4th place. And it's going to really, really... interesting to see how this one plays out. But just sort of going back to obviously your previous point, just obviously after them come and take their 524 come and take their penalty. Yeah, it brings a whole different dynamic, and this is the beauty of sports car racing that you don't see within any other racing category generally. I mean, I know you get NASCAR, etc., being run at night and on the ovals, but they're on fully floodlit tracks, so don't really tend to get what we're currently experiencing, where you've got large sections, pretty much all of the track, under darkness, or what soon will be complete darkness, and you're having to rely on your headlights and to identify. And just how much do you lose in terms of your perspective, in terms of brake markers, etc.? See 524 head to the pits again, so that should be for their scheduled stop.
See, that's the thing. Even though you know where your marks are, now a lot of the time you may sit there and think we look at the 100 board or we look at the 50 board, but there are times when we use ridges in the track to pick out where we're going to brake. Like at certain points of the track, they'll look at the marks on the floor to know where they are. Now, the problem is in the dark, them marks can't always be seen, which brings a different dimension in that you then end up braking tentatively because you think you're at your mark, which then slows your time down, obviously, because you might be braking it earlier or later, depending on where your mark is. But if you can't see your mark, braking is going to be a lot more difficult. And I think for anybody coming straight into the night, it's going to be a lot tougher as you see antagonistic racing run wide there, Tim.
Yeah, and Vector, they've managed to squeeze through. I thought they might have a bit longer, but that's why I didn't cut you off. Obviously, you watched them close up on the back straight there. Now, obviously, after taking their penalty in 5-2 core, they've just come out of the pits as well. They are only half a lap away. Let's take another look at how Vector got the move done. And there you go, just got it out onto the marbles, as you said, James. That caused antagonistic to run wide. Vincent van Geffen, for antagonist, didn't really stand much of a chance there once he was out onto those marbles to bring the car back and defend from O'Donnell lines for Vector.
No, and that's the thing. And it looked like exactly at that moment of time, what we were talking about with Knight and missing braking points. He looked like he missed his braking point. He just went in too deep, therefore causing him to get on the marbles, which, as you and I know, don't get me wrong, we're not quite as expert as these guys, but we have driven cars.
Definitely
and we know that once you get out on them, there's no coming back. You are literally trying to almost pedal the brake, push it as many times as possible to try and get the car to slow down, because the marbles will just run you off. And fortunate for him, he stayed out of the barrier on that corner.
Let's see if I Brian Holmes, good to have along in the chat. Evening off, he says. And T Ward saying, Marcus Brewer, honestly, was a very impressive to watch. Wow, it definitely was from .exe. A performance and a half that these guys are putting in. Nice rises tonight. Obviously helped a little bit from the retirements as the GTs are to show how many places they've come up. Of 24 places today overall, 20 in class, and that Porsche in .exe is looking absolutely spectacular. Now, just to bring you up to date, obviously this battle, we're watching Vector by RSR currently. So you saw where they managed to squeeze their way past antagonistic Racing Team Orange. Get themselves up into 5th and in line to really secure that championship here at Watkins Glen. We're still around 60. The 12 hours of Suzuka. Well, it'll come around incredibly quickly. It's a little bit away now, but this is the killer question. Can they get past, up to the back of, as we see hashtag there into the pits, from P1, and obviously Race Fox taking back to the lead with LMP2. But can Vector catch and get past 524? I think with just come out to 2.5 hours to go, that is the killer question that we need to be asking right now.
Well, it's interesting to know, because when we talked to David Duino earlier, they said they have a plan and they're trying to get it to work. Now, the fact that they're back up into 5th from 8th, the fact that they're now in the championship position where they need to be to win, the question I suppose as well that we ought to ask is, A, can they catch and 524 in front? And I wouldn't put anything past EJ O'Donnell lines. We've seen him and he's incredibly quick at times. But are they then now in that championship position, Tim? Will their mentality change to sit back and think, we're here, we've done it, so should we stay where we are?
Now, interesting one. Do you
get what I mean?
Yeah, I do. It's I think if anyone can do it, O'Donnell Lines is the person who you'd want at the wheel to really close up that gap. Now, interestingly, Martin van der Poel has been on to us, and he has said that they let Vector through. So that's antagonistic. They let them through because they're on a different strategy, so they wouldn't win anything in fighting with Vector right now. So that's an interesting one. So obviously, as you mentioned, Vector have their strategy and their thoughts of how they can bring this race back to them. But clearly, Antagonist are another team who've got another plan in mind, and Vincent van Geffen currently on board and trying to make that plan come to life for them, hence why they just let Vector by with such ease. I think that's, this Race Fox, the leader in LMP2 just ahead of them. So clearly, numerous strategies being played out here, and different mentalities being put through.
Yeah, and I'm going to be really excited to see. Now, when we've chatted to people, like we've had conversations with Sophie Hack and stuff, who've turned around and said that under no circumstances do you want to be doing that splash and dash at the end of the race. So if you've got 10 minutes remaining or 15 minutes, you don't really want to have to dive in. You want to finish the race on the fuel that you've committed to. But it's interesting to know how these strategies are going to pan out, because if both teams are not going to want to do that, Tim, eventually they're going to come together on track, because both, theoretically, both strategies should meet at the last stop to allow them to get across the line without having to stop again, if you get what I mean.
I do indeed, and I just while you were talking about that, James, I just had a quick little look across to track temperature. Obviously, how that plays out as well into the mix. Now, that is as low as it has ever been today. That is down to 24 degrees Celsius. Cool ambient temperature 23. So, to see Antagonist just coming past the 27 Motorsport BMW there. It's definitely, going to allow some of these guys to, maybe they're going to have to work the tyres hard to maintain that same pace, which obviously is going to prevent them from overheating. So also that's another part of the strategy is, do we see these guys maybe, even look to triple stint in the LMP2 as a set of tyres? It's going to be, based on how long they've got left versus the amount of pit stops, I think it's going to be the last set of 3 that they'll run them on. But that could prove to be maybe one of the really ballsy, calls that some of these teams have got up their sleeves that they're looking to implement. And when we've spoken to them, like you said, they talk about their plans that they've got. So you've seen, from Van der Poel for Antagonist, and obviously when we spoke to the guys from Vector, etc., and Boosted earlier, maybe that is all part of their plan of where they're looking to save a bit of time and jump up the order a bit more.
Yeah, and in hindsight, it would be good if we knew that. But as we know, Tim, we don't. So, we're just hoping for the fact that that's where we're going to be at. But I'm interested to see how both of these plans work. I'm interested to see what Vector are going to do. They need to secure that 5th to get the win. But it's interesting to know that Antagonistic are on a different schedule. And will they meet? We don't know. We're presuming they should do to be able to get them across the line so they don't have to splash and dash. But as we know, hindsight's a wonderful thing, and we can talk about it, but we're within the next 2 hours and 34 minutes, we're going to find out. So, I wouldn't want to be going anywhere with 2 hours, 34 minutes remaining.
Definitely not, and especially heading into that last hour, that's when we're going to see a lot of these plans starting to unfold as we ride with the leader in GCE AM right now. A racing scion, Jonathan Corral, the American, currently on board for them as he heads up through the S's. And incredibly consistent lap times from them. Around about the 1:42.5 mark for the last few laps. And I think this may be where, just on the Vector thing, as much as we keep saying, logic says, that's it. You stick with 5th. It's this championship secured. But we know equally, these are racing drivers, and that logic kind of semi goes out the window, and they want to finish as high up the order as possible.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. You've got to look to who the guys have got in the car. Like, we're looking at EJ O'Donnell Lyons. As terminology goes, he is rapid in that Vector. And if it's kept on track, and if it's kept where it needs to be, hitting every spot, bar any incidents, any more drive-throughs or anything like that, I'm not counting them out at all with 2.5 hours remaining, Tim, because Vector are just such a strong team with Radu, David Duino, and EJ. It's hard to count them out. You know, we've seen them come from the back to the front.
You can't discredit them. It's
you know.
And as they say, it is never over until it's over. And all it takes is, especially at some of the narrower part of the tracks, we've seen very close misses out of the ankle, as yourself and Chris Rowlands have renamed it. Obviously, that sort of exit there is the narrowest part of the track. Combined with, then you've also got walls either side of it, and we've seen people spin there already today, and people have to take evasive action. We've seen a couple of bits of contact there as well from when they've come around the corner and been met with spun cars. And all it takes is someone, not even someone who you're battling with, could be someone from maybe even a different category, and they've spun in front of you, and you come around the wrong moment in time. And then all of a sudden, it shakes everything up dramatically.
I think that's the thing. With that corner, I don't think people can prospectively see how tricky that is unless you've driven any car around that corner. Because technically, as you go up around the corner, you're going over a hill plateau. So as you plateau, if you accelerate too early, your car just goes round in a circle. That's why generally you have to wait until the car is balanced over the plateau and then get on the accelerator to take you round. But easily said than done, clearly. If you're in a battle, a lot harder to want to wait to hit that accelerator. You know, and in the dark, it's going to be even crazier if you're in a battle, because you've got to kind of wait for it to plateau before you can accelerate, because a car doesn't go right where it needs to be unless all four wheels are on the track at the same time. So as you're going up over that plateau, at some point, your rear right does lift a little bit and you've got to wait for it to come back to you before you can go again. And that's where the trickiness and the spinning comes from, because unless your tyres are all on together, you're spinning as you go over the plateau and you're accelerating, you can't stop it. So, yeah.
Now, well, we've been chatting, obviously you can see there's been a car on the lights, one of the BMWs just in the background there. That is the 27 Motorsport BMW. Montero currently driving that. See the lights just in the distance there as we look back from the boosted Corvette, with Gregory currently on board for them, and they have been slowly, bit by bit, been catching, and they were on the lights just trying to clear through the traffic, because these guys, after all this time, only separated by around about 2 seconds. And that is starting to close up bit by bit and gradually. And I think you're saying about, when you're talking about that corner and waiting to get on the power, I think one of the things that you couldn't see it obviously as the cars came around that corner from the TV angles, but you can feel it within the steering and within the car, is there's a bump just near the corner exit on the just past the apex, and if you get past it, and it's waiting to get over that, because that's where I know for myself for certain, as we might see it, be able to feel it
there.
Yeah,
it's a lot harder to see in the dark, but it's
it is.
On that corner of the apex, you can see the back end just jink, and as that jinks, it lifts. It kind of gives you, almost the way I like to put it as a perspective, it kind of gives you 3.5 wheels on the track, because your other half is slightly up in the air as you go over. As you're accelerating, the half wheel is spinning, it hits the deck, and that's why most cars go off left. You very rarely see them spin right, Tim. They're always going off left, because the natural trajectory in that car angle and the wheel off the floor takes it round instantly round. And you can hit the brake and hope to survive, but generally, I'm going to say a cool 80% of the time, you do.
Well, yeah, it's past the point of no return normally by that stage, and you're in trouble, and with no runoff area, nowhere to go, invariably you see someone connecting with the wall. And just keeping one eye on this battle on screen right now, 27 Motorsports, they were 3 temps quicker than Boosted. The Corvette last time around. That gap is coming down, although 27 have lost a little bit of time from those two prototypes heading through there. So 524 and hashtag, I think that is just the hashtag just coming past them there, and looks like in terms of, if you talk about net gains, it's so net gains is how much time that you lose across a lap from traffic, and to put the people around you as well. And 27 Motorsport just losing a little bit more there than what Boosted did, where they caught them in the right part of the track.
Yeah, they've dropped out to just over 3 seconds now. But you know, we've seen Montero before, an exceedingly quick driver in a BMW. I wouldn't expect that gap to stay out that far, but it's just really now giving us a perspective of how much traffic really plays a massive part and losing the minimal amount of time possible. Tim.
So 524 after their penalties has really hampered them, and they found themselves fourth in class in LMP2. Ironically, behind them is a car that they spent so long in the earlier parts of the race, the first 3 hours, battling with, and it is the hashtag LMP2. It's currently second in class. Finds themselves coming round to lap 524. Getting over so close, but I think the ones who are going to feel like the biggest losers out of this are going to be FTR Esports Red, who've really lost out a fair chunk of time after that incident with 524. You've got to feel for them. Well, I mean, we've hardly said anything about them, but still, you've got to really hand it to them. Is Ray Fox? They've just commanded this race from start to finish, and nobody seemed to have an answer for him, Saul James. I mean, currently just shy of 44 seconds ahead of second place hashtag, which is in the LMP2's around just under half a lap, really. It's what's separating them, and just clearly that change of name is working for them in terms of their luck, and they've just, like I say, they've just looked untouchable. Nobody had an answer for them all day long.
No, there was a bit at the beginning within the first hour that they were closely battling, but since they kind of got into their groove as a team and really sort of got out in front, the gap has just been growing and growing and growing. I think on the last hour update, we said it was like 25, 30 seconds, and they've just pulled out another 20 seconds on top of that. It's now 44 seconds. So they've had a really consistent race, and well, fair play to them. If that's what it needed to get them going, you kind of almost want to make it wish, Tim, that they did it back in Spa. Do you know what I mean? 2 races ago, because they would have been further in the champion. I think they're third currently. So, yeah, but at the hands of Nagal at the moment, it's flying, and they're 43 seconds now ahead. I can't see. Now, hold on, choose your words. That I was going to say I can't see anything hampering them, but as we have both just discussed, Tim and me touching wood currently, because I don't want to commentate as custom, anything can happen with 2 hours and 23 minutes, ranging from all sorts of eventful things.
Definitely. It'll be interesting to see what happens, but then equally, I suppose for them, where they've not had to battle with anyone around them, and there's also, of course, the perennial element of you do make your own luck in terms of racing, and where they got ahead and they're able to, the pressure then was eased on them, and you know what it's like when, well, I certainly find it where obviously I'm nowhere near as good as these guys, is the pressure is off. It enables you to almost drive a more cleaner race, and where you don't have to worry about where the car is behind you. Are they catching up? Because you've got such a large buffer, which then in turn means you tend to drive faster because you're not having to worry about who's behind you and getting through them, and you know, "Ooh, if I spend a little bit more longer behind these cars, you know, these GTs, I'm coming round to lap. Do I need to, you know, so I don't need to clear them as quickly as, you know, what the other cars behind them would do, where they're trying to catch up with them, and means that they can stay out of trouble in turn then because of it, and don't take any damage whatsoever, which again then saves time for them at the pit stops. Just see Sakanya just using the power of boost there to fly straight past the GTs, and yeah, it just aids them, and then also allows them to increase more and more and more their lead, which is what seems to be happening for RaceFox.
Yeah, on the flip side of that though, Tim, as well, as you know, I've been through it a few times where you're out in a lead, got a nice big gap, and then that momentary lack of concentration, and you're finding yourself in the wall in the pits with 8.5 minute repairs or something. You know, it really is a fine balancing act between switching on for your stint to make sure you're consistently quick, keeping that gap managed, but also not switching off at the same time where you end up making silly mistakes. It's a tough one, and I think anybody that does sim racing will understand what I'm trying to get at. Is, you know, that lapse of concentration, that brief second, that momentary turn off that unfortunately puts you into a wall. So I'm hoping that we haven't just cursed them and they do that, but also I'm hoping that they keep it clean, because they have done amazing in this race, and I don't really feel that anything needs to unfortunately hamper them to get them to the end.
It has been an absolute flawless race from them, and very strong as well. You just see Ryan, just bit by bit, JRC team, after it was a strong start for them, have come down the order. They were up on the podium earlier on, and they're now catching up onto the back of the Racing Team Black. Of course, sad to not have the Mint team here for the last couple of rounds, and you see from the graphic at the bottom of your screen right now just how quickly that they have been catching them at the hands of Finzak for a Ryan JRC Porsche.
Yeah, it's interesting to see in a way, because these guys, you know, have been fairly consistent all the way through the race. As you say, Orion had an epic drive with Brian Holmes, who I believe is in YouTube, as chat, has had an absolutely epic stint with him. And now they're back in this kind of we've got a battle mentality, Tim, aren't they? You know, they've got to now go for it. 2 hours, 20 minutes. They've got to move. Well, it looks like they've gone right. They're going into the pits, Tim.
They are. So just as they catch up, and Jesus, what a lovely bit of action there. Especially with the Racing Team Black just coming up onto the back of the BMW of 27 Motorsports. White, I think that is, yes. Just ahead of them. It was, you know, it looked like that was their time to really strike, but obviously having to take to the pits as we see the Racing Team in the Porsche heading past the 27 Motorsport White BMW. Obviously just lapping them. Yeah, that's enough. Yes, that now does take them a full lap ahead. And they are in 17th overall. And 27 Motorsport White, they are in 20th overall. That's where we're starting to get the field space out a little bit. Ryan JRC, they are on pit exit, and clearly just stopping a little bit out of sync. We've got Scania into the pits as well. Word of Sim Racing and LMP2 into the pits. And yeah, just about Orion JRT. Obviously, I think it looks like from looking at the stats, they may be playing out a little bit of an alternative pit strategy. So yet another one of the teams in GTE that are looking for things to come to them maybe later in the race.
Yeah, they kind of had a forced stop though, didn't they, Tim? With Brian Holmes having sound issues, he had to go in to try and rectify them, but put him a lap down. So they've had to kind of, as a team, adjust You know, the stats man's had to be out the back trying to work out as much as possible when and where and what and how and what lap and this lap and that lap and whatever else they've had to work out to go into the pits. But it's kind of thrown them out. It really would have been, you know, the pace that Brian Holmes had in that car was physically incredible. You know, it was pulling away from cars on the straight, which, as we know, with this long straight was unheard of, but he was managing to open gaps up. So, you know, they're at the hands of Finsack now. They're currently sat, I believe, in 8th overall. So it's going to be, yeah, I'd like to see what Finsack's going to do and whether or not it's going to push it forward, because Brian Holmes had this car on rails and it was absolutely incredible earlier on to watch.
It was carving his way through the field like a hot knife through butter. And it's a bit gutting because Orion looked like they were on for a double podium in GTE. And a bit disappointed by that one. But that is the absolute beauty of motorsport being played out here at Watkins Glen. It's Tacania, interesting, James. They've been in the pits for quite a while now. They have stopped, been stationary for nearly 2 minutes, actually. What is going on there? That's longer than a driver swap. That's, you know, they must be clearing out some damage, but I don't remember seeing them at any stage having any off tracks or anything. And there's nothing happened, so I'm not sure what has happened to them. Now, let's...
Franco's having a bathroom break.
Oh, I don't blame them. They've got time... We've seen it previously from, I think it was Taylor Mills, wasn't it, back at Daytona?
I think it was Taylor, yeah. Running
had a record bathroom break and managed to still not lose any time during the pit stop. Spectacular from that. And yes, but now let's... Now, they are... So we've got Race Fox, obviously in first place in LMP2. Oh, there you go, Scania on the pit exit, so... I was just maybe getting a little bit excited. Could we see an LMP2 take the lead of the race overall? That would have been a little bit interesting to see. They were only 3 laps down, actually. So after so long... Now, they are around about... I think the light's very, very in the distance. You can just about see that. I think it's that Sicania, maybe. Yeah, not a great deal separating... No, sorry, I'm thinking we're on board with Race Fox there. Apologies about that. But yes, not far separating those two right now as they come round past the JD Sim Racing Ferrari. And so we can just sit on board and you can really see them boost out the corner and just how they fly past these GTs. But there you go, with incredible ease there, James.
Job done, Tim. Right at the correct moment. Well done, Franco. Thank you very much for that.
Yeah, Rico Scala, the Italian, currently on board for them and just bringing the car home. And
there's that bump there, Tim.
Oh, yeah, I was just about to say, I don't know whether you'd be able to see it in car, but yeah, you can ever so slightly see it if you're just looking for it. But you sort of saw it from the car where you can see the car, sort of the front nose of the car, head up and then back down again. They've got a bit of a gap between themselves and... I think it's 11th place. Chicane Online Racing Ready to the next car on the road. Heading on to him, but so missing the apex there a little bit was Scala. You can see where they're able to flick between the 2 gears there so quickly due to the hybrid boost. They were in 6th gear for next to no time there, really, weren't they?
No, I think, you know, when you're the sole car in class, it's got to be disheartening for these guys, but they've managed to keep it professional. They're winning, obviously, and you know, they've really just managed to keep it going. They've kind of kept the LMP1 series alive this week by being the only car in there, and they've just done a steady job, done what they needed to do, I suppose. They, you know, Franco here has had a good stint. The people before have had a good stint. So it's been, I suppose, all round a solid stint for even though they're solo. You know, it's got to be tough for them.
Well, I think this is actually a really interesting point. I'd love to have your input on chat on this one. We've got about 12 minutes to go until the end of this race hour. And I think it's a good discussion point because this is also indicative of what's happened over the last few seasons in real life within World Endurance Championship in LMP1 or on in LM Hypercar as it's now become, is with Toyota. Obviously, after Audi and Porsche left LMP1, they were left, obviously, I know you had the likes of Bicoles, etc. And, nobody was really taking the fight to them. And still even this case now in this first season. As much as had Scuderia Cameron Glickenhaus come along, nobody's, they've had it basically all to themselves the whole championship. Is that Vector running slow, James, or is it me? That seems like that's running slow.
Yeah, it could be. No.
That's running slow, James. Look.
Not.
Oh, hold on. What's happened here to Vector?
The bus stop.
Has he run out of fuel?
Oh.
Ooh. Wow.
Did EJ run out of fuel?
I'm not sure there. That was...
I am on it, Tim. I am on it.
Oh, hold on. Has there been... I tell you what, if we could ride on board with them, we could probably hear if the engine was cutting out. Maybe.
I am on it.
Yeah, that's stuttering, James. They've run out of fuel. Let's... Yeah, that's...
Yeah, listen,
there's nothing there. It was yeah, that's run out of fuel.
I have messaged David Duino, so I'm just waiting for a confirmation to come back and find out.
Now, this throws everything wide open because Antagonistic, they've now picked up a couple of places. So picked up a place. But this shapes the championship, and what looked like Vector RSR is going to take it with a round to go. All of a sudden, everything's thrown on its head because Vector have now lost a place to Antagonistic. Boosted have moved up a place, and so have FDR Esports Red. Now, stage 1 are a few laps down, so they're going to... Wow. Based as it stands at the moment, if it just needs fuel on board, then they will come out ahead of Stage 1 Senior, but maybe looks like a mistake there.
Yeah, I'm just
flawless O'Donnell lines.
Yeah, I'm just chatting to David at the moment. My terminology, did EJ run out of fuel? With the answer, yep. Oh, I was like, but apparently they're still, I think, roughly got the championship win, possibly. So I'm currently in discussion now. Obviously, we know how honest the guys are at
Vector, yeah.
So I have said to, I messaged David and said, I hope you're having a word with EJ because obviously they're still looking at possibly coming out 6th or 7th in the championship. So it's a possibility that they still may win the championship. But yeah, currently that wasn't a good move, unfortunately, for the guys at Vector. They have run out of fuel, but they're still hopeful. That's all we need to worry about, is they're still hopeful.
No, antagonists have come in, so clearly, I mean, I'm guessing must have just miscalculated the fuel in terms of usage, because it is clearly the pit window opening, and in LMP2, we've got antagonist in, obviously, and they've headed back out again. And wow, I wasn't expecting that one.
Tim. You know what I mean? We won't talk about it.
Yes, I did clock that one from Double Delta there in the YouTube chat, and
that's
there
how
we
Mr.
go.
David Duino. We won't talk about that. So
now, this is going to be interesting because obviously, after all the pit stops have played out, I think they might just about be getting away with this one.
I think that's the thing. I think David is optimistic that they are going to get away with this, because Vector is still only in 6th currently. So It is more than possible that they may have just scraped a barrel. EJ's kind of timed it. If they're going to run out, they might as well run out now. So,
yes, definitely. So antagonistic, they are on. They're out. They're just heading out of the pits. Now, Vector, they've got what? This is coming through the Anglers. You've renamed it, and obviously yourself and Chris Rowlands. So they are just having a bit of a look at this. Round about a third of a lap, I would say, antagonistic are ahead of Vector right now. But big but as Boosted have just been passed by FTR. While we've been looking at that, let's take a little look. Chevalier is just headed to the left-hand side there. Ooh, and headed round the outside. A little bit of a move you tend to see. A bit of a brave one here. They're still side by side. Let's see Chevalier just sweep across and shut the door. There we go. But they are incredibly close, these two, after that round of pit stops. Take a little look. FTR, they were stopped for stationary for a second quicker, but then also picked up half a second in the pit stop as a second and a half in the pit stop as a whole. So half a second during that negotiating through the pits. As Race Fox, they've just headed in from the lead of LMP2. And actually FTR only pass boosted, but they're heading off into the distance. It's Chevalier right now.
Yeah,
he's cleared him.
He's cleared him, isn't he? He's kind of on his bike.
Oh, that was nearly the rear end gone there.
That was nearly John Roberts in the wall.
Yeah.
It's scary.
I thought that was going, but he managed to save it. So he's moved over to the left side. So that is... He's trying to have a bit of a look.
Racing.
That is, yeah. They're up in third place in Class 4 overall.
So that's a lap in, I believe. But
that is, yeah.
John, you've taken it in deep there, son.
Let's have a little look. So that's now makes World of Sim Racing 3 laps ahead of Boosted. So roughly 1 lap every 2 hours. Just lose some of the graphics now. So we switch over producers. Producer Sean returning to the production booth. Let's have him on board. And yeah, I think this is interesting. Now, Hashtag have taken to the lead in LMP2, but they are yet to stop. Race Fox in second place have stopped. And third place, World of Sim Racing have also stopped as well. Just keep half an eye on that. They're going to be due ever so soon into the pits, as also Orion, they've come into the pits from the lead of GTE Pro, which has allowed .exe to take the lead. We'll keep another half an eye on how that unfolds, and whether .exe have managed to close up that gap to Orion. You'd imagine not, the way that Orion are driving right now, wouldn't you, James? They just looked absolutely flawless, to be fair.
Yeah, I think currently we got Travis Schwenke's back in the car. I think, you know, they've just done an exceptional job, that team, throughout this race, and you know it's going to be hard for anybody really, I think, to get close, but yeah, it's still a bit of a period to go. It's nearly 2 hours to go. Anything's possible, Tim.
It is.
There you go. But David Duino has been on my DMs, and he said antagonistic racing would basically have to win the race for us not to win the championship.
There we go.
There we go.
You see, right on board with Jonathan Corral from Aquilia Racing Cyan right now. Just in front of them is the Ryan Race Team JRT. Cedric Finzak currently on board for them. See, not a position in class, but a position overall nonetheless in GT is that we've got .exe. They are into the pits from the lead. It's allowed Ryan to resume lead in GTE. 27 Motorsport, they are in as well from 5th place. But this is going to be interesting. Obviously, the lead GTE AM versus 7th place in GTE Pro right now.
Yeah, 524 just got into the pits at LMP2 as well. So interesting.
It is. It's
this I find strategies really kind of interesting, Tim, because partly because you just never know. One does one does another. Are they going to collide, where they all end up in the pits at the same time with 2 hours remaining, or are they going to not? And you sit here on tenterhooks and on the edge of your seat, almost thinking, come on, you just kind of want them to collide, because then the last 2 hours is just going to be an epic sprint. But, you know, hey, if we can get it as Boosted have said within the hour, Tim, that's when everybody's going to pit, then that last hour, well,
we do normally see this, especially within these longer races, don't we, James, where, you know, it comes down to that last hour, that last half an hour, somewhere in that sort of window. And all of a sudden we see, you know, whereas like we've got at the moment, you know, the field is slightly more spread out. All of a sudden everyone seems to come together as... and I thought I got a bit worried then, because I thought .exe had come into the pits again, but no, they've just had a driver change. Marius Burr has got back into the car for them. That's why they've been stopped longer. Having said that, it was it was a little bit of a slow stop, around about 2 or 3 seconds. 2 to 3 seconds, sorry, slower than two cars behind them. We also had driver changes. So that was the JD Sim Racing Porsche and the 27 Motorsport BMW, where Karashek and Barbosa, respectively, for those two teams, have got into the car. They have lost a little bit of time, but yeah, going back to your original point there, James, it is fascinating, isn't it? It's like at one big game of poker. They know what hand they've got, i.e. what strategy that they've got. The other teams don't, and they need to bluff them into, you know, stick to their plan and just, you know, bluff the other team into, you know, thinking that they've got, you know, they haven't got something, and maybe just suddenly, all of a sudden, pop up higher in the order than what we were expecting them to, and what their rivals ultimately were expecting them to.
The thing is when you play poker, you're sat across the same table, so you're there trying to read signs and tells and whatever else. When you're in a car, you got nothing. You got a single spotter. You're in a separate voice chat. There's nothing there for you to know. So it's even harder that unless you've got a guy in the back who must be extremely committed to say, right, you know, Vector pitted on lap 160. They're predicted to pit on a lap 160, on 180, and then they're going to predict to lap on 200. And we can, you know, which generally we, as a team, they might have, but they might not have. It gives you nothing. And that's what makes racing so interesting on endurance, because it is trying to see different tells. And currently in a car, you can't see them. So I'm excited for the last 2 hours. I think it's going to go. And as you say, we're expecting that time when everybody comes together. So I think it's going to be amazing.
So with just under 2 hours left, let's just take you back through what happened in the last hour. Well, a little bit quieter this one. Obviously, Vector managed to get past Antagonist to get to 5th and move within touching distance of the championship. However, a little bit later on in the hour, to our surprise, we saw Vector run out of fuel at the hands of O'Donnell Lines. Just miscalculate it, and well, that really shaped things up. They had to take it to the pits. Only lost a place to Antagonist, Racing Team Orange. Now, my calculations, they are still online for the championship with Antagonist at Racing Team Orange needing victory in LMP2 here today to take the lead, as we've got Boasted from GT there in the pits, and Hashtag are as well. Then a little bit later on, 27 Motorsport, they've been catching and around about half a second a lap in GTE. onto the back of Boosted, who are currently in the pits right now. We'll be able to see how that one comes out. And ultimately, that's it. It's been in stunning performances from Orion. Obviously, EXE, they've had a driver change, so they're currently down to third from second. But different, as we've just been talking about, different strategies playing out. All is still to play for here in the last 2 hours in the Battle of the Glen. And James, you want to take us through the current standings as we stand at the top of the hour?
Yeah, so still in the lead of LMP1 is Sicania Endurance. Done really well, to be fair, Tim. We discussed this team earlier. I think the fact that they've stayed, they've committed to the race, they've just kept it, they've been professional. It's been amazing from them, guys. So, you know, big shout out to Sicania, being the only LMP1 in the field at the moment. So they're still in first place. Just obviously hopeful, and they should go on and secure the victory, their first victory of the year. Now, in the first place of the LMP2s, we have Race Fox. Now, if you are wondering, Race Fox used to be WS Racing, changed their name for this race, and it seems to have worked for them. An absolute amazing drives by the guys at Race Fox. Since they got out in front, I've just literally been off on an absolutely flyer. They've currently got a 55-second gap over second place, which is World of Sim Racing team. In third, we've got Hashtag Racing LMP2. In fourth place, we have 524 International. They've had they've not really been out of the top 5 tonight. Tonight and today, basically. They've not been out of the top 5. They've done really consistently and had a very sturdy, epic race from them. Now, in fifth is Antagonistic Racing Team Orange. Another team that's had a constant top 5 throughout this race. They've not really ever dropped out unless it's for pit stops, and then they've been back up into it again. Now, the interesting point of this is in 6th place, we have Vector by RSR. Now, the only team that could have stopped them would have been Antagonistic, but they are currently only a place ahead. So currently, as it stands, Vector are still on to win the championship at the end of this race, giving them a nice relaxing race at Suzuka. That's as long as we don't have any more mishaps from EJ O'Donnell Lyons regarding fuel. We should be good. In 7th, we are on FTR Esports Red. Somewhat of an eventful race for them as well. Unfortunately involved in some little incidents that could maybe could have and probably maybe should have been avoided, but they are still up into an amazing 7th now. Boosted Motorsport LMP2 haven't got Alex Nella on board this time out, but they have got John Roberts, Adam Hedgecock still driving around quite happily in that car currently as well. Information from Adam Hedgecock, as always, we are still on target. Consistent there, Mr. Hedgecock. So they are done an amazing. They are up in 8th place. Now down into 9th. Still going, I believe, a Stage 1 Senior. Again, another team for the last 4 hours. They're still running. They have been, again, having a rather eventful race. It's something that they probably will look back at and think maybe should have been avoided, but they are still running. So a big props to them, even though they are 4 laps down. Now, heading into GTEs, Orion Race Team, currently at the hands with Travis Schwenke, are doing an amazing job. They were in a tight battle earlier on with Quillia Racing Aqua, but they were in that battle for about 3 hours. It's constantly back and forth, done absolutely incredible. But since they have cleared off, they have done absolutely amazing. Opened up a gap of 1 minute 19 seconds over second place .exe. .exe up, absolute amazing job from this team. They've dragged, and I'm going to use the term dragged because I can, and it's really coherent into this car, this Porsche up into second place. So great job by them. Now in third place, Aquila Racing Aqua, currently at the hands of Matthew Porter, Justin Corral was at the wheel of this car and have got it into third place. Again, a really consistent race from this team. Never really put the car in danger, never really been in situations they shouldn't have been in, and they have currently securing third place and the last place on the podium. Fourth place is our LMP1 Boosted Motorsport GTE in their Corvette, currently at the hands of Tim Perry. We've had Toby Ward and Ben Gregory as well. They've done an absolutely stunning job. Why did they pick the car, we ask? Well, they turned around and said, we picked it because it looks nice. That was it. No other fancy explanation from Ben Gregory earlier on. It was literally, it looked nice. So they are in the only Corvette in the field, which makes them the fastest. So congratulations to Boosted there. Fifth place, 27 Motorsport are in fifth. Again, currently at the hands of Luis Barbosa. Have been quick all the way through the race again. And I'm going to say it this week, they've been consistent with it. Okay, they've had a little bit of an up and down season, these guys, and they will admit themselves. So I'm not saying anything derogatory about them. It's been up and down and involved in a few incidents that maybe, again, could have been avoided and might have reshaped their championship if those incidents have been avoided. But they have managed to stay consistently clean today, and they're currently in fifth place. In sixth, we've got Orion Race Team JRT. We saw it at the hands of Brian Holmes, and this car cornered like it was on rails. Finsack is currently in the car doing an absolute stellar job. He's only got a 4-second gap to 27 Motorsport in fifth place ahead of him. So he has been doing a stellar job in this car. But unfortunately, they did lose time earlier on with Brian Holmes. Had a sound issue, which put them behind a lap. So for the team to come back and currently sixth in class, it's absolutely stunning drive. JD Sim Racing at their seventh place at the hands of Casca. Currently at the moment, consistent team of the race, always solid all the way there. They've never really been involved in much as well. So Verve Racing Team Black round out your top 8 in GTE Pro. Verve Racing Team, again, not really had much to talk about with them. They guys have been consistent through the last 5 hours of the race. Very solid team, kept it on track, done what they needed to do, and traffic managed really well. They moved out the way when they needed to and kept the positions when they needed to as well. In the GTE AMS, currently we have Aquilia Racing Cyan at the hands of Martin Kammerhofer. Solid drive through them, absolutely incredible. Got a massive 1 minute and 12 gap down to Thomas Mocek, who from JD Sim Racing, he's currently in second place in AMS in the Ferrari. Really solid drive from them. Looked really incredibly quick in the Ferrari earlier on at the hands of Mocek. So he's hoping to be able to try and close some of that gap down as we're looking at coming up, obviously, into the last 2 hours of the race. In third place in AMS, we've got World of Sim Racing. Solid race. Can't really say a lot about them. They've had a solid race at the hand of Kiki Martin and their team. They've done really well, apart from moving out of the way for sister cars. Not a lot has happened to them. So really, really good race from them. One lap down from that, though, in fourth place in the GTE AM is Chicane Online Racing Purple. Somewhat up and down. I think from these guys' standards, they will look back at this race and see it as a missed opportunity. Somewhat been up and down this race, unfortunately for them. And then I believe is Chicane Online Racing Orange still running at the hands of Thomas Burling. Well, eventful would only be a slight sum up of what the guys at Chicane Online Racing Orange have gone through. They have had a very, very eventful race. But every race is a learning experience, and these guys will go away from this race, sit down, have a debrief, have a learning lesson from it, and come back hopefully stronger in Suzuka. So there you go, Tim. That currently rounds out our leaderboards across the classes.
Lovely stuff. And we're just under 2 hours left. Still, everything to play for. 7 of the Intercontinental Sim Racing Endurance Championship. Here, live from Watkins Glen. We'll have an exclusive on Total Sim Sport, as always. And I'm sure there's plenty more drama to be unfolded here at this round But let's just take a little look at battles we've got out on track. As everyone seems to spread out a little bit more, and like I say, unfortunately we've lost a fair few cars so far today. A little bit disappointment from incidents, and
Is this going to be the highest one this round, Tim? This season?
I think it could well be, James. I think you're probably, well, for what we've obviously covered, unfortunately, lost around about 9 cars, and a bit of a disappointing one because, it's 11 cars, I think, yes. Sorry, I've been corrected there by Mr. Sean in my ear. And, yeah, a bit of a disappointment, really. Watkins tends to be one of the more, well, in my eyes, one of the more safer circuits, but by all means, these guys push it a lot harder than what I ever do. So therefore, we'll probably on the wall a little bit more as they're racing side by side. But yeah, it's
20 cars though for the whole race with the cars that didn't unfortunately take the start. So that's got to be, I think that's got to be the record for the season. Not only did we have 9 not start, we've also lost 9 throughout the race as well. That's such a shame. That's the highest one we've had, Tim.
Disappointing, but still, even so, we have not been. Oh, 524! Wow, how did Boosted miss them? After 524 got it out onto the grass there. I was just about to say, we haven't been short on action and right on cue. It's like they telepathically knew that I was watching because, wow, what I was about to say. I'd love to see on board from Boosted's point of view, and I'm not sure how.
I can't really.
How did John Roberts for Boosted miss that one? My golly, that was incredibly close. I think it was.
I think it was 524.
It was definitely 524. Yes, you got Vector in amongst them now, but yeah, it was the 524. We'll take a little bit of time back. Let's take. This is back at the start of the lap. No, they've got Vector ahead of them, running wide. Start a lap, so let's see how it unfolds, James. As we've got Boosted just in front of us in that zebra-styled livery, almost. Ooh, getting squeezed a little bit wide there. 524, and then they hook up behind Vector. Bit of a flash of the lights there from Boosted. Seem not overly impressed, maybe, but let's take a look. They now come down the left-hander. Now closing up onto the back of the Quillia Racing Cyan. Oh! Wow, and they've just tagged them there.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see from Vector's point of view whether or not the contact came from the outside, Tim.
Yeah. Let's take a little look. Well, that's been elsewhere, but yeah, that was incredibly close there. Let's take a look on the replay.
Is this the one we've just seen?
Yeah, that's the one we've just seen. Yeah, that's where.
Yeah, that was it.
From Aqua's point of view.
Yeah.
Wow. So we say about things quieting down, saying we'll be short of action. There you go. Not cue. 2 pieces of action. Both with 524 involved in them. So hoping to maybe settle things down to close out the race, but Sean Racing senior there.
So we can see that the ever-present Mr. Hedgecock is in chat in YouTube. John's a wily old fox. He has the reactions of a cat and the whiskers to match. I don't know why it makes me laugh, but there you go, Tim. We've been going at it for nearly 5-6 hours now, so we've got to be laughing. Got to be laughing. Hour and 40.
We have, yes. It's not long left. 6 hours and 20 minutes of racing already completed, but yet gap's still as close as they've ever been in some cases for some of the drivers. The FTR Chevrolet coming back through the pack there. One of the teams that'll be gutted. See, from and getting caught up in an incident with 524. We'll almost be half thinking about what could have been. But the hands of Chevalier, he's got the hammer down and has managed to pick their way back through the field. Just see antagonists who are behind them on track, but obviously in front of them in terms of number of laps completed. That'll be coming through to lap them for what will be the second time they'll be putting 2 laps on them. Second past the JD Sim Racing Porsche. Currently second in GTE AM right now.
Well, regarding the Vector Aquilia Racing Cyan, the one where the Aquilia Racing Cyan went round and Vector was on the outside. Simple message from Mr. David Duino. We did not make any contact with that Porsche. So that was pure, it's put pure netcode on the end, but as I say, currently they did not make contact with that Porsche. So that's good to know.
Here's the Centurion Ferrari. Let's see what. Oh, ran wide and oh no!
Oh! It wasn't
Straight
running wide.
And straight into the barrier, front on then. And that's surely, look, you see the marbles being kicked up there as they rejoin the track. A bit hard to tell. That looks, I don't know about you, James. I reckon that's missing a front bonnet. It's a bit hard to tell. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, look, there's his engine in there. The silver bit shiny through. Yeah, he is.
So just see the Aquilia Cyan. 27 Motorsports BMW behind them.
Is that Bob
round 2? Yeah, Barbosa. Yeah, and just coming through to lap them. And Centurion, let's see. We'll keep one eye out for you, so whether they've had to come into the pits to repair that damage. Just trying to keep half an eye on there. They are, and continuing. I assume without a bonnet, because it's continuing, clearly not affecting them too much here at Watkins Glen. I mean, we've seen it, despite missing a bonnet, it's and even with bent rear wings, these cars able to carry on and soldier on, and doesn't seem to affect the pace too much. There you go. You can see some of the cooling system under the bonnet there. Just if you catch the light at the right moment, and maybe if you've got a bigger screen, you're watching at home on your telly. Yeah, turn the brightness up, and if you're watching it on mobile, yeah, I think you'll struggle to see that one. You have to really squint, but get the magnifying glass out. But there we go. Clearly, Yetmar unaffected.
Track, Tim, we need the Daytona style track with the lights gleaming.
We do.
These ones are so difficult. The next one in Suzuka is going to be an interesting one as well.
Well, at least we have the luminescence of the notorious. Thank you, Ferris wheel. I forgot what they were called there for a minute. I was going to say Catherine wheel. No. Windmill. No.
Catherine wheel's a firework.
Yeah, and a windmill is something completely different. But there we go. Yeah, we'll have a bit of luminescence from that as you come across the start-finish line. But let's head to it. Now, let's have a look in terms of. Oh, it looks like, James, Centurion are now looking around them. They're a couple of 2, maybe even as far as 3 in some cases, seconds off the pace of their competitors. Just comparing them to the Ferraris around them, obviously, of JD Sim Racing, who is second in GTE AM right now. And we've got the 10th place of GTE Pro of Chicane Online Racing Red. They're around about 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds difference between those guys. Now, interestingly, Chicane Online Racing Red, who are behind them on track, they're about 15 seconds down the road, are catching them ever so slightly. And I think with so long left, and for the GTEs, probably only 1 stop left, I think they stand a chance of leapfrogging them and getting themselves up into 9th place ahead of Centurion.
Yeah, I think that's the thing as well, is when you're looking at it in that way, they do stand a chance. But also looking back earlier on, we had the Porsche of the Ryan race team JRT went in the pits 15 minutes later than the other people around them. So if you're going to put that into perspective, as I say, 15 minutes ago they went into the pits, they're going to be in 15 minutes later in the last hour, which is 5 laps. Well, it's not 5 laps. I can't remember. It was about 15 minutes later. So they're going to be that last hour, 45 minutes, Tim, is really going to put the JRT, who's currently back in the hands of Brian Holmes, who we've seen blisteringly quick, could really bring them into the mix within the last 45 minutes. So that's going to be an interesting one to watch. But just jumping across to YouTube chat, Manik Selster, good evening to you. Centurion just wanted the extreme cooling package, Tim, according to David Duino. And Adam Hedgecock has come up with a really philosophical question of, is it still a bonnet if the engine isn't under it, or is it a boot as it's an empty area? And would the bonnet be at the back of the car for the mid-engined car like the Ferrari, Tim? So if you can work that one out, let us know.
I love the way you've thrown that conundrum and predicament to myself. Thank you for that, James.
I wanted to read it before you did, because otherwise it would be thrown at me.
I thought we got a spin there. It looked like Ferrari was just taking a bit of a rotation there. But yeah, thank you for throwing that conundrum to me. And I think Mr. Hedge would be right. Well, technically, it wouldn't be. It'd be a frunk, wouldn't it? If it was a boot at the front. It's got FTR Esports Red there into the pit.
Chicane Online Racing Red there. The hands of Dennis Van Beelen just absolutely flashed like crazy. I'm not quite sure how that would work, because the Ferrari's engine's at the front, right?
No, it's mid-engined.
Right, so we're looking at a mid-engined. Do you know what? I really want to wrap my brain to work it out.
There we go.
We've been going for 5 hours. I don't know if my brain can take it.
So on electric cars, they are known as a frunk, a front trunk. Obviously, we call them boots in the UK. So
would it be a foot?
Fruit doesn't really work too well as frunk. Doesn't have quite the same ring to it. And I think Brent Gregory, thank you for coming to the saviour of myself in chat there. Best way to call it, engine cover or badge holder. I think that is. Thank you for saving me there. Yes, it's the engine cover at the back, well, it still doesn't answer the question of what it is at the front. And I'm going to go with frunk, based on how the electric cars run that one, and I believe that could be as well what Porsche call it as well. Of course, notorious for the 911 with its engine in the boot. So what you would call that then, that opens up a whole new can of worms, and I'm wishing I hadn't used that as an analogy. So let's head back to what's on track and get myself out of that hole nicely. Let's just watching Boosted.
Back to what you said previously about the Porsche. Sorry, Tim, can we just revisit that?
Yeah, all right. Thank you, James Parfitt, not letting, like a dog with a bone, not letting me get away from that one.
We'll discuss it later, Tim.
We will do. We will do. I tell you what, FDR Esports Red. I think there was a glitch on my software there. I thought they closed right up to the back. Somehow magically have boosted. They've gone into the pits. That's why we've got a leader from the pits. They are just exiting. Sakanya in LMP1. Now, just to bring you up to there, they are around about 6 minutes ahead, about 5 laps of the lead LMP2 right now, which is, of course, Race Vauxhall, as you would have known previously this season, WS Racing. And
they've done so well today.
They have, James.
I'm just astounded. Like, as I said to you earlier, like if it's taken a name change, go and do it back in Spa, it would have been amazing. One thing is just really look at them done amazing. It's like, as you say, look at Brawn F1. They changed the name and went on to win the championship. It's name change for these guys has put them in first place and an incredible 1 minute, 1 second ahead. It's amazing.
Dominated.
Yeah, I mean, that is a word. Yeah, dominated.
It doesn't seem that long ago, James, that they were 45 seconds around that sort of margin over second place, and pulling out even more of a gap as we see him just then negotiating past the 27 Motorsports BMW there. And yeah, it feels like it's not long ago where look, they've pulled out another second over hashtagging second place in LMP2 2. There's antagonistic head pass. Aquilia Racing there with a slightly crumpled rear wing, but not affecting them too much at all. As we've seen, the GC is able to take a bit of a bashing like that, and it doesn't affect their pace that much. There's FTR Esports, the hands of Raj Chevalier. They've got boosted ahead of them. Well, they did have. They're still in the pits, and that has keeping one eye. No driver change for FTR, which meant they stopped on stationary for 34 seconds. Looks like John Roberts is remaining in the car, so it's going to be a similar pit stop time, I would imagine, in response from Boosted to FTR. Yep, there we go. Near identical. A 34.4 from FTR and a 34.8. So 34.48, so 8,000th of a second only slower from Boosted. There we go. But
easy to mention at the moment, Tim, as well, is Vector by RSR are currently 2 seconds a lap. They were 2 seconds a lap quicker.
Now they've just come into the pits, James.
Yeah, so
I think that could well be what is playing a factor in that. That light fuel load is whereas their competitors have already stopped around them pretty much. So Donald Line's able to get the hammer down in that low fuel state. Now we'll keep an eye on that. Looks like he's going to stay in the car for Vector. We just watch the Orion race team head around. And they are currently, well, we've spoken, James, obviously about RaceFox and their dominance at the front end, but I think we could even, we've mentioned Orion probably even less, and they're even further ahead of second place. The Vector, they're heading out of the pits right now, and they are 1 minute and 7 seconds. So they've got a 4-second advantage compared to what RaceFox have over hashtag.
Yeah, it was weird with them because they were at the beginning quite under pressure from Aquilia Racing, but since they've managed to kind of open the gap up, it's just continually grown. It's like there's been no reply from anybody behind them to keep up with the speed that they've started showing. It's been, to say, another impressive race from another impressive team, to be fair.
Picking up on the chat, talk of the things that are impressive. Hedgecock, Mr. Hedges is known in the chat. Calling another victory. He said, I would call this a successful event. I've managed to crash the commentary team instead of the car.
There you go.
Thank you for that one. Yes, you did manage to have us all in bits and scrambling to try and answer a rather unique question. So thank you for that one, and success all round.
Tim, isn't it? That's the question you ducked out.
Yes.
Of, saved by somebody else.
Yes, that was the very question that I'm trying to.
We won't mention that one, Tim. Let's just.
No, we won't. Let's move it on quickly.
Hour and 20 minutes remaining, Tim.
Oh, it's still plenty of time to answer it, and 90 minutes of racing conditions left, and see antagonistic racing team Orange. They're just headed out of the pits, keeping on that 5th place ahead of Vector, who are only 20 seconds behind. What can O'Donnell Lines do? That is the question, as you see Orion just coming through there, and FTR alongside antagonistic racing Orange.
It makes me laugh with VJ because you almost want to ask, what can't he do with that car? Not what can he do, because we know what he can do. It's just, what can't he do? And I've got a funny feeling that if we keep an eye on them lap times over the next couple of laps, once they've both settled down coming out the pits, obviously, I've got a funny feeling that EJ may still be coming out as quicker, and this battle could actually materialise, Tim, and I think it's going to be interesting to see.
I think, yeah, it is. We said about, I think it's going to be in around about another half an hour's time when we really start to see all these little strategies that we've spoken about. So we see FDR coming past the some motorsports white car. Oh, you're really getting out onto the marbles there. Spoke about that earlier, and the flash of the lights from Chevalier showing his displeasure at nearly binning the car and having a very squirrely rear end. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how all of these little moments play out. As we've got Antagonistic coming along through with them. However, they are up in 5th place and putting a lap on FTR. Again, we're going to find out very soon. I say within the next half an hour, just how all these little strategies, this little, the poker moves. We're going to start to see people's cards and exactly how these things are all played out.
Yeah.
James. Talking of which, now Vector, when they came out of the pits, they were 11 seconds. Although it did drop down to 9, but then it's just dropped up again to 11. So that might have been a slight when they missed the timing section. Being the sort of coming through, and why it's not picked up and. Possibly where they are on track, and I got a bit excited there that they managed to take a massive chunk out. But you were wondering, James, I've just looked up at the chat. What can't EJ O'Donnell Lines do? Well, the answer is he can't touch his toes. That's something he can't do. There we go. That's his answer to your question.
I suppose one of them, you ask a silly question and you get an answer from David Duino. What more could we ask for?
Well, yes, and you can see you in chat and have you along for the ride as we come into the last 90 minutes left here at Watkins Glen. Good to see you guys chatting along with us. We love to chat with you as the race progresses. We've got Stage 1 Racing Senior into the pits. Also, Race Fox on the lead of LMP2 right now.
8-second gap, Tim. Vector and Antagonistic. We said we'd monitor lap times. Vector's last lap time under the hands of EJ was 1:33.06. Melvin van der Poel and Antagonistic did a 1:33.28. But I expect that to come down further as both men are warming up the tyres relatively still from their pits. So it's going to be interesting over the next few laps.
We've had a driver change. Let's see, Race Fox. Krosny after putting in a brilliant first stint, has got back into the car for them. Hashtag obviously have leapt above them in the standings, take lead of LMP2 and essentially second overall. However, they are yet to stop. And a very quick driver change as well for Race Fox. And they were stopped under a minute, so a quick stop from them. Maybe some tactics playing out there, but just heading back down the field as we watch Centurion is taking on Chicane Online Racing Red. It's Ferrari versus Ferrari. The Centurion really starting to close up after that earlier incident, which sent them lost them a whole heap of time when they collided with the barrier. Around about where they are now, actually, to be fair.
Yeah, that was just a really unfortunate incident, though, wasn't it?
Yes. Yeah, it was, wasn't it? One of those things where just got out, a little bit wide. Like you said earlier, James, that those marbles then just drag you out wide and you become a passenger.
I think that's the hardest thing. People don't get the marbles really do play a difference on the sim itself. They're not just there for decoration like some racing games, some racing simulators. Sorry, don't jump on me about that. Some racing simulators, they're just there for decoration, aren't they? But on like iRacing itself, they do play a massive part. And once you get out on them, there's no stopping the run for the car, unfortunately. As we see 524 International go into the pits.
We do. They've headed in from 4th place. And with probably, just looking at this now, James, the prototypes, we've got one more stop in them. Likewise as well with the GTEs, these tend to stop around that hour mark. So about 20 minutes time we'll be seeing the last of the GT pit stops. And then, hold on, Antagonistic, have they lost a load of time here, James? No, I thought they lost a load of time, then got a little bit panicking, and obviously as time goes on, the time software just a few glitches happening, all good fun. But I've lost my train of thought now. Yes, so GTs they'll be stopping in around about 20 minutes time ish for their final stop. See, as I've said, other than hashtag who are yet to stop, and they are the interesting ones at the front end of LMP2, who are definitely on a different strategy to everyone else around them. Likewise, actually, look at this as well, James. So, Croshney for, well, he got into the car, but obviously Race Fox, they stopped on lap 250, whereas World of Sim Racing behind them in the standings right now, on the last place on the podium in LMP2, stopped a full 10 laps earlier. Now, you've got hashtag who are yet to stop in this round of pit stops, so there's 3 different categories in the top 3 of LMP2 right now, and I wish I could fast forward life. I don't know if you ever saw the film Click, where Adam Sandler had a remote control. He could pause, rewind, and fast forward life. I can do one of those right now because I'd love to see how this is going to play out for our drivers. And I get the feeling that maybe we could see all 3 of them come right together at the end.
Yeah, it's the relatives. If you looked back, Tim, through the series currently, we're going to have this issue across the GTEs as well, because we know Tim Perry at Boosted are making their times for over an hour. So they're going to be coming as well. They've stopped on lap 210. Currently not in their pit window, as you say, we're predicting the next 20 minutes. But they've only got to go a little bit longer, and it kind of throws the whole beginning of their series up in arms as well. So yeah, we have this moment in the race where me and you sit back, and we've closed out a lot of these, and currently we sit back and go, we wonder what's going to happen. Well, generally what's happening is everybody's coming together within the last hour, and it all goes chaotic, doesn't it, really, at times?
Yes, I think that's a good way to put it.
Yeah, so I think, let's hold our thoughts. And I feel to sit back and watch what's going to happen, because I can't work this out. That's the problem. Normally I can sit back and give you a rough estimate, but I have not got a clue.
Now, Quillia Racing Aqua, they are in the pit still for second place. Sorry, just misreading my screen there. Apologies about that. Obviously, they were in 8th place, and 27 Motorsport White, they've managed to get past them. Car's been stationary for a little while now. They've got a drive change going on. João Santos has got on into the BMW for them. Still stationary, though. Let's see, they've got to be heading out very, very shortly, but they're still showing as stationary. Sorry, it was Matthew Porter, getting into the Aqua. I'm misreading my lines here. Let's get my glasses on. Actually, they're still stationary now. That car has been stationary for 1 minute 20, which is incredibly long for the GTEs.
Isn't the driver change 30 seconds, though, Tim?
Yes.
Does that happen at the same time the pit stops?
It's not quite. No, that's added on extra. But
yeah, so that would
even so, I mean, put it in perspective. Orion Racing JRC, they were stopped for 47 seconds. That's the time they were stationary. Quillia Racing Aqua, they've been stopped for over a minute longer now, and you can see they're losing places because of it. They've lost 127 Motorsport Right. Now, let's just take a little look at the battle that's ensuing behind them. They have got an extra lap over... No, they haven't. Over Chicane Online Racing Red. Yes, they have. But I'm wondering if they were...
Tim, I've got them behind them now.
Oh, so, yeah.
No, hold on.
We'll see. Let's keep one eye on that. World of Sim Racing, they are in from 3rd place in GTEM. But I'm wondering if they retired that car, because they're still stationary. It's approaching 2 minutes 40 of stationary time right now. Maybe repairing some damage. They did have, actually, from memory, I think they got a damaged rear wing, hadn't they? So maybe just heading into this last hour, trying to get the car back as fresh as possible when in a bit of pocket of space. And hoping it all comes back to him with some strong lap times.
Yeah, I put a live shout out now to my mole on the inside. If I can get some
There you go.
information on what's happening to Aquila Racing Aqua.
Right,
that would be
it's all
amazing.
coming off of the. They have got some damage. Thank you for Danny Thompson and Ben Gregory in the chat there. There you go. And Ben Gregory saying Aquila got murdered by an LMP in the S's. And, yes, so thank you for the insider from some of our racers who are watching along right now. Much appreciated. The insider, and yes, still stationary, clearly having that damage fixed. Heading into the last hour.
Sorry, Tim. I thought Vector was taking a spin completely on his. Is he all right?
I'm not. Maybe having a bit of a wiggle, trying to get comfy in the seat. Obviously, where maybe a bit of cramp kicking in, where the wheel for a few hours now, as O'Donnell lines.
Okay.
Now, Aquila Aqua, they lost another 2 places. There you go, from taking on this damage. So they've lost 3 places now. They were 8th, 27 Motorsport. This is obviously in class. Obviously, JD Sim Racing have got ahead of them, but they are in GTE AM. They've lost to 20. Place to 27 Motorsport White. Chicane Online Racing Red and Centurion Racing Team, the 2 Ferraris, have managed to get ahead of them as well. And I'm just having a little look. I think the 2 cars running behind them are both AM, so that has put them to the bottom of the pile in GTE Pro right now.
Did we miss that damage there, Tim? I don't remember them. Did we miss that one?
I think we might have done,
We
yeah.
might have done, because I don't remember them getting.
It's weird because I don't.
Murdered by an LMP in the S's.
I don't remember.
No.
This is the thing. We have software which provides us with obviously updates as people have gone off the track or had a crash, etc. And I'm just currently. Oh, have I found? I might have found. I'm just having a bit of a look back through now. I
232.
Yes. Here we go. Maybe it wasn't. So no, this is already after it.
That's the
He
bus stop.
said, yeah, so he's pulled it
before
off there.
Is it earlier in the lap? Because it does say he's coming up the S's, didn't he? Ben Gregory said he's coming up for it.
Yeah, so nothing prior registered for us. And let's have a bit of yeah, so not too short. Nice. Oh, this is Barbosa in the 27 Motorsport BM. Wow, that's a big one. Lost it on entry there. Seemed to lock it up, and that BMW M8 GTE was out of control before he even reached the apex. It was on corner entry. It just seemed to completely go. It just turned on him almost there, James. So we've got. Ooh, but while this has all been going on, James, look, we've got World of Sim Racing, and that hashtag have closed up in LMP2, the fight for second place. They are within a second of them now.
Yeah, they're all starting to get that moment, Tim, in the race, aren't we, where we're all coming together. Ben Gregory, going back to that incident with Matthew Porter, they got hit into the wall and slowed to a stop at the bus stop. So it was before that bus stop.
So yeah, they are still in the pits right now.
So it must have been
Trying to
before
repair that
when we
damage.
saw it, Tim, on the replay, when we saw him pull in. It must have been coming down up through the S's and up the hill. So,
Unfortunate that. We've also got their racing team. They are into the pits as well.
We're coming into that time, though, aren't we? But
we are, as we said, James. It's down to that time.
Anybody before the hour, though, Tim, is going to be looking at stopping again.
Oh, they are, aren't they, James? Because we've got 1 hour 13 left to go.
Yeah, they're going to have. We've got 1 hour 13 to go. Anybody with inside this hour or outside of the hour, should I say, are going to have to stop again.
Now, let's take a little look at pit stop. So we've got Stage 1 Racing Senior. They are into the pits. Still obviously running last in. LMP2. Well, of the runners, they're still running last. Let's say that's probably a better way of putting it because we've lost in the LMP2's long race. You see the laps. We're talking about strategy, James. There you go. We've got a lovely graphic up on the screen right now. You can see the last time everyone pitted. Oh, wow. It's Vector just losing it there. He just lost it on corner entry. I was looking across at the graphic, starting to explain that one, and not helping them as they chase down antagonistic Race Team Orange, who are 12 seconds up the road. And that could have been complete disaster for Vector. Looking to secure the championship here this weekend.
Yeah, you definitely we're in that area, Tim, like we spoke about earlier. Settle for the position you got and keep it on track, or push to try and make an overtake and jeopardize and have an incident like that. And you kind of really want to keep it on track.
So I think we've let's as we know that things are going to catch up now. Let's just take you through the order as it stands before all the pit stops start happening, and we're going to see strategy unfold. So I'll let James take a quick break. Let's we've got out in front. Needs to say in LMP1, it's the only car, but they've done it so efficiently. And this, I know my fellow commentator James has said with professionalism and elegant. This is Sakanya. First to podium in LMP2 right now. It's Race Fox, followed by World of Sim Racing, and then hashtag holding on to that last place on the podium in LMP2, but not far behind one another right now on track. And then we have got Orion with that commanding performance so far at the head of GTE and GTE Pro.exe. Great performance from those guys in the Porsche in second place, and Boosted, who have found their way up into third place and onto the podium in GTE just slowly as we start seeing some of these strategies starting to unfold. Great performance from them as they're on their primary outing in GTE after dropping down from LMP1, as we spoke to them earlier about their reasons behind that. And then GTE Courier Racing Cyan, they're taking the lead from that. As what have we got here? This is Vector by RSR with their Donald lines. Just a little bit of dirt on corner entry. Oh, and ran wide. Manages to keep it out of the wall. Did very, very well to keep hold of that one. And clearly the darkness starting to prove tricky for O'Donnell Lines right now. We're taking a little on board with Boosted at the moment. It's across the bump. Car looking ever so twitchy. The Corvette on board with O'Donnell Lines right now. We see him just come through. There we go. Ooh, it's 524 on the outside, just running a little bit wide there. Now, 524, they are laps ahead, but oh, it's just up the inside. Didn't need telling twice the Donald Lines to unlap himself. I've got the JD Sim Racing Porsche, I think that is ahead of them. It's making light work of that one there. Clearing through and makes it through the corner in less dramatic fashion compared to last time around.
That's always good to
Vector by RSR. It is, yes, it is. And good to have you back after that quick comfort break. And ready to head into the last hour. We've got 10 minutes before we head into that hour, and we'll start to see how things are unfolding. And yeah, just to round out your podium in GTE, Yamaha has to cut away there. Really a Racing Cyan holding on to that one. JD Sim Racing in second, and World of Sim Racing team, they are third for BMW. And good to see in three different manufacturers on the podium as it stands at the moment, with Porsche taking the victory, Ferrari in second, and BMW in third as it stands at the moment. Whereas GTE Pro, well, that's Porsche, and then Corvette That's how that one's being played out. But yeah, just while you're away, Joe, just saying it's interesting. Boosted, they've just quietly, and with their pit strategy, they've now found themselves up into 3rd place. Now, have a look. What has happened here? So this is quickly a racing sign. This is off there. Ooh, came off track. Oh no! That exactly what we saw Centurion did. I think they hit the next barrier a lot long, but they are one now. Has that car got any damage? Second point, they are about a minute ahead of 2nd place JD Sim Racing's Ferrari. They're staying out, but we've got Orion in from the lead of GTE Pro.
That's a little bit early, Tim.
That was yes, I was thinking that as well, James.
7 hours 6 to go.
Now,
I
interestingly,
don't think they can make it last that long. Maybe I'm underestimating the guys, but
yes, it's on the cusp, but it just feels that a little bit too long. Now they have got 1 minute 30 in the bag over .exe in 2nd place, who are I don't know into the pits yet, but I'll tell you what, Stage 1 Racing Senior, I'm not sure if they've obviously got a bit of damage. They are currently 8 laps down off 8th place in class. She's boosted. And that car's been stationary on Stage 1 Senior for the last 4.5 minutes. Orion, they're coming out into the lead. No, they're not. They are on pit exit, but .exe are going to take the lead temporarily. Now, this is where it gets interesting. All the stuff that we've been talking about, James, this is where it comes to life, doesn't it? Because, like you say, Orion, that feels like they've got to stop again. They're going to need a splash and dash. They are only a second behind .exe Ferrari. There you can see them just behind us. You see .exe headed to the inside of the track there to break the toe. Well, they need to open up about 40. Well, how long are they going to need, James? It's going to be at least 30, 40.
If .exe have got to go into the pits, right, which we know they have. So if they're going to get their pit lane time anyway, right? The last pit lane time for Orion race team was 1 minute 19. All right. So if they're going to get that 1 minute 19, if they do splash and dash, as long as the gap doesn't close, I would say probably 30-second pit lane, they're going to lose at least 40, 45 seconds. Even with the splash and dash, it's going to be really tight because one bit of traffic and it's all gone. And we've seen a massive fight back from .exe for the win. Because .exe need to get that car within that hour mark to make their last stop. If they don't, it's going to be pointless, basically. They're going to be second, that's it. They need to get it within the next 4 minutes, within that hour mark, so they don't have to stop again.
Interestingly, James, just while you've been saying about that, I've just been keeping one eye on the gap time between .exe and Orion. Now, .exe have been pulling away. So when Orion came out of the pits, the gap was down to a second between them and .exe. It's now 1 point. Well, I was about to say 1.1. It's now up to 1.2. It's creeping up actually towards 1.3. Marius Brewer, I think he knows, and he has got the hammer down with that. Obviously, it's got the car is a lot lighter compared to this fellow Porsche Orion, where just down to the fuel in the car. And Marius Brewer needs to have some absolutely epic in-laps now to make up that time difference for them and Orion to come together towards the end of the race. Yes, I know exactly what you mean.
They need to get this car within that hour mark. We know that. But Orion, we also believe with an hour of 6, they're going to have to splash and dash at the end. So Marius has really got to get on his bike now to try and open up. I've got it down. I don't know about you, but I've got it currently at 2 seconds. Yes. And growing. at a rate of about 1,000th per every 100 meters, give or take. So he needs to open up this gap. If he can get this gap out to 5-6 seconds, it will put pressure on the Aquilia, on the Orion race team car when they splash and dash.
Oh, there you go. It's in. They're in.
in.
Oh no, there's contact on the inside. That's vectored by RSR. They're on the inside. There was also a Ferrari. Okay, flying round.
Oh, EJ. What have you been
That's
up
the
to?
chicane online racing purple. What has happened? I just saw out the corner. Oh no!
The chicane lost it on his own and has put Vector by RSR straight into the pits as well.
Wow.
And I believe this could go to Suzuka, but have an antagonistic got to win this race to take it to Suzuka?
Not if they haven't scored any points, of which they need
They
to.
will do though, won't they? Top 9?
But there's only if they now hold on. Right, I need to get the rule book out here because I'm sure there is a rule in there. They need to complete, I want to say 90% of the race distance. Now, Vector by RSR, they are going to be scrambling to get that car out again. Let's take another look at exactly what happened. So on board with the Ferrari. Oh,
was he going into the pits?
They pulled in front of him almost. I don't know whether he thought he was trying to let pass the LMP2 of Vector, and in doing so,
but we don't
created the issue.
We didn't move off the line, do we?
Yeah, what happened was he moved across to let him pass.
There's a message in YouTube, Chicane Online Racing Purple, the game froze, which is them in front. Would it have frozen?
No.
It looks like...
Yeah. Because he carried on at the same sort of... As he was run the corner. It looks like it's carrying around...
I don't know,
the corner.
The car went down the straight as well, Tim. I don't know. We're not on board, are we, in Chicane Online Racing Purple? So...
that would make sense, yeah. No.
I don't know.
We'll have to wait to get to the bottom of that one, and wow! We said it would all kick off inside the last hour, but
how far did
we weren't expecting this.
Yeah, because surely if it froze, he would have disappeared, wouldn't he? It would have disappeared, and he would have just gone out the way, not carry on down the straights. I don't know.
No. We'll see. We'll see. Well, I'm sure the stewards will be unpicking that one. They'll be straight onto that one, as they have been all season. And hats off to them for the absolutely blinding job that they've done. And we can only hypothesize, but there we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are into the last hour here at Watkins Glen.
Right, so .exe, going back to that information, Tim, went in just before the hour. Tim Perry at Boosted is in now. He has told us that they can make the fuel last that hour. It's possible .exe will not stop again. And it's possible that we know that Ryan Race will.
Jake, yeah, I was going to say, Ryan, we know they have to stop again because they stopped at, around about an hour and I'm just trying to think back to what it was after all that excitement. It's going to be close. So they stopped on lap 241. .exe stopped only 2 laps later on 243. I'm not sure. Is that going to be enough? So Boosted stopped on lap 244. They're just heading out. Now, interestingly, James, stationary time for Orion was 48.5 seconds. For .exe, it was 34.5, so 14 seconds shorter. Boosted were 34.5 as well. So Boosted and .exe had identical pit times. Orion had longer.
But we were later in the stops for Boosted. So less fuel to take on.
They were, yes. And likewise with .exe, but only a couple of laps, so it's too dramatic. Now No, it's gonna get. I don't know. I think we're gonna have to wait a bit longer to try and unpick this tale. All that's been happening. JD Sim Racing, they're up into 3rd in GTE. However, they are due to stop very soon. What is the gap between them and Boosted? Well, that's 7.5 seconds. So Boosted are definitely going to get back up into the podium positions. Boosted are just trying to look at this. They're about a minute and a half behind .exe.
Tim.
Well, I don't know, James.
Yeah, that's just say that.
Yes, I don't know.
We could sit here and try and work this out all day, and me and you could completely be way out of it, couldn't we? We could be like, yeah, and then all of the teams have got to stop again. But all we need to know and all we need to say is, within the last hour, this race is going to be epic. Do not leave your seats if you want to see the end of the GT series, because we can't work it out, and we've got all of these things up on our screen. So these guys are not going to be able to work it out either. Tim, let's just strap in, get ready, grab a drink, and settle down.
Now, Vector, they have come out of the pits after earlier incident. Aquilia Cyan, they are in the pit lane from the lead of GTE Am. Chicane Race Pacing Purple obviously caught up in that incident with Vector. They are still in the pits after being stationary for just coming up to 6 minutes now. That's taken them down to 4th in class. Now, I've lost my train of thought. There we go. Yes, it's come back to me. Obviously, so JD yet to stop in GTE Pro. Let's just keep one half an eye on what's happening in LMP2. That's all pretty static. There's nothing too much to report other than exactly where they are currently now.
Now, information in chat, Tim. Currently, Ben Gregory, Orion have taken 2 tyres then at least. But and he's also put, we are full fuel, same as .exe. Adam Hedgecock, would it help if Boosted just turned around and said we're also on target? Thank you, Adam.
Well, yeah, as informative as they always are and have been all season when we've spoken to them. And thank you for the update to know that you are still on target, as always. With nothing more, nothing less. What does target mean? Well, who knows? But they know, which is the main thing.
Yeah, and then we've got Levino as says, Orion took only left tyres. .exe didn't take tyres, YOLO. So,
we see, talking of pit stops, James, there's JD in from 3rd. Now, I would imagine, and this is where it's interesting, because Orion JRT, now, when did they last stop? They are due to stop as well, because they look down. But yeah, they're going to be coming in. You'd imagine, as JD have just come in, probably. Excuse me, there. You'd imagine they're going to be coming in the same. This should come in this lap.
Maybe they weren't 15 minutes later before.
No,
so, I don't. It doesn't look like he's in. Tim.
No, he is not.
I expect about 5 more laps from these guys, because I said they come in 15 minutes later in the last one, didn't I? Of
course, yes.
Brian Holmes the way they were out with Brian Holmes' hardware failure at the beginning. They're late, so I think it's going to be 5 minutes, which again is going to spice things up towards the end.
Interestingly, James, that's also brought them out behind 27 Motorsports BMW too. They've currently got Montero on board for them, and they're holding on to 5th in class right now. And so JD are 8.5 seconds behind 27 Motorsport, currently 6th in class. So we've also got our second from GTE Am. They are into the pits. It's the other JD Sim Racing car. So clearly similar strategies being played out by the 2 JD Sim Racing teams here at Watkins Glen.
Yes. I was off in my own little world there, Tim, for a brief moment, because I was sitting there thinking that anybody who stopped within the last 1 or 2 laps, okay, so we're currently on lap 247. Yeah. So I've got this, anybody within the last 1 or 2 laps, so we've got Tim Perry, possibly the .exe car, Orion, we're looking at they may have to go again. Brian Holmes is looking in a strong position as well. Verve Racing Team Black, unfortunately 235, they're definitely going to have to go in again. The top 5 may not actually be sorted out until the last 10 minutes of this race. Because of the crossover between Travis Schwenker and the Orion race team, 241, 242 for 27 Motorsport. So it's looking like possibly them two might have to go in. Anybody on 244 upwards, Tim, so the likes of Tim Perry, the .exe car, and maybe even Brian Holmes are looking in a stronger position than the cars currently at the moment. So the top 5 might not actually be sorted out until 10 minutes remaining. So strap in, Tim, get a drink, because you're going to need one, and enjoy it.
Interesting you say about this and the tactics we see. We've got boosted LMP2 there into the pits right now, 7th in LMP2. Now, based on that, James, obviously Orion yet to stop. Sorry, Orion JRT with Brian Holmes, Porsche yet to stop. Wherever they've sort of been, coming down the order, they could potentially be in a strong position for finishing here, based on the, how many teams, as you've just been through, are right on the cops. There's also lead Scania. They are in from the lead. An antagonistic Racing Team Orange. They are also into the pits. Who else have we got? I think that is absolutely everyone into the. Oh no, no. Thank you. Yeah, I was just trying to scramble to see who else it was. Yeah, this could really shape it. And where Orion, we've had a commanding position all race long. From what you're saying and your calculations, this win isn't guaranteed for them. For all that hard work and when they've looked so dominant for the whole race, could actually back them up, because now, just looking at it, they are about 50 seconds ahead of the .exe Porsche in second place.
Which is also, Tim, 0.5 of a second currently running quicker, judging on last laps. So 141.03 for Orion, 140.89. So what's that, 300ths of a second, give or take. Quicker. We're waiting for Marius to go across the line now, because we've just had a 141.73 from the Orion team. So depending on what Marius does shortly, I feel that this isn't guaranteed, and I don't know if they're going to have a bigger gap. The spotter in Orion needs to get onto Travis and tell him he's got to stick his boot down, because this isn't safe. They're not safe currently.
Schenker needs to get a real wiggle on. He's lost. Looking at this, James, he's lost 9 tenths to a second in this last lap alone.
That's what I mean. I think they need to get in his ear, because we know they've not got the fuel, because only anybody under the hour have got really the fuel to get to the end. Unless Travis is on there really lifting and coasting.
Well, this is another. It'd be great to ride on board with him, and if we can listen in and see, is Schenker lifting and coasting?
He's got to do it.
Or is it down to traffic, or is it just down to raw pace? Let's listen in. A bit hard to tell from that point in the circuit.
It's here, isn't it?
A little lift mid-corner, but just maybe a little bit of visibility. I think it'll really show up into turn 1. We saw it at Daytona, big cuts, where they were pulling in the clutch. No.
Nothing at all.
This is down to pace.
This is down to him trying to either open up the gap and making it harder for himself, because as me and you both know, when you push harder, your line can always go a little bit of a strong. So,
what's happened here? Well, I've got a replay. Well, there's Aquilia Racing Cyan lead from GTE.
Same place.
They kept it out the wall.
Same one. Same place, Tim. Same place, same scenario. Marbles.
Yeah, exactly the same section of the barrier that he needed, but this time not connecting with it.
No.
And the thing is, it needs to be, I think, just showing there that all these marbles on the track, you need to be so careful about, remaining on your line, because if you get onto those marbles, as Schenk just Kammerhofer has just found out for Aquilia Racing Cyan, you just drift off and you keep drifting, and you're a passenger and you've no control of your car. And it can, well, we're down into the last hour after 7 hours of racing. The last thing you want is for something crazy like that to put an end to your race, and what is looking like a victory in GTE AM for them right now. Now we've got 5. Now, obviously, we've done a lot of pit analysis on the GTEs here, James. Well, we've attempted to hypothesize over that. Now, 524 International, they are in LMP2. But it's worth turning our attention to those guys, because they are coming down into their pit window now of, around about 14 minutes is what you can get out of a tank. So there's going to be people starting to pit. There you go. There's Racefox. They are in from the lead.
Now, you said 40 minutes. We're on 47. Is it going to be
I'm trying to think. Yes, it is. So this is going to be close, James.
Your turn.
This is going to be close.
The abacus out now, Tim.
It is. I think, I need to do my duties on this one. You're just so proud on the analysis of GCE Pro, especially. Actually, it's worth just pointing out. Let's just take a little look in GTE AM. When did they stop? So they stopped on pretty much. JD stopping later. So that looks like that's nothing. Any variables to play out there.
No.
While
you're having a think, though, Tim.
Yes.
As well, Stewart's announcement regarding the Vector by Chicane Online Racing Purple incident is now clarified. It's actually turned out 2-minute stop and hold for Chicane Online Racing Purple for causing a collision. Unfortunately, you can't. Didn't have the evidence to suggest that the game froze or anything else that happened. So the stewards have taken the decision for a 2-minute stop and hold. So
there we go. There we go. So that's not really going to affect their race too much after that damage. They're going to remain 4th in GTE AM. Now, let's take a little look as we started to, obviously, and all that happening at LMP2 right now. So, as you've seen, Racefox, they've come into the pits from the lead. It's obviously on lap 275 now. Behind them, we've got a whole variety of different pit laps. So second place, hashtag, who are currently, you can just make them out in the darkness there, with the purple lights above the cab, the cockpit. They stopped on lap 204. There you go. It's up on your screen now. You can see World of Sim Racing, lap 264. So between our top three completely different strategies. 524, 3 laps earlier than Racefox. So you wouldn't imagine there's too much different strategy played out there. But our top 3, completely different race strategies there. So this isn't settled. And by looking at things...
Right, well, while we're having a think of this, I've got Frosty Sinclair from the Orion Race Team waiting in the broadcast waiting room. Maybe if we prod him hard enough, Tim, we might be able to get some information out of what's happening, because obviously the Orion Race Team are sat in first and the JRT team are in the hands of Brian Holmes. Oh, Stephen Brookfield.
Ooh. That's the Centurion again. Oh, and a big FUD with the wall.
But if we can, I'm just going to drop in Frosty Sinclair, and we'll try and have a quick catch up with him. Frosty, welcome in.
Hey, what's up, guys?
How's it going?
Good. What are you guys doing today?
Well, we're talking about an 8-hour race of me and Tim racking our brains mentally to figure out pit strategies in the GTE. But being part of the
There's a race?
Team, there is apparently yesterday. Did you not know?
Oh, sorry to cut across you, gents. There was a World of Sim Racing, the LMP2, right across the side of the track there. They've lost it all. They've just kept it out. No, they've hit the inside barrier in the third to last corner. And they are put in the wrong direction. And this is incredibly tricky. They've got cars coming through everywhere. And I'm not sure how. Somehow, everyone looking like they're managing to get through okay. No, this is... Oh, that was painful to watch, but somehow they managed to get the car up and running again.
Well, that could have ended up a lot worse.
That could have been, and wow. Yeah. Anyway, apologies about that, Frosty. There, I'll let you, gents, resume your conversation. But hashtag
has gone past Race Fox. For the
they have now. Hashtag are yet to stop again. That's the lead in LMP2 right now. So clearly that lap. Which means that surely Race Fox have got to be fuel saving a little bit, but yeah, well that's settled down. Sorry, I'll have they. Apologies about this, Frosty. We bring you in for a chat, and then all of a sudden it all starts to kick off a little bit here.
No, that's all right. I heard you guys talking about that earlier, actually, and so is actually a P2 stint. Is it like 24, 25 laps?
Yes, around about that, which is
Okay, so hashtag should be due in here any minute there. They're working lap 24, I believe.
Yes, they are. They're round about that now.
22.
Yes.
22
So,
currently on, I think.
So I'm actually showing there is approximately, at least for our car, the Orion car, there's 25.5 laps left in the race. So you can kind of back things out from there potentially. It's going to be different for a GT or a P2s, obviously.
Where are your cars in stint-wise? Because we're projecting that the Ryan Race team, the first in GTEs, have got to go in again.
Right.
Right? And the Orion Race team JRT don't have to go in again. So where are you? What can you give us?
I'm at home.
Oh, I know you're at home. What can you give us? What can you give? Frosty. Jesus. Oh, my God. No, what can you give us tip-bit-wise? So are we saying you're first, the Orion Race team in the lead have got to pit again?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure .exe does as well. They came in with, I think, around 38 laps left in the race. Even if you really stretch it, you're going to get 36. So they might have a shorter stop and, splash and go. But, I'm sure Travis is aware of that. And so he's probably just trying to manage that. If he loses some time, even if he loses 10 or 15 seconds, it should still be okay. Should still have at least a 30, 40-second lead.
Right, and Brian Holmes in the JRT team, how are they doing?
He's definitely on the charge from the back. He had that sound issue earlier where he had loss of sound, and then Cedric had to get back in the car, and he couldn't stay in the car for very long for other for other personal things that he had planned for the day. So Brian had to jump back in, and that obviously put him down a lap or so or more. They're still charging. They had gotten up into third at one point, but I think that was just kind of pit cycles and the way they were working. And hoping to get like a top 5 right now.
So what are you currently, does Orion in general have a goal? Are they looking to stretch this gap to try and get in for their splash and dash and stay out in front?
I think, Travis is probably just, maintaining the current status, trying to keep that gap, above 30, 40 seconds or so. Other than that, I'm sure he's just trying to stay out of trouble because we know .exe is going to have to pit again as well. So, he's just trying to keep it clean at this point.
Right. Well, there you go. Frosty, much appreciated for joining us. It's been wonderful talking to you. What
are you guys going to do the rest of the day?
Well, for the next 40 minutes, we're talking about this, and then after that, by the time it finishes in the UK, mate, well, probably not a lot, to be honest.
You want to go grab a beer later? Or?
Yeah, man, give me a shout. I'll fly over. Yeah?
Right on.
All
right.
You
all right, call me.
Cheers, Frosty. Take care.
Thank you.
Oh, that was Frosty Sinclair from Orion Race Team. So it looking like he's saying that .exe have got to stop again as well. So it's going to be it's going to be interesting. But as we catch up with what's happened on.
We've got a replay. So this is JD Sim Racing. What's happened to them? Let's take a look. My replay. Mine's playing up slightly.
Where is it? He's gone wide on the grass. Oh, and then he's hit the barrier on the second to last corner tip. He spun the right way, and I thought he would have gone into pits, but second to last corner, Tim, running wide on the grass, and unfortunately torpedoing into the barrier. He has managed to survive. Marius Brewer in a .exe car.
He's in a little window of his
looking
own.
down in
Oh
the
no,
toe.
lost the rear.
Yeah, he's down in toe.
He's done well to hold on to that. Just lost a little bit of time.
That's freed up the Orion race car again to open up that gap, but it has, however...
Yeah, they've managed to pull about 8 seconds, and all the Centurion Ferraris having the best today. Oh no, and then pointing the wrong direction, then on the inside.
Ooh.
Oh, they've taken a bit of damage to the rear, but how much is left? I'm not sure whether they'll... They've got one of the two schools of thought with that one. They could either come in now, repair the damage, and not lose too much time, obviously, across the rest of the race. Obviously, probably enough of the gap to, as well, fill it up for a splash, for their splash and dash that would have been required to get them to the end. Or they can hang it out to the end of the stint. It'll be interesting to see how that one unfolds from the guys over at Centurion Racing Team in the Ferrari.
Right, while we're coming into our danger period, Tim, of 37 minutes, we've got Adam Hedgecock, who's currently sat waiting for us to join us, I believe. Oh, he was sat in there. He's not anymore. So, okay, well, we haven't got Adam anymore. Not in the waiting room. Oh, I thought Adam Hedgecock was going to pop in, but never mind.
No, they. He's up in with the stewards. That's why currently. We'll see what that's about. Sure, we will shortly, but... As you mentioned, we've got 36 minutes after approaching 7.5 hours of racing, and they're all the meeting accounts. Still everything to play for here. With RaceFox leading LMP2 right now by 37 seconds, the hashtag. But interestingly, it's the gap that then is behind them to third, where they've got a bit more of a dominance, as it were, over sim racing. And then we've got 524 International. They are fourth with Antagonistic Race Team Orange. They're fifth in class. FTR Esports Red feel a bit aggrieved by this one, but they are sixth. They come together, they had with 524 earlier on. Then in seventh place, it's Boosted LMP2 with Vector by RSR. Another team who'll feel definitely aggrieved after they come together with Chicane, Online Racing, Purple exiting the last corner. It's Stage 1 Senior rounding out your field here for LMP2 right now at Watkins Glen. Ryan cars left running in LMP2. Then heading down to GCE. Well, it's the Ryan Race Team, as we've mentioned so much about them previously. They are leading the way in GTE Pro and GTE overall, followed by .exe, making a 1-2 currently for Porsche. The Corvette have boosted Motorsport GT on their first outing in the category. They're currently going to be on the podium with that Corvette. And then fourth, it is the 27 Motorsport BMW, who've just gradually picked their way through the field. Great drive from them. Fifth is Shady Sim Racing. Fifth Racing Team Black are sixth. Orion Racing JRT, they are seventh. Then it's on to the first of the GTE AMs. It's Quilliet Racing Cyan leading the way in AM, with JD Sim Racing second place for Ferrari, and then World Sim Racing third on the podium in GTE AM right now. And currently, as it stands, the last of our runners out on field. Had a fair few casualties along the way, with losing Aqua. And then also we've lost from LMP2, we've lost Elite, Stage 1 Junior, Fuga, and Stage 1 Orange. From GTE Pro, we have lost, obviously, Aquila, as I mentioned, Maniti, Backmarker Yellow, Avensis 119, Avensis 117, WS Racing Esports, and then hashtag as well for BMW. GTE AM, we've lost Backmarker Razzle Dazzle, and Chicane Online Racing Orange in their BMW. Just over half an hour left, and we will finally find out who's going to be victorious here at Watkins Glen. So we're well into the cover of darkness now, James.
Yeah. I was just looking at something that got sent to me, Tim, and if I can put this into perspective, with about 8 laps possibly remaining, I feel the GTE Pro class might go a little bit crazy. So strap in and yeah, be ready. That's all I can really say, Tim, on that matter. Because it's going to be a little bit mental.
It's going to be interesting. I mean, we've been mulling it over for. I know this sounds a bit dramatic. It's the last half an hour. I know we've spoken to various, obviously Sinclair for Ryan earlier on, and we've had a few incidents happen along the way. So it hasn't purely been us mulling it over for half an hour, but we were predicting a while ago that this may well be the case, that we could be in for a bit of a grandstand finish, although with the chunky gaps between each of the GT cars and them all stopping around similar laps. Could be interesting and see whether those gaps closed up or if anyone out there is fuel saving if they dare. I don't know. But we haven't got long to find out.
No, I don't think anybody is fuel saving with this little time left in the race.
I don't think they are either.
No, and I think that with having currently about 20 laps remaining, then there's likely to be a flurry, Tim, and I think we're going to need to try and catch it all, because I think we could end up with possibly a surprise victory. I think so. We'll have to see how that works out. I think I'm hoping the Orion race team doesn't get held up and they can and that. But you and I both know with 30 minutes remaining, anything can happen.
Yes, and I think what is going to play into the advantage as well of the drivers is that due to the numerous retirements that we have had, it has spread the field out a bit, which has equally allowed, there's obviously less chance of getting stuck in traffic on your out lap or your in lap. And I think this is where this is what could actually help them, is just see Ryan Chicane Online Racing purple car ahead of them, actually.
And this is what I mean. He's not clearing traffic, Tim, in a place that would extend, which would give him more time. It's kind of really not playing into Ryan's team, into his hands, Travis's hands, being stuck behind that Chicane Online Racing purple. He almost every tenth or every split moment he's losing is putting him more into the clutches of the cars behind. And yeah, he's got to be careful and start trying to clear traffic sooner to keep the gap up. Do you know what I mean? Because otherwise it's going to be very, very close.
Now, having said that, James, also let's not forget .exe. They need to clear that same traffic as well. Just see 524 International there, and so they've still got to face exactly the same challenges as what Orion have just faced. So could it actually just effectively end up neutralising with one another?
It's possible, but if you're looking at the track map, number 2, guys, on the right-hand side is on the back straight. He's just had the LMP1s go past, LMP2s, Tim. And you can see currently he's got a clear run. He's got a clear run right the way back round the track, hasn't he? Mm-hmm. Whereas the Orion race team just bundled out through the 2nd and 3rd and 5th and 6th in class there, and have now got their clear run as well. So that between from where they are now on the opposite side of the track is about 40 seconds. So if you can imagine that the car number 1 dived into the pits, that's about 40 seconds plus the slow down input that the .exe car has got to get round as well.
And also, this is where it gets tricky. Yes, where do you catch said cars? But then equally as well, James, is the prototypes for the GTs, they can either help them or they can hinder them in terms of getting the move done. Sometimes they're able to follow the prototypes through where they'll create a bit of a gap of where they're coming around to lap the GT cars. So there's so many variables, but also they can hinder them massively and end up tripping up over one another. And I'm glad we've only got under half an hour to find out, because I'm fascinated by how this is going to end, because there's so many variables. Stage 1 Senior, they have headed into the pits, currently 9th in the class, and last of the runners in LMP2 today.
Admirable with them though, Tim. They are 7 laps down. They could have finished off, come out a long time ago, but Stage 1 Senior showing that, staying in the race, being professional with what you're doing is better. And they might be currently last and 7 laps down, but, they're using this as a learning experience for the guys, aren't they? I think
they are, and I think while we're on that subject, James, well worth mentioning to Scania in a very equal, in the same boat as that one. That's what's happened. Oh, we've got a replay 524 International. Oh no! Got onto the grass and they went spinning round, pointing the wrong direction at the part of the track that you don't want to be. Here comes the headlights. No! Oh, that was a skim against the wall there.
No!
Oh wow, that was the JD Sim Racing Porsche there.
One of them, yeah.
I think was that one of the BMWs prior that skimmed against the wall?
It was like a Porsche, Tim. I'm not going to say it wasn't. It looked like a Porsche, just the way that it was, the way it looked. But
524 straight into the pits there to repair that damage. But hey, that has got to be surely their race done. I mean that Dallara LMP2. Going to be carrying a bit of damage, and it'll be interesting to see how long their station for. There you go, antagonists. They have got upper place. They're into 4th. Could this maybe be a bit of redemption that FTR could feel with where they'll come? Could actually end up passing 524, and it's. I think we're not too long to find out how that one plays out, and. I'm amazed, James. I'm genuinely amazed that nobody else was caught up in that, because there was lots of intakes of breath for us, and I'm sure new underwear required from some of the drivers that came flying around the corner to present it as. Oh, no, 524. They are on the pit exit.
So maybe it wasn't as bad as they thought. But when you sit here, Tim, and you almost wish that they would just press the tow button, because turning them cars is like trying to turn a bus in a multi-story. It's going to take ages.
It is.
It is.
It's a tricky one, isn't it? We've got a replay here. This is World of Sim Racing, who are...
Same corner, up the ankle. Same...
not as bad.
No. At least his was a little bit... He had the option just to move it round.
Was a half spin, but they've headed to the pit lane. Now, we predicted they'd have to stop again. I can't remember what their previous lap that they stopped on was, but this they're clearly going to take some tyres on. Now, this is a battle on the screen. So this is actually for position overall in GTE, but it's between the 8th place 27 Motorsports, João Santos and the BMW, and the 1st place in GTE and Qualia Racing Cyan. Kammerhofer currently in the driving seat for them, as we see the Scania LMP1 just cruised past there. And that was FTR. Red, I think, ahead in front of them, just the first of the prototypes to come through there, James.
Yeah. I think it's interesting. It's going to be interesting to see. We have breaking news in YouTube chat, though, Tim. Adam Hedgecock, the boosted GTE car is not on target.
Ooh.
Dun, 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 dun.
Which means I've got to stop
Maybe.
again, surely. Or is it actually one of those, a bit of a double bluff almost? They don't need to stop again, so that is what's made them not be on target. Love to hear from you, Adam, and which one it is. I'm sure you won't tell us, or only merely that you're not on target. Or maybe you're on target for the new target. I don't know. Well, I'm sure you'll tell us.
It's on target A, Tim, +7 for target B and C. We don't know.
We don't know. I'm sure.
Go on, sorry.
I was just about to say, I'm sure we'll get some sort of cryptic message, which means
yes.
Next to nothing to any of us, and it'll leave us hypothesizing even further.
So we've got 33 lap stints, okay, roughly in the GTEs. We've got only currently maybe one car out of the GTE top 5 might actually make that stint without having to stop.
Oh,
again.
Hold on. There you go, James. Leader is in from LMP2. Race Fox, they are in. Now, hashtag are going to take... they're going around... Where, I'm trying to work out where they are on the circuit. They're coming around the loop, so they've just started that lap. So, well, they just started, they're halfway around that lap. But... So they've got... this is going to be close because surely they've got to stop again, surely.
Who? Hashtag?
Hashtag. They've got, you know, but what? Well, have they?
Went in 280. They went in 10 laps ago. 10 laps at a minute and a half a lap.
Actually, no,
they probably don't have to. But we have got
they don't.
EXE.
But here come Race Fox. Now, where are hashtag in relation to them? It looks like they've come back out into the lead, but what is that gap down to now?
Well, it's quite a big gap, Tim. They're only on the second to last corner.
They are, aren't they? So it's around about half a lap, but it has closed up.
But we have got .exe currently in the pits with Marius Brewer.
Is it because that car up on Jackson? They're taking tyres. They're taking tyres, James.
They're taking tyres, but third is still half a lap away. So
trying to cover it off maybe a little bit, but
they're on their exit. And the Orion race team have just gone past them. So
it's surely. I mean, Orion, they need to stop again. I don't think so. I don't know.
Orion team racing have got to stop. Orion race team in first, definitely. .exe do not. Boosted maybe. JD Sim Racing in 5th, definitely not.
Final result? I don't know. I don't think anyone does.
No.
Anything can happen, and I think, as we've seen, anything will happen. We've got an actual battle for position emerging here between Verve and JD. The two Porsches. There you go. After all this time, after 7 hours and 40 minutes, they find that just over half a second is all that is going to separate them. Now let's take a little look at these guys in terms of similar strategy as well from them. So this is actually, it's not because of pit stops that they're out of position. We've got Vector by our side there, who've headed to the pits. It's on their out lap. Coming out, sorry, of the pits, and this is. That was. So any chance, I think, that they were hoping of maybe just trying to get the jump, as I think that's going to evaporate now, surely. Take a look at what happened to then. Just lose the rear on entry. There we go. Just maybe caught onto the marbles a little bit, and that was enough to send them spinning round. You see the... Still P2, but you saw the JD and Verve battle come flying through there.
Now, I think Boosted looked at it, Tim, I don't think Boosted have got enough to to be able to catch them, unfortunately. And
Well, Boosted, we think we're not sure, but we think they've got to stop again, don't we? So if they do, then that is definitely no chance. Oh, well, no! Well, that was a risk that probably did not need to be taken there from Brewer.
no,
That's the previous one.
now they may catch them, Tim.
Oh, just carry it round and nowhere for the go. Nowhere for, I think, it was the Verve car. Nowhere for them to go, and that's got damage as well now, James.
Bad
which
damage
is
now.
not only that's going to affect their lap time, not by a massive amount, but is this going to be enough? We've got 24 seconds difference. We've got 17 laps, so 17 minutes remaining. This difference needs to be, well, let's keep an eye on what the lap times are next time around, because obviously this time it's going to be a much higher lap time. But after 2 incidents in 2 laps, now we saw .exe has got fresh tyres on, hasn't it? Mind you, it's only got fresh tyres on the one side.
Do we know that's for real that they've only taken one side?
He wasn't in long enough to take 4, which is what makes me think. So car well, it looked like it was up on jacks. I'm pretty sure it was. But what can Booster do? And it's so they were last time around, James. They were 7 seconds quicker after the .exe. Obviously, that's because of the incident that the Porsche had for .exe.
Yeah, it'd be this one, I think.
Yes, this is going to be the big telltale sign, the acid test of what they can do. And if Boosted do not have to stop again, James, and if they're quicker, there's a sniff of a chance here that they could get onto the second step of the podium. But we've got 16 minutes left. The gap is currently just under 25 seconds. So at that rate, they need to be catching them. Oh, James, I just need to break out the app. I guess 2 seconds for you. So at 24, I make that about what they need to catch them at just over 1.5 seconds per lap. And that's just to catch up with them. That doesn't mean to say that they can actually get past them.
Well, we're going to
If they're
find
going to do that
very
work
shortly, Tim. As the second, Marius Brewer is coming across the line about now.
We went
so
with
let's have a
Baton.
look.
Ref, a 1:40.7. Now that is around about half a second slower than their best lap time. So that says to me that is not going to be as well. It's put in perspective. Orion actually went half a second slower, and they're the lead car, and the same manufacturer. So
yeah, Tim Perry wasn't fast enough.
it says there you go. It's boosted. This is looking done with 15 minutes left to go. I mean, if Boosted needs to stop again, that completely brings things out. 27 Motorsport, they've been into the pits and heading out. They are in 8th place. Boosted LMP2, talking of Boosted, they are into the pits from 7th in LMP2. There you go. Sean Gardner bringing the car in.
Okay, so quick update, Tim, currently, right? We're looking at, I'm going to say it in the GTEs, okay, first off. We're looking at a 34 lap stint. Currently, there is 9 laps remaining, okay? And Boosted are currently on a 26.5 lap stint. You do the math. 26.5 plus 9 is obviously 35 on a 34 lap stint.
Doesn't look good, does it?
No, it's not.
Oh, hold on. James and Ryan have come in for a splash and dash from the lead.
Yeah, but they've opened up now, haven't they? Because .exe.
Yes, they are. Yeah, they're on their way out.
So
it was
because,
literally a 9.25 second stop for them. So, as you said, due to the issues that .exe had, it didn't look good for them. But I believe we're going to hear from series organiser Martin Pearson soon. It would be good to hear from him as we come to the close of 13 minutes left here at Watkins Glen. Not long left at all here. And still, potentially some twists in the tail. We saw it at Spa. Whereas actually, this team we're watching now were caught up in an incident that maybe they shouldn't have been in. But, James, I'll hand yourself over to have a chat with Martin with 12 minutes left to go here at Watkins Glen.
Hi, Martin. How are you?
I'm very good, thanks, James. How are you?
I'm not too bad. I'm very excited. I think me and Tim, between us, are giving ourselves a headache trying to work out the fuel strategies. But all in all, it's been a good race, hasn't it? From your point of view as well?
Yeah, I think it's been a good race. Everyone's behaved themselves for the most part. I think a load of people are having fun. There's a couple of instances of some really poor netcode, but at the end of the day, there's not a lot you can do about that. You got to live and die by it, I guess. Sometimes it's one of those things, something that giveth and taketh away, as it were. So, no, it's been very, really good.
So we're looking at now, obviously, going on to Suzuka for the last race of the season. What we have these conversations at the end of each race, Martin. What we predict, because we thought Watkins Glen was going to be at the end of Daytona. We said Watkins Glen could be a little bit more busier for you guys than expected. It's not, from what I've seen, been massively busy.
Yeah.
Suzuka, a little bit more of a longer track, brings its own sort of types of challenges. What do we reckon? Clean?
So today we saw the first few hours, a couple of clumsy errors or a few misjudgments, shall we say, that depleted the field a little bit, and then since then there hasn't really been a lot for us to look at incident-wise. We've just been sitting back and enjoying the racing that's going on. I think for the teams, Suzuka might just well be one of the toughest races that we've ever done, or ever will do. It's a lap time near 2 minutes, I believe. It was 2 minutes, just over 2 minutes, or around 2 minutes in a GT3 car, so we'll be a little bit less than that. We'll be fingers crossed for 3 or 4 LMP1 cars as well. I know Sapphire are working on getting their internet sorted. Polder hopefully will be back if and boosted as well with Sapphire there, and then on top of that, I think Scania will be made their intentions clear in being there as well. So maybe up to 5 cars would be really nice. But then on top of that, you've got a lot of long corners and then or sequences of corners which can cause multi-class confusion, shall we say. So yeah, I think with the long lap and very short rest period, very short straights on there as well, that it's going to be a tough one for the drivers and teams on top of that.
So basically what you're saying is you're expecting a somewhat intermediately busy race.
Yeah, it'll be a good way. It'll be a good challenge for us as drivers, teams, and stewards to say sayonara to the endurance season, I guess.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be an interesting one, especially leading into 12 hours in the dark as well. And I think when you say it like that, Martin, it kind of brings a whole different perspective to the fact that we are going to do 12 hours at Suzuka with some of it in the dark. I think that it's going to bring its own challenges for drivers. Are we then on the hopeful side that the LMP1 series is going to pick up? And will we see the guys down at Boosted Motorsport GT back in an LMP1 car, do you think?
We're always hopeful. One of the things that we realised not long after we started running the championship was that many championships they shy away from LMP1 because they don't think they can control them. The GTE cars or in drivers. They don't like them being around. But I think one of the successes of ISRC is that we've managed to control the LMP1 cars and allow a good and generate a good environment for everybody to race either with them or against them, sort of thing. Yeah, I would like to see obviously some more LMP1 cars out there. I do sincerely hope that we get more. I think the booster guys have said that if, say, Sapphire and Polder turn up, then they'll turn up as well in their Audi. So yeah, fingers crossed. We'll have some discussions in the team managers chat, and we'll get some agreements. I think because we all want to see them out there. It's kind of getting towards the end of the swan song, as everybody's wanting a hypercar in iRacing as well.
Yeah, I think it will be really good to see. I'm hoping we can get a few more teams completing their compulsory 10 laps in practice, so we don't lose 9 cars before the start of the race, Martin. So we're going to finish for once, Martin, at a relatively sensible time in the UK. Do you have plans after this? You're off to grab a beer, sit back and watch the whole race back again?
I will be grabbing a beer. I'm not sure I'll be watching this race because the Petit Le Mans and the real world at Road Atlanta is on at the moment. So I think I'll grab a beer, watch that, catch up with the girlfriend. I know she's been busy in the kitchen doing a couple of things today. So no, looking for some good grub, some good beer, and some good racing again, or a continuation of a good afternoon of racing.
Well, let's hope for you guys for a quiet 6.5 minutes and no stewarding after the race for you, Martin. But that, guys, was Martin Pearson. Thank you so much for joining us again. As always, it's been a pleasure.
Thank you very much, guys. Look forward to Japan.
Yeah, should be fun. You take care.
Right.
There you go. That was Martin Pearson there.
James, while that's been going on, Orion have closed right up to the back of JD Sim Racing. You see him just in the foreground of your shot. There is Orion JLT, and there is the Porsche of JD Sim Racing. 4 tenths ahead of them. And catching. Oh, they've run wide. JD running wide, and this is Orion's chance to strike. What can they do? Coming down. Halfway through the lap, over the top of the camera there. Beautiful shot of these cars at full chat on corner exit out of chute. Round toe. Heading up the boot straight now. Long line of them. They've got the .exe Porsche behind them, and then the JD Sim Racing Ferrari. They swoop down now through the hill. Come up to the third to last corner. Make sure everyone desperate to get through here sensibly. But at 3 tenths, still the gap. And the prototype's just creeping through there as well. Not sure if they're going to play a part in this story. That is the Stage 1 Senior. Here we go. They're going to look for a move up the inside into turn 1. There's a prototype. The Stage 1 just sneaking through there. They almost banged doors on the run down to the first corner. But JD, they're going to get them on the cutback. As Orion, they're now going to be side by side through the S's, up the hill. Nobody wanted to give each other an inch. And still side by side. .exe tucked up behind them. But JD, they're going to have the inside line on the run down to the outer loop. But look, .exe, they're going to try and sneak their way past. They're just trying to clear them, and there you go. Orion managing to squeeze past. But with not long left to go, we've got 4.5 minutes left here at Watkins Glen. JD just backing out a little bit right now. They get the hammer down and to try and close up onto the back, and they'll be praying to .exe just to leave them alone as they've run deep, which is allowed. The 524 International LMP2 right behind. They've got the flash of the lights to say, I'm coming past. And this really isn't going to be helping right now, JD Sim Racing. They're going to get the aero wash off the front end from that prototype being in front of them. Playing into the hands of Orion right now. Equally, they'll be hoping that .exe just remain at bay. There's only just under 4 minutes left here of Watkins Glen. But that gap's growing, James.
Yeah, 3 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. It's going to be interesting to see what JRT can do to try and sort of you want to open up that gap coming down here. I believe we've got Brian Holmes, and Brian Holmes does like to extend the gap coming up the straight. We've seen him extend gaps on the car behind him before, and it's looking like he's doing the same thing again.
See him moving all over the track, trying to break the slipstream there. We've got chicane on Racing Red. They're just coming out of the pits, but yeah, it's increasing again. You called it right. But JD just getting it on the corner entry, just picking up a little bit more speed, but then it's rubber band. It keeps stretching and then closing up again. But you've got to say, Ryan JRT are looking in the stronger position right now at the hands of Brian Holmes in that Porsche 911. And there you go. It's over a second. JD are well out of slipstream range and can take a wing and a prayer should they want to get past the Orion ahead of them. And now,
be exciting.
No, just not long left to go. We've got 2 minutes left. Around about just trying to look at where the leader is. It's obviously Sicania. Whereabouts are they on the lap? They're halfway through the lap, so going to be close to 1 or 2 more laps left. This has been happening. Actually, that's not quite true on screen. I thought that hashtag close right up to the back of Red Fox, but they are on different laps, so that's a bit of a false negative positive there. Okay, the screen just updating. Some weird time. This is a metal thing not going through 1B and then looking a lot closer than what they were to the other one. But wow, I think maybe, with not long left, James, what a race this has been at Watkins Glen, and another great race in the Intercontinental Sim Racing Endurance Championship here on Total Sim Sport.
I think, Tim, it's always really hard with these races because we see action at the beginning, quiet in the middle, and then action as we've seen again at the end. But we haven't had that lull. We've had kind of action all the way through. And for an 8-hour endurance, it's been crazy. We've had the commentators guessing when really we probably shouldn't about fuel strategies, between us. But yeah, I've loved this race, and I think it's been great. And onwards and upwards to Suzuka, I think.
Well, I think it's going to be a feast for the highs as Suzuka as we head across the Pacific to Japan for the next round on Total Sim Sports. Going to be wild to watch, and just looking at the timer here, I think it's going to run out, and these Sal Sicania De Filipis just on board with them, bringing the car home deliberately. Not stretching the car's legs at all, just backing out, coasting round to make sure he doesn't have to go round another lap. And there you go, the clock is down to 0. And in the cover of darkness,
is he
taking the victory? It's Sicania Endurance taking the victory here in LMP. I think he's
flag.
I'm trying to have a look.
I can't see, it's too dark, Tim.
No.
Barney's waving like crazy.
That is the white flag. I'm seeing him up there. So, Sicania not quite done the lap slow enough. They've got to go again. Maybe might be getting a little bit more of a wiggle round this time, Roberto De Filipis for Sicania. And you can tell he's definitely got the hammer down compared to this time last lap where he was coasting round. Thought he'd done enough to get the clock over and had to go one time more. Now, question is, James, let's not invoke any curse of the commentators here, and only under half a lap left to go.
Don't go there, Tim. I'm not.
No, we can't have that on our conscience, and now it's time to back out. Here we goes through your ankle, as you've renamed it, James.
Yep.
Knowingly and so lovingly.
I think we should see that on the track map. up through ankle corner.
And here we go. Sakaniak, 2 corners left. Down into the last turn. And this is it now, definitely. To take the victory here at Watkins Glen in the 8 hour. And congratulations to them. Their first win in the championship. Race Fox, newly named team. SWS Racing in LMP2. They're bringing the car home to have a victory, as we've got Kammerhofer for Equiliat Racing Cyan. He's going to take the victory in GTE AM. Comes across the line. That's confirmed by the flash of the lights there for them. Congratulations to them. Now just waiting for Orion Race Team. They've already over the line. Apologies to them. So they have confirmed they've taken the victory here for Porsche to make it a Porsche win in 3 of the 4 series here. So you're not able to make it a clean sweep, of course, because the LMPs are only from Dallara. But Porsche winning LMP1, Porsche winning GTE Pro, and a Porsche winning GTE AM. And a great result from them. And wow, what a race, James. We'll be able to bring you your classified results soon. We see a Race Fox there, just bringing the car home. But it's this hashtag it for second place in LMP2 World of Sim Racing. They've run out the podium there. GTE Pro, well, it's Orion, followed by EXE in second, making a Porsche 1-2. But on their outing, for the first time in GTE, it was boosted. LMP1 team moving down to GTE and bringing the Corvette home on the podium here at Watkins Glen in its home race. GTE AM, well, that was Quillier Racing Cyan. A different manufacturer on the podium there for each of the spots. JD Sim Racing, the Ferrari, brought it home second. And World of Sim Racing for BMW rounding out the podium here. There you go. The official confirmation on your race results with Sakania winning, obviously, in LMP1. But they still had to complete all the laps to take the win. Congratulations to them on their maiden victory here in the championship. Then, in LMP2, well, it was Race Fox. By a lap in the end over hashtag World of Sim Racing rounding out the podium. Antagonistic and 524 International finishing 4th and 5th, both 4 laps down. FTR Esports Red, Boosted Motorsports, affected by RSR, who maybe feel a little bit aggrieved by that result, coming home in 8th. And Stage 1 Racing Senior, the last of the runners, home in 9th place. Then it was Fuga, we lost 168 laps ago. Stage 1 Junior, for coming home 11th Elite. And then Stage 1 Racing Orange, who we lost quite a long time ago. 198 laps to be precise. Let's move over to the GTEs. Orion taking the victory, as we said, we're followed by .exe, a 1-2 for Porsche, with boosted on their maiden outing in GTE, bringing the Corvette home and the last place in the podium. It's 27 Motorsports with the BMW in 4th, and then a string of 4 Porsches of Brian, JRT, JD Sim Racing, Verve Racing Team Black, and Equiliat Racing Cyan. With 27 Motorsport White and for BMW, and JD Sim Racing, the first of the Ferraris, rounding out your top 10. Chicane Online Racing Red, disappointing from them. We've seen much stronger performances. I know they'll be disappointed by that. Centurion Racing Team, the other Ferrari, in 11th and 12th respectively. There was World of Sim Racing, Chicane on for BMW, Chicane Online Racing Purple for Ferrari. And those 2 Porsches of Quillier Racing Aqua and WS3 Sports, who last we lost 124 laps ago. Chicane Online Racing Orange and hashtag with the other 2 BMWs and other 2 retirees in GTE overall. But GTE, well, there you go. For confirmation, it was Quillier Racing Cyan for Porsche, JD Sim Racing Ferrari, and World of Sim Racing for BMW. As we said, 3 different manufacturers on the top of the podium here at Watkins Glen. Now, James, I understand you've got a couple of people popping into a bit of a chat with us.
Yeah, we're gonna go big or go home on this one, Tim.
Lovely.
We've got EJ and David Duino from Vector by RSR in the commentary booth with us at the same time. Gentlemen, how are you?
Doing good.
Doing good.
That's a good way to sum it up.
Oh no!
Come on,
Honestly,
I'm
just
gonna get a bit more excited than that.
yeah, no. We're really happy that we managed to take the championship. Obviously, not in the style we would have wanted to with 8th place and just a lot of incidents and wrecks throughout. But we're very, very pleased to go into Suzuka and not have huge stress every time we go through the S's with the GTEs.
David, how are you feeling? It's been a tough season.
It's been a roller coaster of a season, if I'm honest, but it feels good. I mean, EJ and I have worked really hard this season and even prior to this, working on each other and then working on setups, and to see it all finally start paying off this season was really rewarding. So it's something I'm proud to say that we worked together through, and through some bumps and bruises together, but we got through it all.
Yeah, it was quite an eventful stint, EJ, you had towards the end there. Was everything okay in the car?
Yeah, everything was good. Just we managed to, neither one of us was really paying attention to what lap I was on. I was in a zone and David wasn't paying attention to my fuel numbers, and I managed to run myself out of fuel. And then, yeah, we had some eventful stuff going on there, just trying to click off laps and tried to keep it clean. We weren't always successful with that, unfortunately, but that's a little bit of a product of multi-class racing.
Yeah, I think, to be fair, EJ, with the makeup of multi-class racing, there was always going to be a few scrapes and bruises, should we say, amongst cars anyway. I'm just in a deep down way, guys, as almost like a secret super fan. I am absolutely over the moon for you guys, because you as a collective, as a team, have done amazing this season, and we here at TSS have praised you continuously. When are we going to see then Vector out on the track again? Obviously, we've got Suzuka. What are you guys looking at long term for Vector itself?
Yeah, so Vector
anybody.
for us, Vector's under the branch of RSR Esports. So we're kind of the Vector's kind of the AM team of RSR Esports, and so really a lot of it's building towards where we get with that. Unfortunately, we're sad to hear ISRC isn't continuing on for a third season. That would have been a lot of fun to try and back up the championship with. But you'll see us in other league events out there. We're always doing official races too, and just constantly trying to improve ourselves. So we've got our sights set high, but we're not ready to necessarily say that we're going to be able to compete with the top guys out there.
Okay, well, that's a very diplomatic view, EJ. I think you guys have done absolutely incredible this season, and a massive congratulations from everybody here at TSS. Your LMP2 championship winners, Vector by RSR, David Duino and EJ O'Donnell Lines. Do you want me to run through the rest of the team? Because obviously you weren't the only ones in the team this season, were you? But we speak to you seem to be seamlessly every race. So why don't you give the other guys a shout out for us, EJ?
Yeah, absolutely. Big thanks to Jesse, Radu, and Stacy and Andrew for being able to fill in with us. David and I kind of managed to be the main couple of guys, but whenever we needed somebody, we always had somebody to be able to fill in. So big thanks to all those guys, and yeah, we're going to go have fun at Suzuka.
I bet you will. Well, guys, we look forward to it. Thank you very much again for dropping into us. That's Vector by RSR, David Duino, EJ O'Donnell Lines, your Season 2 champions. Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Now.
There you go, Tim.
Now.
2 very young, happy young fellas.
Definitely, and rightly so, I think. Definitely, and I'm sure this next person we're about to speak to is going to be one happy young fellow. It's Travis Schrenk from the Riot Race Team Porsche winner today in GTE Pro, and obviously GTE overall. Congratulations!
Oh, thank you very much. I'm not much of a young fellow, but still excited. So,
well, you make up for lack in age, make up for inexperience, as they say.
yeah, exactly.
It seems like a relatively commanding race for you out in front today. It's in the head of GTE.
Yeah, except we had to dodge like 4 wrecks and then got punted there with like 28 minutes left. That was the shocker one that almost ended it. I think Porsche needs I need to put a Tonka sticker on here because that thing was just a brick. I don't know how it was still going as fast as it was after that hit in the wall. So, but other than that, yeah, we were just trying to manage the lead and manage our lap times and tires. Since even at night, it seems like we were chewing them up pretty decent. So. We're just trying to not cook anything so that we had enough tire to do that little extra run at the end.
Yeah, I mean, we were trying to calculate it in the commentary booth with yourself, .exe and Boosted seeming to be on all completely different strategies. And, I mean, were you ever nervous at any stage that maybe they got something out of the bag that might be a bit of a threat to yourself? Because it was becoming more and more apparent. I think you stopped around about an hour and 10 minutes left to go, an hour and 7, somewhere around that window. So it was becoming apparent that you would need to stop again. Were you ever worried about the guys behind you and them, potentially having to stop?
Yeah, with about 3 stops to go, we knew that .exe had to stop again too. We knew they had the same issue. Justin on our team is Mr. Fuel. He can save the most fuel. So how he does it, none of us know, but having him as a bookmark or benchmark is a great thing because we know what is actually capable. So he had stretched a couple of his, and they were still going to be really tight. They had to stretch the entire way to be able to make it. So we knew that when .exe was only 2 laps off of us, there was no way they were going to make it.
And obviously, next time out we head to Suzuka. 12 hours, so another 4 hours on top of what we've experienced today. How's the mighty Orion team feeling heading there?
I guess we're good. There's be no pressure, so just try to keep the car clean like we usually do. Put our practice in and just go in with the strategy. So we always have a couple different strategies we go into the race with, and usually one of those 2 or 3 play out perfectly. So we'll just try to do the same thing again.
Now, obviously, not quite maybe obviously great for Orion taking the victory here. Maybe a little bit gutting. Obviously, GRT had their issues early on, which we were saying throughout the broadcast that Brighton Holmes, especially for the Orion GRT team, was looking absolutely biblical, especially on the back straight, pulling away from people that were in his slipstream. So maybe a little bit gutted of missed opportunity of a double podium for Orion, or just one of those things and racing and looking forward to Suzuka next time out.
Yeah, I definitely think there was an opportunity miss there. Brian was definitely flying. He had a computer issue and had to do they kind of took their early pit early then, but it still put him a little off cycle. I didn't look to see if they ended up having to do an extra one or not. They might have had to do an extra stop because when he had to do that change. So it was a quick change because he couldn't. The co-driver couldn't stay in because he had something he had to do. So it was a fix your stuff and then come back in, Brian. So I mean, they've had pretty bad luck the past 3 races, but it was good to see him at least finish this one with a complete car. So
definitely, and 5th in class is not a bad result.
Yeah.
Considering how competitive it is in the championship in GTE. But no, congratulations, and we look forward to seeing you next time out at Suzuka.
Great, thank you very much.
Gravis, this is James. I've just got one thing to say. That's you guys wrapped up the championship, isn't it, this week?
I think so. Frosty already posted something, so I think so. I wasn't looking. My concentration was just on finishing this race in a piece and trying to take the victory. So I'll do the numbers afterwards unless Frosty can confirm that. So
I'm pretty sure that may wrap up the championship for you guys. So if it is, congratulations from everybody here at TSS. But we'll look forward to the official results and see if we can work it out. But working out what I know previously, you're there or thereabouts as you've already wrapped it up.
Great.
All right, man. You take
Awesome.
care.
All right, thanks, guys.
That's Travis Shank from Orion Race Team, the winner in GTE Pro. Now, James, do you want to have a quick chat with another guy? He's for their first outing in GCE, and with the lone Corvette, it wasn't necessarily a bad day at the races for him. Third on the podium, we've got Benjamin Gregory from Boosted GTE. Over to yourself, James.
Ben, how are you?
Yeah, very good. Finally can actually rest for a minute.
Very good, or ecstatic with the fact that you guys just come in third place?
We didn't expect it, honestly. We were expecting maybe top 10, maybe get a point or two, so we're not last in the standings. But
you've managed third. Your team's got to be happy first time out, right?
oh yeah, hugely happy. Like first time out, like hope. Like again, we were hoping it was. We'd just keep ourselves nose clean, especially being a LMP1 team.
Mm-hmm.
And all the other guys being so more experienced. But somehow we clicked. It was a good track for us, and somehow the Corvette seemed to work there as well, which is the best bit.
Okay, quick question for you then. We head into Suzuka. You find out there's 5 LMP1 teams. Are you guys going to be jumping back into an LMP1 for that race?
We will think about it. I expect it's something me, Toby, and Tim would need to talk back to each other about what we want to do, because we all very much enjoyed this race. The actual fact we get to fight with a lot of people, but we also we love driving the LMP1 car. It's something we'll have to see, honestly.
So potentially, but you're saying you've been swayed by the dark side almost of moving down to GTE.
I drive everything. I drive a Formula V if it's fun. It's great. It's just the racing was really good today, and hopefully if Suzuka will do the same.
Well,
brilliant.
We look forward to it, Ben. I look forward to it with open arms. Partly because I will say now, congratulations on being, firstly, the fastest Corvette in the field. We'll ignore the fact that you're the only one. We won't tell anyone that. You guys just finished the fastest Corvette. And for your first time out in that Corvette, I'd like to say congratulations, because into third place is incredible. So a massive well done to you guys. I suppose in a way then, with Suzuka being in a couple of weeks, you're not going to make a decision on whether or not what you're going to be testing, or are you just going to hold off for a minute?
We'll hold off on that. I will, again, like I said, we need to see what other teams are doing and what we want to do. It's very much personal choice, I guess. Like I said, came in halfway through the season. It's very much for fun, I guess.
Mm. Well, Ben, I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening. Have a good couple of weeks, and we shall see you in Suzuka.
Yeah, we'll do. Cheers, guys.
You know worries. Take care. That was Ben Gregory from Boosted Motorsport GTE. They were third in class for the first time out in the GTE. Did really well, Tim.
They did incredibly well, didn't they? And really managed to turn the hand quite quickly and easily to the Corvette. And yeah, I'd be interested to see what they pick next time out at Suzuka. Now, talking of which, that round is going to be on the 4th of December. Very much looking forward to that. 12 hours of Suzuka. What a better way to spend 12 hours of your day on a Saturday with some great racing and action as well. It'll be continuing late into the night as well, as we will only be 2/3 race distance at this time in a few weeks. As round 8, and we round out the championship at a great circuit, and what a championship this has been, and it'll be really interesting to see how that one is played out. Now, obviously, if you want to stay up to date with everything that's happening at Total Sim Sport, don't forget to hit the like button and also subscribe to know when our broadcasts go live. We'll be back, obviously, in a few days' time on Thursday, where we'll be showing, obviously, top split of the European Sprint Series. I'll say it'll be yourself, James, and Chris Rowlands will be in the commentary for that one.
It will be, and we're at Monza as
wow.
well. I believe it. Yeah, Monza. I'm sure it's
Monza. The Cathedral of Speed, and with such fast cars, it'll be interesting to see. And obviously, some great action so far this season from that series. And also, Tuesday night, we have got F3s. That's the IRAC F3 League. Chris Rowlands will be back in the booth for that one with Nick Allen. And, wow, what a race. Thank you so much for having you all on board. All your contributions in chat. It's been great interacting with you, which is a few of you who have wound us up and, toyed with us a little bit. But no, all things serious. Been great having you on board. And we look forward to seeing you next time out at Suzuka. From myself, James, producer Sean, Ian, and Chris, it is thank you and good night.
So here we go, armed with a little of the knowledge that we're gonna need right now. You light up my life, I wish that you could read my mind. Maybe we could dance all night while the streets are empty. Nobody's been